Oh, I've been muted the whole time. Does anyone else like a little bit of combat on Arrakis? Well, today we've got a 2v2 tournament, and a little different than our normal Dune Spice Wars tournaments, which are normally free-for-alls, but today we've got the 2v2 going, so a little less space for political maneuvering and a whole lot more space for some balls-to-the-wall combat. Welcome, welcome. Yes, I just did the intro. And got through it, and I'm like, oh, my levels don't look quite right. Ah, shit, I muted myself. Welcome, folks. I appreciate you, chat. Thanks for keeping me honest. Yeah, it was looking good. So we are spectating a game today, or currently. Do we have team names here? Okay, we got Team French Vodka, which is Ziz and Fizz, and Ainaru and Tic Tac, Team Cannon Fodder. So I believe Team Cannon Fodder are coming from our some of our newer players, fresh on the Dune Spice Wars competitive scene, ready to throw their hat in the ring. Big props to them, Ainaru and Tic Tac. We're cheering for them for sure. Fizz I'm not as familiar with, but Ziz I know well as an old, crusty veteran of the scene, extraordinarily dangerous on the Harkonnens. So I think if you were a betting man, you probably have your money on the Fremen and Harkonnen war machine. We'll see if the Ikaz and Carino on our Cannon Fodder team are able to weather the storm and get to their much more favorable endgame states for them. But it's gonna be very likely violent. There's gonna be some deaths, right? In the 2v2s, is a whole different game mode, right? So we always do the free-for-all, which has, individuals jockeying for position, and if someone gets too far ahead, the lobby gangs up on them and drags them back down. This is the sort of the crabs in the pot, right? Once a crab is starting to get out of the pot, the other crabs grab him and pull him back down. But not so in a 2v2. A 2v2 is a whole different beast. So, I mean, there's no politics. You know only that you must kill the other team, basically. I mean, there is still Landsrad and stuff, which can be very important and very potent because you have, a partner that can help you do stuff. So, for example, in this game, Ikaz and Carino, both notably fairly strong in the Landsrad, Harkonnen and Fremen, notably somewhat weak, though Harkonnens can do some good trickery with their corruption. But the Fremen, not a lot of Landsrad presence there. So we would expect our Team Cannon Fodder to be able to put a lot of bad Landsrad edicts on the other team, be able to snag a lot of the good Landsrad things for themselves here. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, super happy to see more Dune Spice on your channel. Yep, we're still hanging around. I'm just not personally playing much Dune Spice Wars these days. When we do get community tournaments up and we've got some matched play, some things that we can properly schedule and attend to, we will still be providing some good old Dune Spice Wars for you folks. And like I said, I think we had a lot of teams. Let me see how many teams we got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think it's 8 2v2 teams, so 16 players. 2 of the teams got bye rounds, and then otherwise we are playing this first round. There'll be a second round. I think there'll be a third round, and then after that, a fourth final round. So tons of Spice Wars. We do also expect this to move a bit faster than a normal free-for-all game, just by the nature of it. In free-for-all, everyone's being cautious and careful, and in 2v2, it's much more aggressive, kill the other guy. It's a much more combat-oriented kind of gameplay. So, but we are getting into the game here. Let's see what we got. So we know our Team Cannon Fodder in the pink and the white on House Carino and House Ikaz. Spawning on the west side of the map. I will say Carino looks a bit exposed to some aggression, while Ikaz is nicely nestled back against the corner. Meanwhile, what is it with their Team French Vodka is Ziz and Fizz over here. We've got Ziz up on the Harkonnens, up in sort of the northeast, and then Fizz in the east on the Fremen. We'll do a quick look over on our French vodka team. Ziz has Uman Kudu. Units are 30% faster to recruit, and they get extra armor if there's an operation in the region. And Kronvatia, which is the oppression person. You can speed up buildings, but you could significantly speed up buildings by oppressing that region. You get money for killing your rebels. You get extra manpower if you're oppressing things, and they don't have building slots. Over on Fizz, he's got Jamis, which is the... we got pro gamer today. Yes, we are pro gaming out here, Assyrian. These are high stakes. I think there's $150 on the line. I think it's a $150 tournament. So, legit pro gaming. Jamis is your go-to aggressive counselor for the Fremen, gives you extra authority on liberating enemy villages, gives your military units outside of your territory extra combat damage. And then Stilgar, of course, which shows you all the sieges, gives you extra authority, lets you get that siege economy online very quickly. You can ally with all the sieges around the map, makes trades with them, send your water off, get resources in return. And already we're seeing a lot of combat units coming out from Ziz. Some fast expansion. In terms of access to special regions, we've got a crescent ridge, which is kind of crappy, behind our Harkonnens. Up north, a space cruiser wreck, which is always valuable. To the west, it looks like Carino could have access to the worm nest, which is a big one. Looking back east to the Harkonnens, in between a white rift, which I would imagine the Harkonnens can probably grab before Carino gets there. We do have a bit of an interesting situation in the middle, where we have the Polar Sink, the White Rift village, and then just this neutral village to the west, all relatively close. So this could be a bunker situation. If someone can get their hands on this, put your missile turrets all right next to each other, and they can cover everything here, making it an extremely tough defensive position to crack. Avik, welcome. Yeah, we don't do a ton of live streaming on the channel. Most often I'm recording stuff, but for the tournaments, we like a live stream, and I always love it when you guys come and join me and keep me company during these long hours of Spice Wars. Let's keep going though. Let's keep going. Imperial Basin over here, extra recruitment office. That'll be useful in this game mode. 100% more recruitment office production. Manpower will be at a premium in these more combat-focused games. If we head over towards the Fremen, they've got maybe a well of riches down south, but other than that, not a ton of special regions for them to work with. If this were a free-for-all, Fremen would not be looking super great, because I don't love their territory. They do have 2 energy sources, though. Maybe 3 energy sources, which are important. Energy sources for the Fremen. They don't use fuel cells. Instead, they build their ceremonial caves, which juice up their military power, which can be very, very, very useful. And again, I'm going to repeat it, but this is going to be a combat-focused game. The game will very likely be win or lost based on who is able to, defend and fight the best. And certainly, I think early game, mid game. Advantage for Harkonnens and Fremens, which are extremely aggressive, tough fighting factions. Harkonnens just have strong armies and are able to replace them very quickly. They don't care if stuff dies. Fremen have very strong armies very early on, a lot of flexibility with their stealth and their worm riding, and their units just trade early in the game, pound for pound, very, very favorably. Ekaz, a slower start militarily. They can turn into a powerhouse eventually, but early game is very tough for the Ekaz. Likewise, early game for Carino, very tough, when they can only sort of rely on their conscripts. They don't quite have their Sardaukar and their siege drones and the bigger stuff online, not till sort of later in time. So we'll see how it goes. We're seeing cautious expansion from everybody. Everyone's grabbed their spice field. Everyone's grabbed maybe 1 extra region at the moment. If we take a look over at Carino Land, they do have a sandfall behind them. That's some extra knowledge. Sandfall is quite lucrative, very useful. Down south, there's a Moondew Vale, which is crap. That's no good. Shield Wall, also kind of crap. That's no good. Down by our Ekaz friends, they have a great volcano, which is tons of extra fuel cells. That's huge, although that will also be a prime target. The Fremen would love to sweep in and take that. Double fuel cell value for the Fremen would be a big boost to their military power, and that is kind of going to be on a contested border region. The Ekaz will need to make sure that they're able to hold that against Fremen aggression. We'll see how that goes. And then they also have the Observatory Mountain, extra data center, extra listing post. Maybe if you're looking for some more influence, some more intels, a little extra political play. Welcome, Shin Shin. Welcome to the chat. Welcome, one and all. Lots of folks tuning in. We're very excited today. Like I said, we're going to have a whole spice load of 2v2 content for you. This is just our very first game, and these might go quick for all we know. Players have been instructed not to fight to the very last. If you're losing horribly, just throw in the towel. Don't drag this out, because we got a lot of rounds to get through here. But very excited to see, because we haven't had a ton of 2v2 content. I'll say I have basically done no 2v2 content, because it's just, especially as the population of the, you gotta be careful with those guys. They're running out of supplies. Run away. Fizz is maybe sleeping a little bit. He did a pillage there. Oh no, he did a pillage there, and then he left in neutral territory for too long. Lost 2 units just to attrition from running out of water. Gotta mind that water discipline, Fremen. Gotta mind it. A slower start for Fizz there. Fizz is on the Fremen. Ziz is on the Harkonnens. Harkonnens looking good. They're expanding. They've got access to 1 spice, 2 spice, but probably a 3rd spice behind them. First Landsrad is up. Now we expect Landsrad to go the way of Ekaz and Carino, who of course have base votes and their influence. Fremen have no base votes, but do still acquire influence. So we've got 200, almost 400 available votes for Carino. Loss of Landsrad standing, extra hegemony, or factions gaining Solari. So House Carino changes Trial of the Great Houses to elected faction and Imperial missionaries to all factions. So they're going to try and put the Trial of the Great Houses stink probably on the Harkonnens, send them into the pits, because the Fremen don't have any Landsrad standing. They could very easily put Trial of the Great Houses on House Harkonnen, which dips them below 200 Landsrad standing, down into the low standing, which starts putting some malices on them. Some negative influence, some negative intel, I think. Never leave, always possible to turn around. Well, I would generally agree with you in a free-for-all game. However, the 2v2 system is a bit different. Okay, so there we go. Tons of votes on House Harkonnen. They get the stink. Territory contest does not pass, and Imperial missionaries also passes, so everybody gets a little bit of extra money and a little bit of extra standing. But indeed, to the pits with House Harkonnen. If we check, where can I find their, here it is. Low standing is -2 influence for House Harkonnen and plus 100% Chom share buying price. So Chom shares are twice as expensive for House Harkonnen until they're able to dig themselves out of the Landsrad standing pits that they're in. But like I was saying, though you would never leave in a free-for-all, which I strongly agree with, in a 2v2 game, because there's 2 people permanently against your 2 people, if you get crippled, if one guy gets crippled, there's virtually no coming back from it. It's really, really difficult to move from a losing position to a winning position in a 2v2, because it's just the polar 1v, it's one team versus one team. In the free-for-all game, there's always crazy stuff that could happen, right? People will gang up on the leaders. People will help you just because you're losing and they don't want the people beating you to do better. There's a lot of stuff that can happen. I feel like one of the reasons that 2v2 is a less played mode is because it's a bit less dynamic. You don't have those reversals of fortune. It's much more of you're winning or you're losing. Sometimes you're losing more or winning more. So we'll see how it goes. So far, no borders for any players. People are very cautiously expanding. I'm a little surprised we don't see more expansion from Ekaz. They've got the mountains here, so they could very easily come take the Great Volcano and make this a sanctuary. A lot of open terrain above them. They could grab this mirror basin, these fuel cells to make this a sanctuary. Other sanctuaries will be a little hard for them to make. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. It's also interesting where we might see an Imperial base dropped. Normally, Imperial base is quite hard to take down, but if there are 2 players trying to kill it at the same time, then it is not quite so hard. Let's take a look at... okay, Chum Market's not open for 2 more days. What do our resources look like? A decent bank for the Harkonnens. We'd expect that. They're doing a lot of pillaging. We're definitely seeing, so 17 and 18 manpower on Harkonnens and the Fremen. So they are gearing up to be making more units. Only 5 manpower on the ECAS, 7 manpower on Carino. So they got to be careful with that. I anticipate this being a pretty fighty game, and if you don't have the manpower to be... You don't have the early manpower production to be building up the manpower stockpiles, to be both training new units and replacing units as they die, you can very easily fall into a scenario... Okay, Carino's just pillage in the middle. You can very easily fall into a bit of a death spiral where you're not able to get up a full army, and you're not able, and the enemy still keeps attacking you, and you keep losing guys, and you're not able to get up a full army, and you keep losing guys. So in this game, there is absolutely a lot of value in weight of numbers. We see 45 out of 45 command points for Fremen, 38 out of 45 for the Harkonnens, only 10 of 40 for ECAS, 24 of 40 for Carino. So ECAS and Carino together do not quite equal either one of Harkonnens or the Fremen right now in military power. They've got a little bit of time. There's some buffer. There's still some space between the factions. But a little dangerous, a little greedy. We do see ECAS going straight into the recruitment center, though. I don't hate that. They're recognizing the need for some manpower, so they're going for it. Meanwhile, Embassy up on House Carino. Command post for the Harkonnens for straight to the extra command points to expand their military. Also, recruitment center for some manpower for the Fremen as well. And we're starting to see a large Fremen force making their way west. They might pillage here, pillage there, pillage. So when you're always concerned about running out of supplies in the game, but when you pillage, it kind of refills the supplies of that army. So you can make sort of a trail towards your enemy, and as long as you're able to live off the land via pillaging, you can get a lot of stuff done. Likewise, we see probably some units start coming out around this siege over here in ECAS territory. So the Fremen are able to rally straight into sieges that they are allied with. So they've got an alliance with this siege in ECAS lands, and I think we're about to see the hammer come down on the ECAS here, and they are woefully unprepared for it. Here is the Fremen army marching west, doing their pillaging, but also new units they're making are being rallied right around this siege, and we're going to see 45 command points come down on the 10 command points on ECAS, and it is going to be a bloody mess. Who's our ECAS lad here? What's his name? What's his name? Does it tell me? Yes. Einarur. Einarur is about to be in a world of hurt here. And Carino's not really in a position to help him. We have an air base here, but it needed to be more like a missile base, and even that would not hold the line. We need more units trained immediately, but there's just not enough manpower for it right now. Oh, this looks like trouble. This looks like big trouble to me. Harkonnen's coming in as well. Are they coming straight down to assist? Oh my god, they're gonna try and merge up and punish the ECAS. The Fremen are able to resupply around this siege as well. Einaru's got to see what's going on. The Carino army flies down, but there's just not enough bodies in the field. Carino, of course, famously can use their allies' airfields, which is huge for coordination. It's a really, really big deal. But with the Harkonnens coming in to help, ooh, it's gonna be rough. Dreadlord, what are the teams? The teams right now are Ziz and Fizz on Harkonnens and the Fremen, and Einarur and Tic Tac on ECAS and House Carino. But I think we're about to get someone bashed over the head with a steel chair here. We've got a Landsrad. Foreign recruitment would be nice. We certainly need some reduced manpower costs for our cannon fodder team here. Now, once again, this is what is very likely an extremely veteran team versus a relative newcomer team. Veterans being the Harkonnens and the Fremen, and our newcomers being the Ekaz and Carino. So we won't be shocked that our newcomers are gonna get the old Chris knife right to the gullet here. But it's looking dire to me. I'm able to glance into the future with my spice augmented sight, and I see about 999 out of 1,000 outcomes where our House Ekaz suffers horribly. Harkonnens manage even to get foreign recruitment. That's a blunder. They gave extra Landsrad to Carino. They needed probably Ekaz to have foreign recruitment. Supply drop comes in to refill the supplies of the Harkonnen army. Fremen have their supplies refilled in the Siege, and they're already going in. And it is doom for House Cannon fodder. Don't even fight this. Don't even fight. Run away. Run away. You need to build up your army. You need to build up your army so much more than this. If you fight this weak army into this doubly strong army, you just lose everyone and you don't kill anything. The Harkonnen army even is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 at least, maybe 11 gunners in there. So they're relying on a Fremen front line of warriors and infiltrators, and then just a mass of Harkonnen gunnery DPS. Oh, so another dynamic of this imbalanced. Yeah, the early aggression, I think, is gonna be the thing here. Another sort of imbalanced dynamic of this is because 2v2 is a much less played mode of gameplay. The only people that really have more of the 2v2 experience are a lot of the older, crusty veterans. People like Ziz. Fizz I don't know as well, but Ziz for sure has played 2v2s back in the old days when the player count was a bit higher and you could play different sort of weird game modes and things. So the most likely people to have experience playing 2v2s are already the veteran, most experienced players. So when we have new players like our team cannon fodder here, they probably just haven't had an opportunity to get many reps of 2v2 games in, so they may not be aware of this ultra aggressive meta of early game combat kind of thing. Which puts them on a back foot. You know, they're on a back foot experience and skill wise, and they're on a back foot just sort of as a meta understanding of what this game is likely, how this game is likely to play out with this different 2v2 rather than free-for-all dynamic. And we're seeing it, Harkonnens going for the annex in order to set up a forward base. Fremen liberating to give themselves a little boost from Jamis, getting the extra authority for it. But with the forward base annex here, it's looking like they're going to just try and kill Ekaz. Carino flew home to try to get a little bit of work done. They're headed out to do a little bit of pillaging. Harkonnen and Fremen armies free to run wild in whatever exists of Ekaz territory. Ekaz in big trouble here. Still only sitting on 17 command points, paying heavily by not having enough territory, not having enough recruitment factors. So here's the problem. You've got one recruitment office over here, and you've got two other regions, and neither of them have recruitment offices. And the biggest problem that you have right now is manpower. Harkonnens and Fremen went into manpower early. 21 manpower on the Fremen, 22 manpower on the Harkonnens. Only 14 and 10 on Carino and Ekaz. So manpower alone is a huge difference, and that is what is allowing Fremen and the Harkonnen to have maxed out armies, 45, 55. Carino now maxed out at 44, but still only 20 for Ekaz, which is not good when the combined Harkonnen and Fremen army is in Ekaz territory. They might go straight for the base. It looks like they're marching in on it. We might have a relatively quick game here. Defense sabotage goes down to weaken the main base's missile battery. We do have an adjacent missile battery. I love this one. A missile battery in the nearby region able to shoot in and help the fight. Carino, we need you ASAP. Okay, Carino flying in. The Fremen and Harkonnens focusing on the main base. A couple reinforcements trickling in. We're getting some decent firepower from the missile turrets. Carino opts to land right in the scrum of everything, and we get an epic quest. We've got an EMP bomb. I don't think the EMP is going to really do anything. It'll slow the attack of the main base, I guess. Carino is going to pay the iron price. What is it? Pay the iron toll. Pay the what was it? I forget. Carino pays the iron price for landing in the middle of the army. They managed to clean up basically all the Fremen, but there's a whole host of Harkonnens left. The good news is the Harkonnens are mostly gunners, which are very fragile. When they're low on life, they actually get more DPS. They gain more power based on their missing health. But with the likes of missiles blasting them, they are forced to retreat. A rebellion even went down on the Harkonnen lands. It's cute. We lost about almost 8,000 life out of 40k on the Ekaz base. The Ekaz army mostly lived. The Fremen army got wiped out. They are working on rebuilding. The Harkonnens had some heavy losses, but they are also rebuilding, and they're going to be rebuilding back to max pretty quickly here. The trouble is the Carino army got wiped out, and they didn't have, again, the bank of manpower to rebuild fast enough. We see 4 Harkonnen units being trained, 4 Fremen units being trained, 1 Carino unit being trained. And we still only got 5 musketeers as far as an Ekaz army. If the Fremen and the Harkonnens want to be a little more cautious, they can just take all of the other Ekaz land that there is right now. It's gonna be messy in here. Carino should have bought the Sardaukar advisor to give Ekaz free Sardaukar. Oh yeah, it's a good part. We didn't talk their advisors, but you're talking what's his name? It's not Kudu, it's I can't remember. But instead they've gone Gaius, Helen, and Urulon. Helen will help with the control of the Landsrad, which, if you could make it a longer game, you could pay out some dividends with. But this is going to be a short and violent game. We are in month 3, and bases are being bombed and blown up. I'm gonna need the crackerjack timing. Yeah, I mean the timing I think has been missed as far as Ekaz and Carino power spike. They're gonna need to struggle to survive here, and none of this is any help. Infrastructure control's kind of nice if you're struggling with your Plascrete maybe to get some more recruitment centers or missile towers online. Bene Gesserits are always nice, but that could be anyone. Private mandate for pillaging, kind of nice for folks, but no one's even pillaging right now. Everybody is just battling away. Infrastructure control and private mandate go the way of Carino, and everybody gets a Bene Gesserit. But once again, we've already got Harkonnen and Fremen in on Foliage, the Ekaz main base, and what they're relying on really heavily here is just the gunner DPS, which is working wonders. All these gunners are blasting away, doing a lot of damage. Foliage already down 15k. I think Ekaz probably die here. They are slowly whittling down. Get these Ekaz musketeers. If you can blast away enough of these frontline troops and Foliage starts dropping bombs into the gunners, then they'll be in big trouble, because the gunners don't have the hit points of the defenses to survive really much of any missile barrages. So they are glass cannon kind of units. We're seeing a nice micro here. Ziz able to pull troopers out to heal and move new units in to tank. So one thing you should know when you're attacking bases is the missile turret, the very powerful missile turret off the main base, always targets the closest unit to it. So you can manipulate the aggro of this powerful missile turret by moving one unit in so it's getting shot, and then sort of juggling it out and moving another unit in. And it does big AoE damage, so you always want to try to make sure that the missile turret of the base is hitting a single unit while your other units are doing work. But Foliage down to 12k here. Is there any help to be had? Not really. Carino doesn't have the manpower to be able to rebuild here, and we're seeing a resurgent Fremen force coming in to clean up the rest of the musketeers here. They can also just step over, kill a single militia, and put this missile turret offline. And the gunners are doing their work here. It is a quick and dangerous dismantling of Team Cannon Fodder by Team French Vodka here. I think it would have been easy enough to see from the early stages, but we've got sort of the natural progression here. GG from Einaru. Well played, tossing your hat into the ring here. Fizz and Ziz on Harkonnens and Fremen are a deadly combo. 3 months, 8 days. Oof. If Carino would have dropped the artillery missiles, ECAS might have lived till the next lands. Oh, if they had an orbital strike? Yeah, well, I mean, orbital strikes are very expensive to get to. If we keep watching, I'm sure they don't have anywhere near the intel for it, right? Carino's sitting on 8 intel plus 0, right? An orbital strike costs 500. So you need so much more time to get online for both Carino, for both ECAS. But that's it. They threw in the towel there, and it's victory for Ziz and Fizz. We'll continue on to the next round of brackets. Let me jump into the Discord and see what's going. We might have ourselves a bit of downtime. Talk about Tic Tac says, talk about dead meat. Team Cannon Fodder is crushed. GG lads. Yorn. Gordon. I told them they're an important cautionary tale. So let's do a little bit of post game breakdown there, and I think the story of the game really lies in the manpower. So once again, we talked 2v2 is a much more aggressive format. There's no room for politicking. You can't say, hey, Harkonnens, don't attack me, or Carino will attack you, or you can't even threaten people by implication by like moving stuff to a borderland and potentially pressuring things, because it's that permanent. This is a team, this is a team, there's no changing that, right? So it's very much you win or you lose. And in the early game, aggression absolutely favors a Fremen Harkonnen force we saw there. But Carino and ECAS have an opportunity to defend themselves, but you need manpower parity. The game is very, very snowbally in combat early on. If you have 30 manpower or 30 command points of an army, and the other guy has 40 command points of an army, it's not like you trade and you kill 20 or 30 of his command points and lose. You lose everything in that smaller army, and the larger army wins everything and loses like 1 or 2 guys, right? It's what is it? It's like Lancaster's law in military, which is it's like an equation of how units sort of die and attrit over time when there's different amounts firing at each other. And basically, if you have a large enough mass of units, you kill smaller masses way faster than it would appear that you'd be able to, and you have way less casualties the greater your force compared to the enemies. So correct ECAS could work as government play. Gotta go heavy. Yeah, you gotta go heavy military early, or you get bum rushed early on. So we saw the bum rushing. we read it in our tea leaves. We saw the writing on the wall. We knew it was gonna happen there. I was very concerned from about month 2 forward. ECAS seem to train very slowly. Can they make perfected units was the question. So they need a certain tech to make perfected units, and then the danger is perfected units both take longer to train and critically cost, I think, 50% more manpower. So you don't generally want to tech into perfected units early on ECAS. You just need the bodies on the field. If there was 45 command points of Carino, and 45 command points of Ikaz, and they're on the defense where they could have, some missile turrets helping them, then you're not able to really push in effectively, even with that strong Harkonnen Fremen force. It's really the parity of units and manpower that makes such a big deal. Inaru says, glad to be of service to the community, as that important cautionary tale. Okay. I don't suppose anyone else has any games not started yet. We might be stuck waiting for the next round. Let me try and find a bracket to show you guys what's going on. What's going on? What's going on? Let's see. I can't quite fit the whole bracket on screen at once, but we'll get you most of it. Doot, doot, doot. Give me a minute here to play with my windows. Okay, sorry for the flash bomb here. I can get rid of some of this white space. So this is our bracket. We start at the top here. There's actually another level right above this, and that is Team Cream and Gray, who are also crusty old veterans. That will be a devilishly violent contest, Cream and Gray versus Ziz and Fizz in this second round up here. We saw Inaru and Tic Tac, Team Canifaughter drop down. These are the other games going on. Johnny Drama and Ozzy Niner versus TMB and All Cash. That should be a really great game there. Korvac and Deathshade versus Antonell and L-Slayer. I certainly would not want to be fighting against Antonell and L-Slayer, so that will be a violent one. My eyes. Sorry about your eyes, Andy. I'm sure you can get some medical care to help that. Yeah. It was a very white. I as I was switching into it, I realized what I was doing, but it was too late. Cow Cool. I have no idea who that is. Poulet Gaufres. Maybe some French wizards coming in here. Wyvern and Mesa, who are some of our newer players, but quite capable still. We'll see how that goes. Mega and Joe Black versus Whaler and Keep Feeding. Hellhole Rat and Kasala versus Falk and Paradoxical. And then Shiv and B-Frog on the very bottom of the bracket also got a bye round. B-Frog is, when I think of people who have played 2v2, I think B-Frog may have played the most 2v2. He was always lobbying for people to play games with him. So very experienced there. They'll be very, very dangerous. And we will, like I said, just sort of be stuck here seeing on what's coming up. You can cast Meister. We could cast. Okay, looks like. Let me see. Misa like pie, 1. Okay, so Wyvern and Misa, 1 out. Number 14, 1 out over number 3. Good for those lads. I think the seeding here was done by the tournament organizers, where they basically sort of looked at teams and they said, I think this is maybe the best team, and this is the next best team, and this is the next best one, kind of so on and so forth. So we don't have hard data to back up any of this, so it was just sort of done on a very feels kind of basis. Number 1 seed was Cream and Gray up top. Number 2, Shiv and Bullfrog. Number 3, Cuckoo and Vikul here, who lost, unfortunately, to Wyvern and Mesa. Or fortunately, maybe, if you are Wyvern and Mesa. Looks like Mesa took it, I think. T and B are the Swagdakar. Oh, I love that. The Swagdakar, T and B and All Cash, 1 out over Johnny Drama and Ozzy Niner. Johnny is an old veteran of the community. Ozzy's a little bit newer. I think they were calling that one like Johnny's heavy load or Johnny's broad shoulders or something, because Johnny was gonna have to carry that one. But T&B and All Cash, veteran Swagdakars, not surprised that they managed to pull that one out as well. Please hold on. Okay, so they're saying hold off on starting any next round matches until this round is done. Cream's got a good game going in his stream, he says. I wonder who he was streaming. I didn't see who he picked. But we might take a brief break here. We'll grab a drink, go use the restroom, and I think, again, these games are going to move pretty quickly due to the exceedingly violent nature of 2v2s, right? So we ought to get into that next round before too long here. So we've had, I think, 3 or 4 games finish up. There was a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's only 6 games playing, and I think 4 are done. So we're not too far out. I'm going to go refill my water, use the restroom, and I will be right back, folks. Thanks for hanging out with me. Having a good time. We've got a lot more Dune Spice Wars coming today, so stick around. All right, we are back. We're ready to go. You should watch Wyvern and versus whoever wins Cream's game. Where's the Wyvern one? So is Cream watching Maga v Whaler? Yeah, I wouldn't hate to drop in on that one. That'll be a good one. Misa's just trying to get on the big screen here. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Any other results coming in? Not that I see yet. So we're just hanging out, folks. We're just hanging out. We've been disconnected. We didn't even get a proper end score screen there, but that's all right. There wasn't, the tail of the tape there was entirely in manpower income. There were no other stats you needed to know. In the match we watched, manpower income is key. If you can survive that early game struggle, if you can get through that attempted killing thrust from the Harkonnens and the Fremen, then maybe eventually things like chome shares and influence and intel and so on and so forth will start to be useful. But if you just don't make enough manpower and they come and kill you, well, then it doesn't really matter how much money or you have or how much political capital. The Harkonnens went straight into the Landsrad pits, but that's fine. They went and killed everybody after that, so they didn't particularly care about the pits. They didn't want those chum shares anyways. Just taking a look at stuff, keeping an eye on what's going on. No other results back in yet. So next round, 1, 2, 3. Next round will be 4 games, and then the third round will be 2 games, and then the last round will be 1 game. Are you still addicted to Ostfront? Yeah, I've been having a great time with Ostfront. So if you only hang out for the Dune Spice Wars, and maybe you haven't seen some of the other stuff I do, I've been playing a lot of Call to Arms Ostfront. I'm hoping to try to get around to trying some of a little more competitive multiplayer. I understand on their Discord they actually have like a bot on their Discord that will like match you up against other players and then sort of record like an ELO style like sort of scorecard of how you do playing against other people, and that might be fun. I've mostly just been playing single player on the Ostfront. It's a really great game. It's like, if you haven't seen it, it's like if you combined Company of Heroes with Hell Let Loose, because it's a World War II real-time strategy game, and then you can jump into any individual unit in a first-person or third-person kind of view. So, you know, you command your infantry over here and your tank guns over here, and then you have you call in your tank, and then you could actually just jump into the driver's seat of your tank and the gunner's seat and drive that tank around and fire at whatever you want. It's so freaking cool. I've been having a lot of fun with it. Also, there's just been a lot of good other releases lately. Shout out for Deep Rock Galactic Survival. I think that's what it is. Let me double check. Deep Rock Galactic Survivor, which is sort of a what was the one? Vampire Survivors? Was that the first? The big thing that kicked off the genre. It's like you're like a single guy running around the map trying to survive against, you know, infinite hordes that are spawning in. But if you're familiar with Deep Rock Galactic at all, which is the co-op game about dwarves mining resources and fighting aliens and things, Deep Rock Survival is you play just a single dwarf who's running around mining and trying to accomplish objectives, and it's that sort of bullet hell survival kind of thing where you don't actually control your guns. You unlock guns and they just blast out bullets all around you, kind of thing. A bullet hell game. Yeah. It's great. It's really, really, really good. I played a ton of it in early access, and it just released, I think, this week. So that is super fun. It's been eating up a lot of my time. Strong recommend for fans of any genre. This is one of those things where you can just plop in, and even if you don't really know anything, or even if you're not really like feeling like you're gonna, you know, be gaming hard today, because the only input you're really doing to the game is like controlling where you run. Everything else sort of fires off automatically. It's very easy to play sort of mindlessly, but also satisfying because it's got all of that extra meta progression built in, where you're unlocking new weapons and you're acquiring new items and you're unlocking new zones and areas and difficulties, and you're upgrading things, and you're mining resources, and you're using those resources to upgrade your stats and to upgrade your weapons and all kinds of things. It's very, very fun. So strong recommend on the Deep Rock Survivor. Super, super great. Also, we had Dying Light The Beast came out today, which is effectively Dying Light 3. If you're a fan of that genre, it's pretty good, pretty satisfying. I think the writing is a little weaker, but it's as beautiful and fun and satisfying to do parkour zombie survival as it ever was. So if you're at all into that genre, it's first person, extremely story heavy, kind of linear, kind of a survival crafter in a way. You're in a world that's been ravaged by the zombie apocalypse, and you got to run around and you got to find some, equipment, and you got to scavenge and combine that equipment into weapons and upgrades, and then, use those things to fight off people. And of course, the real villains all along are the other humans, not the zombies. So, a lot of fun. It's a really beautiful game. It's gorgeously realized. It absolutely taxes my computer I have to like open up the side of my case because the my graphics card heats up to like 80, 90 degrees centigrade. And there's just waves of heat rolling off of the PC here. I've got a 3080 with the extra 12 gigabytes on it, so not cutting edge, but not a slouch as far as graphics cards go, and it gets taxed to the limit, rendering these gorgeous. I think it's supposed to be set in like the Alps, so it's like a town and sort of like a mountainous village kind of thing, in Switzerland maybe, that they've sort of rendered that you can run around. It's a lot of fun. Haxar says we got creamed. I don't know what Haxar was subbing in for somebody. I don't know where he was. Hold on. Let me open up my brackets once again. I have like a worse screenshot to work off of here. You show me this. Ka-chink. There we go. Okay, so here's a very small full bracket, also with a bit of a flashbang for you. Sorry about that. Could maybe reduce some of that white space on you. I don't know. And then who was that who just won? Single elimination. Yeah, you're dead. You're dead, folks. El Slayer says ruined. I assume El Slayer did the ruining there. Where was it? Oh, Antonell and El Slayer versus Korvac and Deathshade, I think. And then Haxar subbed in maybe for Deathshade. No, Deathshade says his teammate's late, so Korvac didn't make it. So Haxar joined Deathshade, and then they, I assume, probably got frickin' ruined by the horrible, horrible combo of Antonell and El Slayer. That would make sense to me. So we have Ziz and Fizz progressing through. We have TMB and Allcash. We have Antonell and El Slayer. We have Wyvern and Mesa or Misa. Maga and Whaler battle. Hellhole Rat and Fake Paradoxical. Maybe still going. Maybe those are our two that are still left. Something like that. Something along those lines. So we're getting there. We're getting there. Okay, so we talked DRG Survivor, super good. We talked what was the other one? It just my mind is blanking. Dying Light. I love Dying Light, actually. I think it catches a lot of flack. I think it's one of those games where you really enjoy it or you don't. It absolutely has some weak points in it. And sometimes it's sort of railroading you on a story, but at the same time it's giving you options to like sort of pick what happens in the story. I actually hate the games where they're like, here's a coherent narrative that's going to be different based on the choices that you pick. I wish they just told me one coherent story, because I always end up getting to the end game and it's like, ooh, you made a bad choice back here, and so you're going to get a bad ending kind of thing. Like, I don't want the bad ending. Just give me the canonical good ending. Make me feel good at the end of the game. Don't tell me because I picked this one faction or the other faction, here's how the world is ruined now. I don't love that. But the game is super fun to play. So Dying Light's been fun to play. Also, another contentious game, but Borderlands 4 came out. And it's, I hate to say, but it's quite good. I'm having a good time with it. Borderlands 4 is pretty cool. Borderlands 3 was one I bounced off of. Just didn't feel like it had any heart or soul, wasn't very entertaining, didn't grab me at all. Borderlands 2 I had played a ton of, is I think a pillar of the looter shooter genre. Borderlands 2 is great. Borderlands 4 also I think pretty great. Having a good time with it. So I've been playing a lot of that. And then in addition, let's see, well, of course, Warhammer Dawn of War, the definitive edition, the #1 Dawn of War just recently got remastered and released. That's okay. I do love the Dawn of War genre. The trouble is, I feel like Dawn of War 1 is pretty bad. Who could have guessed working with the Harks would have gotten me the bad ending? Yeah. Fair enough, Roy. Fair enough. But back to Dawn of War 1, the definitive edition. I've been playing a bit of Dawn of War 1. I feel like as an RTS, it's very early. You know, Dawn of War 1 is 20 plus years old at this point. So I've been trying to play it a little bit competitively, and the balance is all over the place. And then some of the design choices of like being able to reinforce units in the field and just the way things work, it's a super snowbally game. So it really feels like in Dawn of War, the definitive edition, like you win or lose basically in the first 5 minutes of how the game goes. It's really hard to pull back from the snowbally nature of it. And because factions are so wildly imbalanced, I really love playing some Sisters of Battle myself. And it's really tough to do that because they're not very good. Finally, someone shares your opinion on Dawn of War 1. Yeah, right. I feel like Dawn of War 1 is a little overly hyped. For me, 2 is the gold standard. I'm a big fan of Dawn of War 2, and I think personally the Dawn of War 2 Elite mod holds up beautifully to this day. So the Elite mod was like a post-game competitive balancing mod where they added the Grey Knights as a faction. They're gonna be adding the Tau as an additional faction, but it's like really tightly competitively balanced so that you can play it without, you know, losing the game in the first 3 minutes because you picked a bad faction and bought like a bad starting unit. Dawn of War 2 is great. Dawn of War 1, it's fine. I'm glad people are excited about it and just sort of getting back into some of the, you know, the old nostalgic genre of Dawn of War 1. It's fun. It's cool. I would love to see people wanting more of it and then migrating into Dawn of War 2 Elite mod, because that I feel like is the peak Dawn of War experience. It's really good. So that's my recommendation to you. If you like Dawn of War, try the Dawn of War 2 Elite mod. It has an all-in-one installer. It's very easy to get. It's relatively easy to learn. It's cool. But see, Decker likes Dawn of War 1 and cannot get into Dawn of War 2 at all. I don't know. We're just fundamentally different people, my friend. I don't know how it works. Then. The army size is too small, but it's so much more impactful. You have so much more control over it. I don't know. Different strokes for different folks is fair enough. We won't push you to it. If it's not for you, that's all right. Sad seeing this game died. We love it. Yeah, it's not dead. We're here today. Let's check the Steam DB real quick on it. We could look up like how many people are regularly playing. But it's sort of, you know, by the developer announcing that there won't be any further content updates, it does make it sort of dead-ish. All right, today, or rather the week starting on Monday, we've had an average of 441 players per day, which is about average. So over the last year, at one point, Dune Spice Wars peaked at their absolute peak on November 2024, probably during like a Steam sale around Christmas time. We peaked at 1,000 players, and then we've been slowly diminishing, and our valleys are high 300s, mid 300 players daily. 300 players daily, and probably the majority of those, 80% or 95% are playing single player. Dune Spice Wars plays just fine single player. You can get a lot of enjoyment and fun out of it, but you know, in terms of competitive play, it's pretty thin. It was one of the reasons that I stopped sort of playing and recording games for Dune Spice Wars, is it just took so long to get a game going. You know, a Dune Spice Wars game already takes an hour and a half to play through, and if it takes you an hour to even get people together for the game, it's like, I just don't have the time to commit to that. And you may not ever get enough people together to play the game, depending on, you know, what time you're trying to start things off. So It was just too much of a time sink and too hard to get games together for me personally. We do still have folks, especially in the Dune Circuit community, who are regularly still organizing stuff. You know, the Dune Circuit organized this 2v2 tournament. We also have, let me look it up, we've got a beginners tournament that is organized. Let's find some information on that. If you're new and you want to learn more about the game and get a taste for competitive Dune Spice Wars, sign up for the beginners tournament. Currently, there are 8 players signed up for the beginners tournament, which is a tad on the light side, honestly. And there's just not enough new beginners coming in to sustain it, I worry. Do dig it up now and then, play 4-man skirmish with friends. Yeah. I mean, it's a great game. You know, we love Dune Spice Wars. That's why we're here. It's just, and I was thinking about it, and I was trying to. I feel like I wonder if the developer or the publisher for Spice Wars thinks of it as a success or not. I feel like design-wise and mechanically, like, Dune Spice Wars is a brilliant success. Like, they've made such a cool game that is so fun. And it just felt like maybe it had trouble hitting maybe the genre for a free-for-all RTS, grand strategy kind of thing, whatever this is. Maybe just the genre, the number of folks interested in it is too small, or maybe it just struggled to get the proper, the limelight and the hype around it to really build up numbers. Because, I know and you know that this is a fantastic game that's super fun to watch. Super fun to play as well once you've got the hang of it. But it does have a barrier to entry. There's a big knowledge burden of things you need to know, especially if you are newer to the style of genre of like an RTS or sort of the grand strategy kind of things that are going on. There's a lot to learn. I've done my best to help you with that, but it just takes a certain kind of person that wants to do that as well. And maybe we just don't have as many of those persons anymore. Who knows? If we could just borrow a few 100,000 of those Fortnite players and turn them into RTS players, the world would be a better place, Stop playing meme first-person shooters, guys. Come play something with a little extra meat to it. That's the way to go. All right, we're waiting on 2 games to finish up. They are starting to organize some extra brackets. I think maybe I will agree to Misa's request. So maybe we'll do team, what is it? Richie Like Pie versus whoever wins versus the Mega Whaler duel. Dune Spice. Have I tried Beyond All Reason? I have tried Beyond All Reason, and I do quite like it. I haven't really gotten deep into it, but I am an old school RTS fan in all the ways that could matter. So I've played, a ton of Total Annihilation and Supreme Commander and its various forms and all of that stuff. So going into something like Beyond All Reason is just this delicious hit of nostalgia for me. It's really, really cool. I don't play too often, though I would love to if I knew more folks in my sort of personal gaming community who were excited to start it. And, by personal gaming community, I mostly hang out in like the Turin multiplayer Discord because I'm a big Turin fan. And then just sort of some of the other stuff. I'm doing a lot of Age of the Ring stuff, of course. I love the Age of the Ring mod for Battle for Middle-earth 2. It's incredibly good. It's super fun. I'm still enjoying that a lot. So I hang out with some of those lads as well. Beyond All Reasons, super cool. I do occasionally watch, who is it? I think it's Winter TV or Winter Gaming. Winter is like another streamer, content creator. And I think he's like the main man of the BAR scene. He always gets tapped to cast the ridiculous things. So BAR, Beyond All Reason, is basically sort of a Total Annihilation Supreme Commander. You're robots and you're trying to build it's emphasis on macro, so you're building up bases and you're sending huge armies at each other. And I think like the default play mode for it is like 8v8. So it's a huge game of, you know, 8 players on a team versus another 8 players. But the game is incredibly, I believe it's open source created. It's entirely made by like just volunteers. The old Soupcom devs made Bar No Wonder Strong. Yeah, I mean, I think it's not even like a proper company. It's just like dudes like got together and made this game, and I've seen them scale up on Winter's casts to like 50v50, or I think there was one that was like 50v50v50, like 150 players at once playing against each other. It was so like the unit cap is like 40,000 units is the cap of what could be on screen at a time or something like that, which is just like mind-boggling that sort of thing could even work. It's pretty wild. I would love to see that sort of pop off and be more popular. I would happily become a BAR streamer if I felt like the things sort of shepherd me in that direction. It's super cool. It's a great game. Strong recommend if you have an opportunity. And it's free. BAR is, like I said, it's open source. You can just go download it and play today. It's a really great real-time strategy game. It's not fully fleshed, but it's got dozens and dozens of like single player campaign style missions. You can play it single player and learn to play and have a really good time with it. You know, build your metal extractors, set up your wind factory, you know, your wind plants, make your bot factories and your vehicle labs, and you know, go blow up the enemy with some missiles and some planes and some bombers and some nuclear weapons and some laser trucks and who knows what else there is. There's all kinds of crazy stuff. We won the first game. Just checking chat to see who's going through. The Antonell game will be super spicy. I kind of want to watch that, but I'm sure they will continue on. Maybe we'll catch them in a later round. Let's see. We'll do Misan, Wyvern, and buddies. Ooh, we're talking games. What else are we playing? What are people doing? We just finished up the first season of the Age of the Ring League. So if you've seen some of the other content, so we've been playing a lot of the Age of the Ring mod for Battle for Middle-earth 2, and just in the last month and a half, they started a competitive league of competitive play and sort of broke people out into brackets that you could sort of self-assign to. So I was in the intermediate bracket and finished in second place out of the other, I don't know, dozen players in my bracket, something like that. So I'm somewhat pleased by that. Might move up to the advanced bracket for whatever the next season is and see how we can battle with the big dogs, some of whom are very, very good at that. But Age of the Ring's really good, really fun. Another strong recommend if you're into real-time strategy, especially some of, you know, Age of the Ring at this point in time, again, another 20-some-year-old game, maybe just shy, I mean 19, 20 years old. Some of that old school cool on the RTS, back when RTS was one of the big genres, before the long and steady decline. No such thing. RTS still popping off. We're having a great time with it. I think the trouble with the RTS genre is that the players are so spread out over so many different games. Like, we can't all agree on what one game to play. So, you know, there's a bunch of players in Company Heroes 1, and there's a bunch of different players in Company Heroes 2, and there's a bunch of different ones in Company Heroes 3. And if we could all just decide what we would play together, we would have a huge population in any one of those games. Likewise, Age of Empires 2 is one of the most played RTS games on Steam, I think. And 2 is an ancient game. It looks like dog shit. It plays fun, but it's really old. I feel like we could do better than that, but people really addicted to Age of Empires 2. Age of Empires 4 is great, a lot of fun as well. And, you know, we've just got all this, there's just this fragmentation of our relatively small community over so many different games. What did we have? We had Tempest Rising came out not too recently. Tempest Rising was great actually, but I think again a lot of players hit up RTS for the single player gameplay and don't get into the multiplayer side of things because it's tough to compete on so many. There are so many people with 20 years of experience on multiplayer that make it a little intimidating to jump into for newbies, and it's a tough game, a tough genre to pick up. You kind of got to be a little tough mentally and have a little bit of extra grit in order to pick up a new RTS game and just bash your head against the wall while you learn how what's what, especially if you don't have that extra experience to lean off of. Freud's been thinking of playing Tiberium's Son again. I haven't seen a ton of chatter about ye old Command and Conquer games, but maybe there's stuff there. They're not Steam based, right? So we can't see like how many people are playing them. I imagine they gotta still be alive. I'm shocked at how many things are still alive here in the year of our Spice Lord 2025. So we're shooting the shit, still waiting for some folks to finish up. We're about an hour and 20 minutes into it, so even a long game ought to be able to be finishing up pretty soon here. What else have we got? We got Hades 2 is coming out. Is that maybe next week? Hades 2, not an RTS game, but Hades 1, I think, is one of the better video games ever made. So, Hades 1 also on a big Steam sale right now, 75% off. Zolt's is finished. Okay, maybe we're getting ready to go for the next round. But if you have any interest, if you're taking recommendations from me today, if you haven't played Hades, you should. Hades is like an action, sort of like a platformer, though there's no proper platform, it's all 2D. But it's like an action slasher kind of game, but gorgeously rendered and realized, beautifully written, super satisfying roguelike style to go through where you're increasing your power and getting better and stuff. Play some Hades, because Hades 2 is coming out. Is it next week? It might be like 8 days, something like that. I think it's the 28th of September, something like that. And Hades 2 is, set up to also look pretty freaking cool, so we're very excited about that as well. And what else is going on? Path of Exile 2 just had a big content drop. I played another 20 or 30 hours of it. Had good. Put it down. We'll let it continue cooking. But Path of Exile 2, kind of fun. Is in a decent spot. The Riftbreaker. We didn't talk about the Riftbreaker. New 2.0 update for the Riftbreaker. If you haven't seen that, the 2.0 update adds co-op. So if you've got any buddies that want to play some Riftbreaker, super fun. Strongly recommended. One of my favorite games of all time. Factory, base building, tower defense, bullet hell survival action thing. It's this crazy mashup of all these different genres. The Riftbreaker, one of the best games of all time. I love it so much. I've been playing a ton of it again. Funny enough, I was trying to make a video for Riftbreaker. Someone was like, "Oh, I'm really struggling with the acid biome on survival." I was like, "Okay, well, I, as a professional gamer, I will just drop into the acid biome and set it to brutal and show you how it's done." And I played through, and so a survival game is an hour and a half, just sort of a set. Just live for an hour and a half, and then you win the game. And I lived for like an hour and 25 minutes, and got to the end and died right at the end. And I'm like, oh god damn it! I ruined that whole video I was trying to make of survival. And I just died at the end. So I did it again, and I died. And I did it again, and I died. And I played 9 times, 9 times, trying to get through the acid biome on brutal difficulty, and then died each time. So much for that video idea. It was gonna be here's how you do it, and instead I recorded 9 different here's how you die attempting to do it. So that's been sort of my white whale lately of things that I need to conquer. I've grown exceedingly efficient in destroying the aliens of the acid biome, but not quite efficient enough yet. So All right, what's going on with this tournament? We gotta be here any second now. You slow bastards. What's taking so long? Did you just go kill the other guy in month 3? How hard could it be? Just do what Ziz and Fizz showed us. You make a bunch of guys and you walk in and you kill their base. Boom. Devox your uncle. So we will be doing... We will be doing this round right around here. We're going to do Wyvern and Misa versus whoever wins the 6-11 seed matchups. We'll see how that goes. And then after that, we will be straight on to semifinals. I think we probably picked the fastest game to watch for round 1, so that's why we've got a lot of downtime. We have to pop back into this vid in the post credits and drop in some timestamps in case anyone doesn't feel like sitting around hanging out with me for an hour. But you guys have done so I appreciate you. Thank you for that. What have you guys been playing? Has anything else fun popped up for you that we haven't talked about yet? A lot of great games out. September has been a banging month for games and updates to games. So there's a lot cooking out there, a lot of fun to be had. And we're in a bit of a throwback today as we come back to our beloved our beloved Dune Spice Wars for the 2v2, something a little different, a little new for us, but green lightning and storms outside, but we have the technology to fix it if we weren't very busy fighting. Oh wow, I'm looking now. We just got a little ping over on the Age of the Ring Discord when they're dumping out all of the stats and all of the data that they collected from the first league. All kinds of beautiful graphs and charts and things. I'm excited to look through that. Win by winners by bracket. That's funny. I was playing mostly elves and a little bit of Mordor over on the Age of the Ring side of things. Having a great time with it. Lothlorien, Rivendell, and Mordor were my go-to factions. Super fun. Good stuff. I thought that Mordor was my weakest when I was signing up for the league because you play 3 factions. Against 3 randomly, not randomly picked, but you pick 3 factions, the other guy picks 3 factions, and then you have sort of almost random-ish matchups in between in your league matches. And I thought Mordor was by far my weakest one, and turned out I don't think I dropped a game as Mordor. I think I won all of my Mordor matches, funny enough, and lost on all my stronger factions. Spice Wars isn't dead, smooth-ass Kiwi. No, we're still kicking. 2v2 tournament today. Admittedly, our first match was very fast. Very fast. So we've been shooting the shit for a while now, biding our time till the slowpokes of the round finish up and we're able to move on through. I think we did get finished up. Oh, we did. We got codes. We're ready to go. The time is nigh. What is dead may never die, but lives again. Alright, well, I'm not a player. Let me join the spectators. Make some spots. Alright, lads, I want a good, clean fight. Alright, round 2. Officially kicking off. We're just waiting for people to come in. There will be nothing clean about this. This first team finished up also like half an hour ago, and then I think the team that they're playing against just barely now finished their game. So we could give them a couple minutes grace in order to grab a drink and get ready for their next match. Mozart just finished playing Dune Imperium with the family. Dune rocks. Dune Imperium, the board game, yes? Look at that. I don't think I've played that one in particular. There's a bunch of different flavors of Dune Imperium. Yes, development on Dune Spice Wars is sadly finished. The developer has announced that they're considering the game feature complete and they will be moving on to other stuff. So We do have a mod community. There is a Discord for Dune Mod Wars. We don't have proper mod tools or anything to work with, but some enterprising members have gone ahead and figured out some ways to, tear apart some files and alter some values and things. And so we do have a community mod where people are able to make balance adjustments and change things around a little bit, at least the things that they're able to figure out. Oh, coin flip for faction picks. I am happy to do a coin flip for you guys. Yes. Okay. Misa. Heads or tails? Misa, call it. I will flip. Can we host an EU, please? Misa calls tails. I flip. It is heads. Okay, so the way that let me hide that. The way that the tournament is structured is we do a coin flip, and then you get the first faction pick and the fourth faction pick, or you get the second and third faction pick. Ooh, unfortunately, we have a North American versus an EU team, and it's gonna be laggy for one of them. And it doesn't work good for us either. Let me check with Cream. Okay, our EU team is going to pick first. All right. New coin flip. It is tails. We need an EU host. All right. Coin flips go in the way of our EU brothers. We're going to rehost on an EU server. We'll put Wyvern and Misa on the back foot. Give me them spectator slots. All right. The coin giveth, and the coin taketh. Yeah, it would be nice if they left Dad 2 in code for modders. I saw someone reached out specifically and asked, hey, since you guys are not going to be developing this, could we get access to any sort of tools, or could we even like speak to a developer to get more information? They asked this of Shiro, the developer, and Shiro said, nope, sorry, we can't do that. Womp womp. So no luck there. Our brave modders will have to do their best figuring it out themselves. I know, I'd also hoped that maybe they would continue development on this, since there are so many different Dune type properties coming out. It's still, in the public squares awareness. There's new Dune games, there's new Dune movies, there's all that kind of good stuff. that we'd hope they would continue with some development on it, because there's still, you know, some cultural cachet to tap in on. I feel like there's, you know, if they added the likes of Vernius, the likes of Ikaz, there's a lot more stuff you could do there. But no such luck. She was a small developer. I guess they can't do too many things. You guys win both coin tosses. Where's the justice? Yeah. Wivid and Misa lost both of their coin tosses. No justice. It's the start of their comeback story, though. It kind of feels like Dune was being pushed as the new Game of Thrones type show. Well, yeah, I mean, Game of Thrones was such a huge thing. Everybody wants to make a new Game of Thrones thing, and I feel like, you know, if you're an older nerd like I am, you remember a time when nerdy stuff wasn't cool, when sci-fi was kind of fringe, when fantasy was very sort of niche and fringe. And then it was like, I feel like the turning point was probably Lord of the Rings, right? They made Lord of the Rings and it was so amazing, and then it was like Hollywood and media companies were like, oh my god, we can sell this fantasy shit to people and they'll pay us billions of dollars. And then it started being so much more mainstream to be into elves and dwarfs or Dune or all that stuff. You know, to a degree, certainly I think Star Wars also broke that open a little bit. Just a little bit, maybe. But at least in the more modern era, I feel like it was Lord of the Rings. And then, of course, Game of Thrones again came out and was like, here is some weird, you know, period piece fantasy stuff. That is, you know, it was a huge book series for nerds, right? You know, but being able to translate onto like as a TV series that was also like the biggest series in the world was crazy. Anyway, should we talk about the game? I don't know. Hold on, I'm falling behind on chat because I'm waxing on nerd history. Go random. They haven't settled yet. They're still thinking. Okay. So we had what? First pick was Lennon Carino. Second and third pick are Wyvern and Misa trying to determine what they want. And then Lazik will do fourth pick, I think, is the plan. Carino generally considered about the strongest. Oh, Harry Potter and Twilight. It's true. It's fair that I'm being a bit reductive to just pick out the fantasy stuff that I like the most. But yes, Harry Potter also, Twilight even, a bunch of stuff, all sort of contemporaries of each other, were like, hey, fantasy sci-fi is kind of neat. And the general public actually likes it. It's not just all, I don't know, what is even the alternative? Like cop drama shows? I mean, I guess there was a lot of like some of the big names in early television were like Sopranos. I feel like maybe like Breaking Bad, Dexter, a bunch of other HBO shows and stuff. Like, but a lot of that were like crime adjacent things or really dramatic, really like realistic drama stuff. And then the sci-fi in the basement broke out and nerds took over the world, right? Yeah. Fantasy and sci-fi broke out of the basement nerd and they're more open these days. Yeah, hell yeah. The Wire. Oh my God, I love The Wire. But again, it's cop drama for the most part. I mean, The Wire is actually a lot more deeper and nuanced than just cop drama. It's just that the season one and a lot of it is based on the cop drama. But agree. I think out of all of those things we mentioned, I think The Wire is my favorite. Yeah, for sure. You don't know we have Smugs win yet because first pick. I'm ready. I'm good whenever. Alright. People chatting up. Alright. Just be reasonable. Be decent. Be excellent to one another, dudes. Okay. The drama of faction picking and counselor picking is over. We are headed into the game on an EU server, which is not ideal for our brothers Wyvern and Misa, but we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. And then you get Lex. I don't even know Lex that well. I think it's terrible. It's something terrible, isn't it? I'm not even gonna look it up. There's definitely have been some misses in the fantasy sci-fi genre for sure. We don't even need to go into all those. Cop drama is easy to write. Police stations, hospitals are great story generators. It's true. And then you've got all the props and everything are easily accessible from the dozens of other cop drama shows that have gone before. But enough with the cop drama. Enough with our dear beloved love of fantasy and sci-fi shows. Let's get into some 2v2 Dune Spice Wars. We have our Harkonnens and I think it's Harkonnens and Carino? Yar, Harkonnens and Carino versus Vernius and the Smugglers. And we've got a relatively close Vernius to Harkonnen spawn. That's not super advantageous to our Vernius friends. Vernius, again, known for a rather weak early game. Harkonnens start off quite strong. Smugglers start off quite strong as well, but they've got themselves a fair walk up to Vernius land. Smugglers way back there, tucked in the corner. Also beneficial for Carino, tucked way back in their southeast corner. Carino doesn't mind that because they're able to use the Harkonnen airfields at will, and their early game weakness will be masked by being so far back. Excuse me, pardon me. Misa like pie on Vernius. Misa's a very well practiced Vernius player, but might struggle a bit on this because we've basically two regions between him and the Harkonnen main base, so we could see some very early combat here for them. And I hate to say it, but a Suboid doesn't trade into anything at all. Suboid's gonna have a rough time with things. Yeah, if the Smugglers were up here, they'd be a much better shot. Smugglers can hold their own against Harkonnens, no problem. The power of the early game sniper is not to be diminished. They're super, super tough. Right off the bat, we see a lot of Harkonnens running around. Double Cerberus up, double Trooper, and they're just marching west. Ooh, could be a rough game for our Western Alliance here. We'll see how they're able to weather the storm. Theme aside, I think the sectors and random generation of Dune maps make for interesting dynamics. Strong agree, Totes Cokes. Strong agree. I really love when you have some asymmetry, right? Not every game needs to be a knife's edge balance. In fact, if it is balanced on a knife's edge, you know, both teams have perfectly equal access to this exact same amount of resources at the very similar distances and things. I find that makes a game grow quite dull. And it's one of the things I like less about things like competitive Age of Empires is, you know, this guy gets 6 sheep and this guy gets 6 sheep, and you know, just fight it out. Like, I don't know. I think it's really interesting when one guy gets 16 sheep and then the other guy has got to fight from behind. And while I get that feels bad on a cutting edge competitive level, from a spectator standpoint, that sort of asymmetry of how the game changes up because someone has access to different resources than the other person, it makes it really, really interesting. And I think it causes much better emergent gameplay where you're not just following a set strategy based on things that you already know will be existing. You have to develop and expand and come up with a new plan, on the fly. You have to be very flexible, and it requires a lot more game knowledge to be able to pivot to new plans rather than to have like an extremely specific optimal build order laid out based on things that you know will be present. Blah, 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 blah. As a New Zealander, I support the notion that some deserve more sheep than others. Amen, Kiwi. That's very funny. In the grand scheme of sheep here, let's take a look at the map here. What kind of special resources have we got available to us at the least? Not a ton in the middle of the map, really, over a lot of this what we expect to be the front lines. Behind the Harkonnens, they've got access to the Great Volcano. They won't hate that. Fuel cells are nice enough to have. They also have the acid lakes for some free research. Not too bad. Easy 3 plus spice for the Harks. Way up north is the Desolation. That's not too impactful, other than probably being minorly annoying to Vernius, who might eventually want to be able to snake up that kind of direction. But over on Vernius lands, in their backfield, they have access to a Mundu Vale, which is crap. They have access to an Imperial Basin, which is nice enough to have for a little manpower. But manpower not so important for Vernius. Vernius relies on the cold hard cash. Vernius drones cost Solari. Manpower really only gets them to fight engineers and Suboids. And you can get some stuff done with lots and lots and lots of Suboids, for which you need some manpower for, but manpower, and we do see the smugglers coming in. Smugglers, manpower is great for smugglers. Smugglers often rely on fewer territories, so sometimes don't have enough land to build extra recruitment centers and can struggle on low manpower income. But bonus recruitment office, perfect for smuggler pickup, so I wouldn't be surprised if this was a fast annex for them. It also gives him very easy access to his allies' territory, so he can get up there pretty quickly. Army-wise, 18 command points and 18 command points for the Harkonnens and Carino. 20 and 8 for smugglers and Vernius. Not surprising. Vernius is probably going to sit on a light army as long as they can, because transitioning into drones is very, very expensive. A drone costs, I want to say, like 700 Solari maybe to buy a drone, something like that. And he's only got a bank of 1.4k, so Vernius really needs a little bit of time to get an economy online before they can really get their military online, hence their early game weakness. So far so good though. Both factions not leaning into the ultra early aggression. We're about halfway through the first month, and I like what we're seeing. I like smugglers coming up and just keeping their army very close to the Vernius lands. They're aware that it's going to be a point of contention. You know, this is going to be our flashpoint right here, the border between Harkonnen lands and Vernius lands, and smugglers need to be around to help out with things. And indeed, I think they're going on the aggression. Vernius is marching off towards Harkonnen lands. Smugglers right behind him. Should be like 400 to 500 Solari per drone. Maybe I'm a little off on my... But regardless, even if it's 500 per drone, that's still expensive. And indeed, no militia up here. Vernius are in, like Flynn, on top of the Harkonnen village. I don't know if they've decided what they're doing to it yet. It's being occupied, but they haven't, at least not that I can tell. I don't think they've started pillaging or annexing or anything, unless it's just like a display bug. Oh, there we go. Okay, it is getting liberated by Vernius. Not the biggest deal in the world, an early liberation. It hurts more probably just to have those buildings chopped up. They blew up a plascrete factory, I think, there, and a recruitment station, which in that early game plascrete can be harder to come by. Early game Landsrad, first Landsrad pops, favored to Harkonnen and Carino because they have those base votes. And the smugglers don't join the Landsrad until they reach, I think it's 5,000 hegemony, maybe 10,000. Regardless, they need more hegemony before they get recognized as worthy of having any votes, and they'll only get 50 of them. Smugglers do get a fantastic influence income. We can see they're making more influence than everyone else in the game, but influence will cap out for them at 200. So a lot more potential votes to throw around for... Actually, now that I look at it, smugglers have more votes even than House Carino now if they want to spend their influence. They've gotten extra from information market, truce, foot in the door. Interesting. Very early influence gain for the Smugs. So it's looking like roughly at parity. House Harkonnen beats out Vernius, maybe 30 more votes for Harkonnens and Carino. Does any of this matter for folks? They're not big ones. I guess water subsidies being on a particular faction is kind of big. Would be kind of nice to be able to grab the sink, but I don't think the Harks and Carino are in a position where they could grab the sink. So it would be more of a benefit for the smugglers for sure to be able to grab it, but would also be a nice pickup for Vernius to pick up the sink. Imperial propaganda is good for anybody. Infrastructure control got the Imperium Edict, so that could go to anybody as well. Once again, we are on long Landsrad timers, so we got 5+ minutes or so for people to figure out what they want. Especially when you're on a team and you're trying to decide, you know, the most important way to divvy up your votes. I think long Landsrad just makes good sense. I am fueling myself today with a banana nut loaf off of the local bakery. So while we are on a Landsrad, forgive me, I'm going to just dig into the side of this banana nut bread. I love me a nice sweet bread. My one vice in life is baked goods. Delicious. All right. Water subsidies nabbed by Vernius. House Carino with 51 votes manages to grab the Imperial Propaganda. And nobody gets infrastructure control. We don't see... Maybe the Harkonnens are marching west. We're seeing a little bit of work from it. Polar Sink going to get cleaned up by a single Suboid. Or I guess he's a marauder here. Must have picked up a... must have bribed some troops to fight for him. Snipers come down to do the heavy lifting. And then Vernius will grab this since it's free. Instead of the 250. But by being split up and allowing time for Carino to come up, the Empire strikes back. Harkonnen and House Carino come in. We don't quite have the force of arms here to contest this. And well done to Vernius and smugglers. They realize they need to fall back. We do have a missile turret up in this base, though, which will make the enemy have a hard time coming in. And then I love this. Carino comes in to get the pillage off on this. I think they might be a tad too soon. Oh, no, pillage is 20 days. I'll be damned. I could swear it was 15. By pillaging this and devastating it, it cannot be targeted by an attack, so Vernius cannot annex it until the next Landsrad, when it will go back to being full price. Very good, great play there. The fast pillage on the middle basically negates this water subsidies. Sure, they'll get the free water, but they will not be able to annex the Polar Sink at no cost here. We do have the Carino army far from home, but Carino also has their tech. Where is it? Where they get to use their neighbors' supplies. Oh, we got some battle going in. Harkonnen's going in on smugglers. Vernius going in on Carino. You know, the Vernius army's a little haggard, and looks like the Harkonnen Cerberus are getting a better deal against the snipers. So our Western allies fall back to the safety of their missile turret, which does indeed dissuade the enemy. But we do have slightly larger armies for the Eastern Empire. 18 and 24 versus 12 and 31, but I think that 31 is not all together. Well, I guess there's a lot of worms coming regardless to break up the fight. There's another sniper walking up. Okay, there's plenty of smugglers here. We need a little more out of Vernius. Vernius, of course, stuck fighting on the front lines when they would really love to be pillaging, grabbing more territory. We do have a harvester here. One spice. There's another spice here they could pick up, but they need to annex something in that direction. There's no spice north of them. Fair enough that Vernius are a bit spice starved. Does that touch? It does. Okay, so they do have spice right here that they're able to pick up. Okay, so Vernius on 2 spice at the moment. Everybody else only on 1 spice, so Vernius making pretty decent spice income, actually making some okay money off of that. But they are broke at the moment, probably because they've invested in something. No. Just Suboids, and then I love this. There's a range. Oh, as a ranged marauder, I thought that was an actual smuggler sniper up there helping Vernius fight stuff. Smugglers going through to pillage. Harkonnens headed to their backfield to pillage or maybe try to pick up a special region. How are we looking on authority for folks? Everyone's sort of sitting at about 1,000 authority. It's probably, or 100 authority. Probably enough to pick up another region here or there. There is a worm nest way down south. There's some spice down south. There's a well of riches. A lot of potential money around the smugglers. They are marching east. There's a sandfall here. Not really. The only exposed Carino base is actually right next to the Imperial base, so this is still quite protected. Not really anything that the smugglers will be able to pick off from Carino unless they make their way all the way down around the bottom, which is so distant and exposed. I wouldn't expect them to be able to get there. Harks do end up picking up the Acid Lakes to their north. What's going on with the Vernius army? 2 fighting mechs and a ranged marauder. I think they've had some casualties. Whatever Suboids they had are no longer. Fighting mechs will get the job done, but fighting mechs, of course, cost a lot of Solari to put on the field and cost a lot of Solari to upkeep as well. So only 8 command points currently for Vernius. Puts them very vulnerable, but it looks like Harkonnens and Carino are currently comfortable to move on to more of a mid-game state. They're not necessarily building straight into combat. If we look at tech, Harks have gone fast into Lay the Land and Instill Fear. That suggests more long-term play. Instill Fear paying you out for your, giving you money for your pillaging and your reducing authority costs of things you pillage. Lay the Land being extra knowledge. Carino, meanwhile, dabbling in a little bit of everything, picking up a lot more of their economic techs, integrated costs, imperial administration, these sorts of things boost their stuff that is adjacent to their imperial bases. No one's beelining straight into the red stuff, except they did pick up imperial command so that they don't lose supply when they're in their friends' zones. Vernius going all over the place, as Vernius does. And then, of course, the great benefit of being in an alliance with Vernius is you get all the Vernius tech. Deep red for the smugglers, but Vernius is providing a bunch of blue and a bunch of yellow to them as well. Very strong to be allied with Vernius because, you know, you can really run through that tech tree and have access to a lot more tech than your opponents do. Second Landsrad on the line. Research investments, no big deal. Sisterhood, no big deal. If anyone, maybe Vernius likes that the most? I don't know. Private Mandate would be a nice cash infusion for literally any player here. Smugglers and Harkonnens are, you know, the premier pillagers. Of course, they would love it, but Vernius and Carino also do a fair bit of pillaging if they're inclined, which they probably are. Thanks for joining me, everybody. Once again, we're on our round 2 of 4 for our 2v2 tournament. And we've got many of the best players in the world playing today, so high-end, sweaty stuff when we get to it. We have only just moved on to the voting phase, so people have things to do here. 100 votes, so what, we have maybe 330 votes for the Eastern faction and maybe 330 votes for the Western faction. The Smugglers' high influence income manages to sort of keep pace with everybody else's base votes, so no particular strong point for anyone pulling ahead in political power. That does not pass the elected faction, so they get a bit of taint, but they also get a free Bene Gesserit agent for House Vernius, and then extra pillaging doesn't push through. Does that stick Vernius in the pits? Oh, Vernius deep in the pits. 136 Landsred standing. They gotta be a little bit careful. They're in the low, and you definitely don't want to drop into Pariah. Vernius is a very unique faction where they actually spend their Landsred standing as a currency to do certain things. to buy themselves fancy computers, to build fancy neural nodes, various things like that. So Vernius more sensitive than most to Landsred standing. And the -30 from the Harkonnen taint there, a little dangerous. We didn't look at counselors. Fade Harkonnen allowing you to put taint on Landsred standings. And then Uman Kudu, the standard aggressive counselor for Harkonnen, making it cheaper or faster and to recruit units and giving you a little extra manpower. Bolig and Bronzo for Vernius. Bronzo giving you the cheaper annexation. Bolig giving you the S-Vault manipulation. We've got Zoom-Goran for Carino. That's what we were trying to think of earlier. Daddy Zoom giving you extra military power for truces that you have. And of course he has one truce with his allies, so he's got a built-in plus 15% more military power. And he can do the Imperial Mandate, which is handing out Sardaukar to his ally for free. Very nice. And also Gaius Helen Mohiam, who gives you the ability to do a little bit more power, a little bit more manipulation in the Landsred. Double power for charter priorities, double power for voting on anything with an Imperial Edict on it. And then Lingar Boot, which is a little unusual. We don't see a ton of Lingar play because he got nerfed down in recent years, but allowing you to have water network and water cellar extensions. But I guess maybe Lingar is maybe a more reasonable player in team games, because you could put these water cellar networks in your allies' lands. Is he doing that? That would be an interesting play. I would assume you could set up underworld headquarters in your allied towns. Yeah, he did. So he sets up, oh, I love it. He sets up a workers guild, so the host village makes more resources, and a water network, so the host village makes water. So, oh, he's got him in all the towns. Oh, it's so cool. So he's put up, oh, we've got some armies squaring off here. He's put up all these extra extensions to boost the towns of his ally and to boost their output so that it's like a win-win scenario. Vernius and smugglers pushed in a little bit, but didn't like the look of things, so they've fallen back to the large force of Carino and Harkonnens pushing in. We do have a bunch of railgun drones in the field now too. There's going to be a lot of long-range firepower for smugglers. I don't know about the 4 wreckers. That might be a bit excessive. Get these railguns down here, my man. You forgot your railguns. Misa! The railguns! The railguns! There they are. They're coming in now. They were waiting for the right moment, which they might have missed. It's going pretty well for Harkonnens and Carino, whose beefier front line was able to sort of penetrate into the squishier smugglers. They fall back to Yasan, who at least has a missile battery able to assist. Harkonnen's getting beat up pretty badly, but a large Carino force still exists, and the smugglers are mostly wiped out, unfortunately. And that's a big win for the Eastern Alliance. Harkonnens and Carino come off looking pretty good from that. Carino gets to jump on this to refill. Supplies is very tight for everybody. Harkonnens need to fall back, but we have the 2 Sardaukar from the Imperial Mandate coming out as well. Those will be big old meat shields in the front line. How are our economies looking in terms of replacing losses here? It's a little hard to see because they're also healing, but is it truly just a +7? No, they're plus 14, 18, plus 21 manpower on the smugglers. That's pretty decent. Plus 15 manpower on Carino, plus 19, 21 manpower on Harkonnens. Okay. I was worried the smugs might not have enough manpower, and we're definitely not making enough money for Vernius, but I guess that's because they just spent a lot. We do have 3 railguns, 2 resonance drones, and a fight engineer. We need some meat, though. We need some front line here. Are they going to be able to pick at this Carino force, which is extended? They're liberating. They're very low on supplies. They can't really fight outside of this circle because they're so low on supplies. If they get off the liberate, they'll get resupplied. I would like to see these guys poking down. I would love to see the Western guys fighting and poking at this Carino force here. Lag? Oh, no. Lennon and Carino says he's lagging, and Misa says, bro, you're the one who's hosting. We're the ones who are lagging. Oh no, Lazik is disconnected. Oh no. No. I don't like it. The word is Team French Vodka wins again in round 2. That was the round 1 team we saw that just blitzed their opponents down, and I'm guessing that has happened again. Dangerous. Hopefully we have Lazik come back, or otherwise, I'm not entirely sure what we do about it. We'll sort it out when we get there. We've had some early game military success for the Eastern Alliance here, but our Western friends have, they're not doing badly. They haven't gotten wiped out. They've just traded slightly less well in fights. They're losing the mid, but I don't think it's it's not that big of a deal. There weren't even any buildings or anything there for now. We haven't gotten a lot of expansion out of anyone. There's literally just 2 territories for the smugglers. 4, 5, and 1 about to be liberated for Vernius. Harkonnens have taken 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 regions. Carino's taken 1, 2, 3, 4 regions. I think we want a little bit more land for the smugs, but again, it's so hard if you walk your army away from the front line when there's conflict going on. It's you give the potential for the enemy to come in and 2v1 your ally, or put him in a bad spot, or get themselves into some advantageous terrain. So you really want to keep your forces consolidated, close together, but then it's tough to expand, right? It's tough to expand. So maybe the play is trying to do like a minimal expansion. You have like maybe like 1 sniper and one free company in the backfield still trying to grab territory or pillage, while the rest of your army stays at the front line. But then you don't quite have everyone together. All right, Lazik is reconnected. His internet got dead. You hate to hear it. But he is back. We've got a reconnection. We will continue. 1, 2, 3, G. All right, he's good to go. Johnny Drama saying in the Discord that it could be the fastest base kill on record in a 2v2 game with the Hark Fremen rush. Oof. Pretty dangerous. All right, we are seeing some combat. Picking and poking. All right, the Carino gets themselves a nice supply refill by finishing that off. But I feel like they're at 17 water. That's not too bad. 15 water on the Harks. Tons of water on, of course, the Western guys. The Alliance jumps in on top of the Harks. Ooh, we got worms coming, though, which is going to be real dangerous. We've got a pitched battle on both sides. It's going quite well for Smugs and Vernius, I think. Harks are getting a bad beat. We have a very beleaguered Carino force. They're starting to drop. It's looking really good for Smugs and Vernius. We'll see if the worm can tilt the field here. The conscripts are getting cleaned up. Harkonnens are getting cleaned up. It is a devastating victory. Vernius and Smugglers run away with it. Get a big win there. Wipe both armies. Whoop. 2 more Sardaukar on the field. Is there a cheese? Is there a trade cheese? Wants to trade with House Harkonnens. House Harkonnens accept. There is a trade cheese. Boo on the trade cheese. So apparently you can trade your Imperial Mandate. I'm guessing, I wonder if it even shows up here. So they're trading an Imperial Mandate, which gives 2 Sardaukar to the House Harkonnen, and it lasts for 2 months. But it appears that they're able to cancel that and then re-propose the trade to give them 2 more Sardaukar over and over and over again. It's a little cheese. It's a lot of cheese. If it were my tournament, I would say that such a thing is certainly not allowed, but it has not been explicitly called out here, so anything goes. We'll tentatively chalk it under a clever use of game mechanics. Landsrad examination, lose 20 Landsrad standing. Not ideal, but tech doesn't put them quite into pariah yet. Scientific Congress, faster military developments, or extra money for a faction. Vernius would love some extra money. How are we looking on votes? Looks like 350-ish votes for the East and 390 votes for the West. So, Harkonnen Taint is on the Landsrat examination, so they really don't want this to go on Vernius again. It's been a clever plan to be using a lot of Taint. I guess with the edict doubles the vote value thanks to Gaius Helen, though. So they can put twice as many votes. So Carino can put twice as many votes on this, so they can kind of strong arm this through. Hey, Lindsay. Not many playing now. Never see tournaments advertised. Yeah, the only tournament scene that I know about pops up in the Dune Circuit Discord. So if you're not, hanging around the Discord there, I don't see a lot of signs of life elsewhere. I do think that the Eastern Alliance will be able to push through the Landsrat examination, probably onto House of Vernius, sending them down into the pariah pits. And indeed they do. Pariah for House Vernius, that's pretty bad. Vernius gets some money out of it. Fortunately, they got themselves a big military win here, but you don't love being a pariah. No votes. -3 influence production, plus 300% Chom share prices, and targeted by Landsrat guards every 20 days. So the Landsrat will actually send neutral armies to attack your base as long as you're in the pariah status. Okay, our Western Alliance from North America complaining about the lag, so we got a little bit of a pause. We probably shouldn't have had Joe Black, the man with terrible internet, host it. It's a shame. I mean, these are, I think, very geographically distant players at the moment. We'll give them a minute to pause and let the dial-up connections catch up to work here. If we're taking state of things, army-wise, we have 40 and 40 command points for Vernius and Smugglers, and 14 and 6 for Harkonnens and Carino. Oh no! Disconnect from the Harkonnens. Bro, okay, we're paused again. He's gonna reconnect, don't worry. Alright, we're dealing with the haggard Eastern European internet connections. We'll see what we can do to get around it. Lazik will be back, no doubt. Stronger than ever. Big win from the Western team. What can they get out of this? They blew up a bunch of buildings here. They did wipe the militaries of the East. Will they be able to continue to push this advantage into something else? The trouble is you've got Carthag right here. This is not a base killing force by any means. They've got a decent chunk of range damage, so they can do fairly well against an army, but they're not prepared to be fighting Carthag at all. Maybe you can sort of loop up and at least pillage, maybe liberate that. I would be very surprised if they... Oh, I guess this is getting annexed now. I thought they were liberating it at first. Did they repurpose it? If this is annexed, maybe you do have a bit more of a siege situation. Lazik does reconnect. In Soviet Russia, the internet surfs you. Yeah, perhaps. Perhaps. We'll see. 1, 2, 3, ready. Lazik's looking good. He's ready to go. Alright. Points in favor of Smugglers and Vernius. Now, one of the nice things that Vernius can take advantage of, the Vernius drone forces, fighting mechs, resonance drones, railgun drones, they don't need supplies. So while the Smugglers and the humanoid, human-ish forces do need to be careful, the drones can run rampant and run around anywhere they want on the map without worrying about running out of supplies. But the Harkonnen force can also trade a lot more effectively into the drones, forcing the Smugs to come down and help. You worry that you get too spread out now. Cerberus come to intercept. they're not long for this world. They do manage to clean up one of the wreckers, but the 2 Cerberus go down. I think we lost the drone on the front lines from Vernius, and now they're going to try and push in. Oh no! A devastating worm strike eats all the Vernius drones, a number of smuggler troops as well, and it is a huge reversal in fortunes. We still have 33 command points for the west and 9 and 12 for the east. I think the worm might have just feasted again, eaten some Carino there. I missed it while I wasn't looking. Ooh, the worm is going rampant here. Now the drones, especially the ones that hover, do not attract worms because they're not on the sand. They're floating above the sand. So they don't call worms in, but if a worm happens to come in while the drones are there, it's plenty happy to eat them up. Shai-Hulud feasts indeed. Shai-Hulud putting its little worm finger on the scales here, tipping it a little bit. But they do manage to finish the annexation here. This is now Vernius territory. So a big question to me is, do we have automated defenses up? Yes, sir, we do. And this is also big because it hands it over and it gives our smuggler friends as well border defense, which is huge. Extra militia army, extra missile batteries. Oh, so the automated defenses turns our neural nodes into turrets. So right here, and thankfully because the rocky terrain here extends a bit into the west, this other region, he's able to build from this city over here adjacent to the new one they just take. So we've got a missile turret going up here, we got 2 neural nodes here, we got a plascrete going up and probably another missile turret here right away. We got ourselves a bunker situation. Let's get some militia. Okay, there it is. The militia are coming out. This is gonna be real tough to take back. Real tough. It's not a perfect bunker. A perfect bunker is a tripartite, where you have we have 3 regions all together touching tips, and everyone can bunker and put their missile turrets there and make it 6 missile turrets guarding a single village. But 4 turrets guarding a village, pretty damn good, especially in this early game where our armies are smaller. So the larger armies of the west, they opt to fall back and use their armies to get some pillaging, to get some annexing, grabbing territory, getting some work done in the backfield, as it were. The pressure is off the front line because Carino and Harkonnens are not able to really contest what they have now. But taking more of the Harkonnen land is a bit of maybe an overextension for the Western forces. But there's still so much free territory back here, right? The smugglers could pillage a dozen lands and be rich. Vernius as well would really like to be spending his resources. He's got the cheaper expansion as well, thanks to Bronzo. Villages neighboring a single Vernius region cost 20% less authority to annex. And the pillaging is very important for Vernius as well, because pillaging is straight influxes to Solari, which you need to power your war machine. And the war machine's looking pretty good. 3 fight engineers, 2 drones, 3 resonance drones. And looks okay. They're coalescing once again on the front lines, and the Western Alliance pushing forward. They're going to try and pick up some of this territory here, which is totally undefended. And it seems like Carino is struggling to remass. We've got a big Harkonnen force here, 41 to 45. Carino, however, only on 24 of 45. Conscript riflemen, couple of conscript swordsmen. There is a huge military advantage currently for the 55 of 65, 45 of 65 of Vernius. Of course, Vernius teched straight up to automated manufacturing and then gave it over thanks to the tech sharing, allowing both of them to be up at 65 command points. At least once they've got their command posts online, which they both do. We've got another pause, as like you do. Command post online for Harkonnens. Command post just started building, needs 7 days for Carino. Harkonnens look like they want to fight. We have a worm, a decoy thumper down. I can't quite see who uses these things. Decoy thumper is down though. This is a fully entrenched forest. You definitely don't want to fight into this, Harkonnens. That's a big mistake. Harkonnens go in early. They've got themselves a nice force, though, of Cerberus and some Sardaukar and things, but there's too many smugglers on the field here. Vernius suffers some pretty heavy casualties. They take the worst brunt, but it leaves the snipers in the backfield free to feast, and the Harkonnens get almost entirely cleaned up. Carino comes in a little bit too late, and the conscripts are just not beefy enough to swing the fight. The sniper critical mass is very, very powerful. Sniper is super strong unit in the early mid game, especially if you can't get something to jump on top of them. Definitely a glass cannon kind of thing. No armor to speak of, relatively little hit points, but if you can't stop them, they can shoot from so far away, and the power, their range, and their ability to focus fire down a single target at a time, you know. All of you guys shoot this one guy, boom, he's dead. All of you guys shoot this other guy, boom, he's dead. You can really take those engagements, and by picking off enemy units, you can really scale them into your favor quite rapidly. Looking to be a good game here. Another Landsrad coming up. Gear Regs is a big one. It's an elected faction, so Gaius Helen can't do too much. She could make it affect everybody. Trial of the Great Houses. So Vernius climbs just out of the pariah pit right at the start of this Landsrad. But if the Trial of the Great Houses go through, they'll be straight back into the pits again. The deep pits, as it were. We call the pits the low standing normally, 100 to 199 of Landsrad standing. 0 to 99, the deep pits, the pariah pits. Rarely does anyone go all the way into pariah status unless they've launched a nuclear weapon or something. Use the old family atomics, which is a strict no-no. Landsrad doesn't like that. Or if you just get spammed with Harkonnen taint nonstop. Also doesn't take too long to head to the pits of pariah status. I sort of like that combo. Fade Rautha plus Gaius Helen. Gaius Helen allows them to Imperial Edict something to a specific person. Here we go. The elected faction, thanks to the Imperial Edict, will lose Landsrad standing. Gaius Helen allows Carino votes to count as double if they're placed on something with an Imperial Edict. And I imagine we're going to have Fade Rautha also put corruption on it. Can cause corruption on Landsrad resolutions, causing a loss of Landsrad standing. And Smuggler Bounty per vote for the Harkonnens. We do also have Harkonnen taint. The Smuggler Bounty is interesting. There's just not enough votes to go around, though. Vernius, from being in pariah status, loses their 100 votes, which gives Harkonnens and Carino the upper hand here to really lean into this Landsrad standing bullying playstyle. Smugs and Vernius just don't have enough political strength to fight out of this. So I feel like this combo is going to punish them for the rest of the game. We'll see how badly the pariah status is able to hurt Vernius. It's not totally crippling, right? So it's, you know, no votes and minus influence production means it kind of locks you out of the Landsrad effectively. Chome shares means it kind of locks you out of the Chome market, and it sucks to be attacked by Landsrad guards, but it is at least rarely lethal to be attacked by the guards, though it's not a good thing. It's going to wear down your base hit points. We did have another resounding victory, though. 65 to 65, not a single casualty on the Smugs. Or I guess there were some. They're making three more units. But 65 and 37 for the West, 13 and 28 for the East. So another big win for Vernius and Smugglers. The Vernius Smuggler armies have proved very powerful. They are, at the very least, bleeding an awful lot of manpower off of the Eastern Alliance here. It's going to be tricky for them to get a kill shot ready to go, but they're certainly dominant at the moment. They're going to need to continue to lean into their military control of things, try and punish the enemy wherever possible. Whereas Harkonnen and Carino here, they want to be hiding behind their main bases, rebuilding their armies, and then they want to find a moment where the enemy is overextended somewhere, And when you have a rebuilt army and you are working together, we do see 2 artillery drones coming out. That'll be pretty potent. But you need to work together. The Harkonnens went in too early there. They should have been a little more cautious and waited for Carino to show up. I think they still lose that fight, but they could have traded a little better into it. And unless you're going forward to take something else, spread out. Head back into the backfield, get your pillaging, get some different annexing going on. I wonder what's at play here, getting rid of the Carino first to avoid the base drop, maybe? That's a thought. I don't know how close Carino is to their base drop. Faction summary is what we're looking for. 6.8k on Carino at the moment. I guess they can deploy at 5k, so they could base drop somewhere if they wanted to. That'll be an interesting play to see. Do you do it offensively? You know, maybe you get in a battle and you drop a base right next to it that can like start tossing in missiles to it. Do you do it just to secure the front line somewhere? Do you do it just to secure the back line and expand your economy? Yeah, it's a very interesting thought experiment. I don't really know what to do with it. I don't have a ton of personal experience on the 2v2 PvP side of things, so this is I'm learning here along with everybody else. All right, smugglers have picked up the polar sink. A little bit of hegemony cooking. Vernius has a +1. They must have got a counselor for it. I love that. 10% shares in the Harkonnens. We're pretty far from any kind of hegemony, since no one's really been focusing on any sort of expansion in this game. Yeah, resource rise. Everyone's making bottom of the barrel levels of authority, because the thing to do is to set up treaties with your ally as quickly as possible, and then the treaties have a authority cost. You see everyone's got a -2 authority income from the treaties, which also serves to damper how much you can expand by quite a bit. You know, it knocks off a quarter or a third of your authority income, so your expansion's way reduced. So we see Vernius holding the front line here. We see the smuggler army largely in the back. Now, in an ideal world, if you're going back here and you're pillaging things, split this army into 2. This is a huge force. You don't need all these guys to kill 2 ranged militia. Split them into 2 armies. Work on your micro chops. Have 2 armies pillaging at the same time, not just 1. Spread them out. Get the most value as possible there. Have 3 armies. You could have 3 armies of 4 guys each running around pillaging 3 regions at a time. But that's asking for a lot more. And there's already a lot of things to do in Dune Spice Wars, so it's very easy for us to be comfortably sitting back here saying, you know, what someone should be doing at the time. Yeah, he's listening to the stream. There, he's splitting up. He's grabbing different stuff. Get off the stream, Wyvern. You're not supposed to be listening. How's Smugs doing headquarters-wise? Well, we know for a fact that Smugs have, and if we look at the faction summary, we know they've got 7 headquarters up, right? Because that's their +7. And they're putting headquarters up in all their ally villages. So, because we've been seeing the Workers Guild and the Water Networks extensions come out. And I imagine they probably have at least 1 up in each of the enemy regions somewhere. Maybe? Okay, there's 1 up here, stealing some Solari, pulling in a little extra Landsred standing. And there's 1 over here, stealing some Solari and getting extra Landsred standing. We're seeing a lot of trading between Vernius and the smugglers. I'm guessing the smugglers are funneling cash into Vernius. Smugglers have easy access to cash thanks to all of their pillaging, and they're making 213. That's so much. Underworld headquarters, information market. What is information market? I don't even know. Vernius, regardless, smugglers making big money. Vernius going in without him. What are you doing, Vernius? Wait for your friends. You're delving quite greedily. Is he trying to stop this annex here? I don't know why he would do that. Um, this is bro, this is ridiculous. Stop lagging at weirdly critical points. Lags, says Lennon. Okay. I mean, Carino is pausing. There's been a lot of pausing. And I think the complaint is pausing at times that are critical. You think I'm bitching around here? Okay. A little bit of salt going around, but ideally you do not want to pause before, while someone is pulling off like a maneuver, right? And then discuss it. Orbital strike comes down from Carino, though. That's a big deal. Run away, Vernius. Flee. Because your allies are not here and all of your enemies are. Yeah, so you've too greedily, too deeply. In come the hordes of snipers. They're laying down heavy fire on the Harkonnens. Harkonnens and Carino's going in full scale. We got combat drugs. We got an EMP bomb. The Western Alliance is falling back. Ooh, Shai Hulud's coming. A bit too many footsteps on the desert. As the first one pops up down south, only eats one or two things, not hugely impactful. Most of the smuggler army is safe back at their base, their bunker. Most of the Carino and the Harkonnen army is out east around the mountain, and anybody in between in the desert is going to be in big danger. Many think water is the most valuable commodity on Dune, but personally I prefer the salt. We get plenty of salt on Dune as well, for sure. Information market should be the Chancellor. Oh, yeah. Lashan Hara. Information levels. Each information level gives you Solari production and influence. So is he building up information levels on his ally by making lots of trades with them? That is fascinating. He's got information level 3 with his ally. So level 3 information level is giving him an extra 45 Solari production and an extra 1 influence. Oh, that's kind of a cool tech. That's kind of cool. Anyways, Landsred Council's here. Look, it's bonus Landsred standing for once. Imperial Edict says all factions can have it. House Vernius slightly back out of pariah status. Starting to feel my voice fraying here. We got a long day. I need to chill out. Go make ourselves a cup of tea after this one or something. Get some honey in there. We got 2 more games after this one. Good lord. Yeah, so we see Vernius and smugglers doing a lot of trades with each other. I'm assuming that they're just sort of doing it to like balance out each other's resources. If someone needs something, they hand it over. But also doing so every time a successful trade goes through, they get extra information levels. So they top off the smuggler's information level on Vernius, and then that also gives them a little bonus income to work with as well. Very cool, very cool. Economic and military investigations kind of don't matter at all. I don't think tech's a big deal. I guess Carino definitely still once would like to finish their Imperial protocols. They'll have it in 3 days, so losing 50% of that would be not ideal, but they'll still be able to pick that up. Vernius is working on siege incentives, which would be good. We've got spying mastery and stealth gear out. Of note, assassination is turned off for the tournament. You are not allowed to push assassinations through on other players because it's there's a number of relatively cheesy ways to do it in 2v2s, and it's really sort of very difficult to stop. So assassinations are turned off in the spirit of competitive balance here. So your win conditions are Dune governorship, hegemony, which is tough but could be done, and all the more likely domination, just blowing up everything the other team has. All right, we got votes locked in for Vernius and smugglers. Harkonnens and Carino still thinking about it. We do have the Taint over on the military investigations. I assume they're going to push through Taint yet again on Vernius. Yarp. There's House Vernius catches some Taint. All factions gain Landsrad standing though, so it actually it balances out. It does keep Vernius out of the pits, so they won't go into pariah standing, out of the deep pits at least. They won't be a pariah for this round of the council. That's gotta be nice for them. Ooh, careful, there's still worms around. There's still worms around, be careful. Okay. It left. Doesn't look like the S-Vault took any damage, so I don't think we ever had a Landsred army come in. Smugs and Vernius are marching south. Now we did see, oh, is that toxic? Oh no, poisoned reserves. I thought it was toxic vapors for a second. So we saw a lot of intel used. We've got artillery drones on the field as well. Are they going to be able to pick the artillery drones off early? They're a little too far up. Yep, one gets picked off. Ooh, almost gets the second one, but they're forced to fall back from the Harkonnen force coming in. Maybe they dove too deeply. We'll see here. A little out of position, perhaps. It's mostly just smugglers versus Harkonnens. A handful of little Vernius in here. And a pause. Big force of conscript riflemen. I like this fight for... I like this fight for our eastern forces here. The smuggler army is very strong. They're trying to focus down Yakin here, who's very tough, but he is catching a lot of bullets. He's catching a lot of bullets. Yakin is still alive? No. Yes, he's still alive. If he has no health, he steals health from allies at short range. Yakin gets away. I think it might have been a mistake to focus him. Ooh, it's looking like a win for the East. Maybe. It's still quite contested, actually. A couple of Sardaukar chasing a couple of snipers away, but there are still Free Company and scavengers and a handful of drones and things in here, wrecking what is left of Carino and what is left of Harkonnens. But we've got some juiced up executioners here with their meat armor and their bloodbath, able to clean it up. So that's a win for the Harkonnens and the Carino. Heavy casualties on all sides. This has got to be a worm strike any day now, right? The Sardaukar die. The scavengers about to get eaten by worms. They're managing. Nope. Worm decides that he wants a little more Harkonnen blood, and they're pushing back in because the Harkonnens, the stacks have fallen off. Finish off these executioners. They're vulnerable. Focus fire the executioners. They don't have any meat shields. I don't know what you guys are focus firing. They're focus firing the gunners, the executioners. Oh. Well, if you get eaten by Shai Hulud, that's one way to get rid of an executioner. Reinforcements trickling in on both sides. Very pitched, hard to see who's winning. Looks like smugglers are running back. Okay, so the smugglers of Vernius retreating now as more and more reinforcements show up for Harkonnens and Carino. Shai Hulud shows up, just nibbling around the edges. Hasn't been any devastating strikes from him. Just nibbling around the edges. He ate pretty well there, but didn't quite dominate any particular army. The smugglers and Carino and Vernius forced to fall back, but again, this is such a tough bunker situation here. With all of these extra turrets here, hard to see how Carino or Vernius would be able to push in, and Smugs popping back in to pick up some free conscripts now that the Harkonnens got pulled back. Maybe some miscommunication or some lag. Harkonnens go back to deal with some rebellions, leaving Carino caught out. Harkonnens come back in while Carino's running, but now we've got a nice critical mass again for Vernius pushing up. This working on the annex here for smugglers, and it was a neutral territory, so the annex is progressing very quickly. Hark's rushing down. What are they trying to... Oh, they're trying to pick up the fight engineers, which are healing the drones. Yeah, very powerful. But that's giving the Smugs and the Vernius army free time, and they don't pick up the fight engineers. The fight engineers continue doing their work. Ooh, bad beats. Oh, Shai Hulud gets a big one there, and it's almost entirely Harkonnens and Carino that he eats. And we've got a ton more drones and smugglers coming in. Very nice, very nice. Okay, so smugglers and Vernius able to fight back and get the better of that one eventually, aided by Shai Hulud. Got to be real careful out on that desert when you've got these sort of big armies fighting one another. Oh no, back home we've got rebels working on decapping. Okay, they're close enough to the Imperial base. The base will clean it up. I was going to say, we got rebellion problems in Carino lands. Carino has not dropped their base, but of note, dropping the Carino base is fairly expensive. I believe it's 3,000 Solari and some amount of authority, 100 maybe. And it's possible Carino just hasn't had the bank to be able to drop their base, even if they've wanted to at one point or another. Investing in their siege drones are expensive. They're several hundred Solari each to buy, and they got pulled down there. And it looks like Vernius and Smugs have done a much better job of rebuilding their forces more quickly. Harkonnen and Carino struggling. Carino's got so much manpower. Why don't you have more men out? Because he doesn't have the bonus training slots building. He's got his barracks and he's got the recruitment center, but he doesn't have the was it the training center? Am I just crazy? I don't think I'm crazy. That's what I'm looking at. The military academy plus 2 training slots. Oh. It's because parallel training was obfuscated by Vernius. Oh shit, I didn't even think to talk about that. We have Judge of the Council up, Sale Incentive, Diplomatic Congress. Maybe some interesting stuff there, but let's talk about this real quick. Vernius obfuscates parallel training, so that means everybody loses out on that same tech. So everybody has 2 less training slots, can no longer build the military academy building, and loses a slot in the spacing guild as well. So everybody's recruitment is the amount of things you can recruit are much slower, so it takes much longer to rebuild your armies. That would absolutely allow you to, if you get the upper hand, it takes much longer for the enemy to rebuild. So that explains a fair bit in what we're seeing here. They're just not able to train enough guys at a time, in order to rebuild to catch up to the command point lead that Vernius and Smugglers have. Very interesting. We got it. This is a great game. I'm glad we picked this one up. This one's been a lot of fun. Been a lot of fun. I like it. Landsrad. So, is Diplomatic Congress interesting? The elected faction gets a truce with every other faction. I think that even means with the people you're fighting. I think. I don't know. I don't exactly know how that works in. Excuse the yawn. I don't exactly know how that works in a 2v2. Judge of the Council. Landsrad guards and judges are super powerful in your own territory. They cost influence to purchase. Could be good if you're on the back foot as Carino or Harkonnens. I'm not sure if they count as in your own, like it's inside owner's borders is the word. So I don't know if it's better or not. It might not work if it's in your allies' borders. And then sale incentive. I don't think anyone's got any chome. 10% on Harkonnens, 6% on Carino. Vernius and Smugglers have been putting all their money into drones. Looks like the Diplomatic Congress got the Harkonnen taint. They might try to put that on Vernius. Vernius is back down to 96 Landsrad standing, and he might lose another 30 here. So back to the deep pits. It hasn't impacted him too greatly so far. We shall see. We are up to a 300 influence cap for smugglers. That'll be very nice for them. Judge of the Council gets picked up by Carino. And Diplomatic Congress with the Harkonnen taint goes on Carino. Maybe a little miscommunication there. You don't really want to be tainting down your ally. Oh no, okay, they voted, Smugglers and Vernius voted it on them. They put the taint on House Carino. And forced Carino into a truce. Does the truce work with everybody? Yes, non-aggression pact between Carino and Vernius and Smugglers. So Carino needs time to be able to break that, or they can't even fight. And now the Western Alliance can attack, and Carino can't help unless they betray. Oh, that's flippin' cool. I thought we might see some of that. What's up, Sam? Welcome to the Spice War. Come on and slam. We got ourselves a Spice War jam here. We got a neural node built way up in the east here to act as a forward turret. And the Western force is pushing in. Carino not able to help. Right? Unless they betray, which they have not done. There it is. Okay, they've betrayed. They're gone traitor. They realize they need to do something here. The Western force is chopping up the Harkonnens, though. Heavy Harkonnen casualties. Nefud is down. Yakin has been picked off. The Harkonnens getting torn up. We got a large force of railguns here that are laying down some burn. We've got decoy thumpers, scav teams, combat drugs are down. We got Nuwa on the field. She's making a run for it, though. I don't know if she's gonna live. Nope, Nuwa gets picked off by Harkonnens. But currently there's an awful lot of Vernius and smugglers on the field here. We do get an EMP bomb on top of them, but there's nothing left to fight for the Eastern Alliance, and there's still a lot of Western troops here. Smugglers fall back, consolidate a little bit. A lot of Harkonnens coming in, but it's just it's a trickle. Sardaukar and Executioners, they're doing their trade cheese where they get unlimited Sardaukar. House Harkonnen accepting trades with House Carino. Very, very cheesy. I frown upon it for sure. But it's too little at the moment. This is getting capped. And they are right next to the Harkonnen base. More Harkonnen cheese, or more Carino cheese, I guess is what it really is. It's properly Carino cheese. But there's just not enough, and they're getting torn apart by this much larger force here. And they are blasting away at Carthag, are they? They might as well be. Carthag is shooting at them. I guess they're trying to focus down the spam of the Sardaukar cheese. Don't like it. Don't like that Sardaukar cheese. I frown upon it, for sure. So I'm pleased that at least the other team is powerful enough that they're sort of overpowering it. Carthag taking hits, though. Down 5,000 already. More Sardaukar and Executioners up north. Okay, they stopped feeding the Sardaukar into the grinder. They probably should... From a purely min-maxing standpoint, you were probably better off feeding the permanent Sardaukar into the grinder because it was at least buying you time. Right now, you're just catching shots. So Vernius able to have a fight engineers in the back to heal their drones, allowing their drones to tank the shots, and then all the other railgun drones just laying bombs from downtown. 25% of the way through Carthag. We also have a missile turret and neural node up on the border. Carino drone comes in, immediately catches a lot of aggro, but does kind of make his way out. However, smugglers were happy jumping on the base a little bit. It's looking pretty good. Imperial base does get dropped north middle adjacent to the S vault, but there's not an army to follow up with it. In go the Sardaukar and the Executioners, but there's just not enough meat to back them up. I think they've got this. More Sardaukar cheese spam coming through. The artillery drone is trying to drop some bombs on whatever it can reach here, and indeed they might clean up a resonance drone. Oh, in comes the fighting mech, which will be an even better tank for their purposes here. And the smugs are resupplied and refitted. They're going to come through, and they ought to be able to clean up those artillery drones. Executioners and Sardaukars are still popping off, although this is about to switch hands, and which will be another big win. Smugglers get up top working on that village. I think they've got it here. I think they've got it. I don't see how Hark and Carino are going to be able to rebuild a force fast enough to fight this off. We still have 63 of 65 command points for Vernius, 46 of 65 for Smugglers. Really well played. I thought Vernius and the Smugglers played this really, really well. They played smart. They had some really good decision makings, some really solid combat fighting. Those are our homegrown champions, Wyvern and Misa like Pie. Although, why is he maneuvering and falling back? He's just trying to get out of range of where they could land on him? I don't know. I don't know why he moved over to this area. I guess he wanted to be closer to the turrets. Consolidation, +2 armor for structures? That's an interesting play. I like that a lot. +2 armor on an already 10 armor is quite impactful. +2 armor on your main base means you can only kind of tickle it, but there's a whole lot of ticklers on the field right now. Carino has done about 1,000 trades with Harkonnens, handing them out Sardaukar. You'd think they'd be low on Sardaukar by now. New Landsrad coming up, but we are down to half health on the Harkonnen base and no help coming. It's looking extraordinarily favorable. The aggro of the missile turret is on the Vernius drones, which are getting healed up by the Vernius fight engineers. Oh my god, Spacing Guild is a huge pickup. Holy shit, that might actually swing things interestingly. However, House Carino gave up all of their votes because they betrayed. They were forced to betray. So we've got 420 votes, but Harkonnens have triple blue now. So Harkonnens have 400-ish votes and maybe another 47 from Carino. So it's actually about a 20-some vote difference. Wow. I think Harkonnen and Carino might be able to get this Spacing Guild resource pushed through. The minor houses might even swing it. But if this does pass and you have +10 armor and +5% health per day for 20 days, that is a reprieve for Harkonnens. Wyvern says, was a great game, boys, despite the lag. Lennon says no. We'll see what happens here. This could be a lifeline. I mean, at the very least, it's gonna buy them 20 days of time. I don't see the Western Alliance pushing through and winning this out. But you never know. There are 300 minor house votes which could be randomly assigned, and they could easily swing this one way or another. Will the Smuggler Bounty draw some minor house votes to it as well? They just want it on anyone but Harkonnens. It doesn't matter who it goes on as long as it doesn't go on the Harkonnens. You guys should have lost earlier. Your pausing saved you a lot. That's nodes near another region. Okay, we were having our usual salt fest. This does get passed on the Harkonnens. 107 minor houses tipped it heavily in their favor for House Harkonnen. So Carthage now at 22 armor. Ooh, it's still taking some heat though, actually. I wouldn't even have anticipated them being able to damage it through 22 armor, but the railguns dropping bombs from downtown at 31 power. Good lord. All right, well, you give the railguns enough time, and they apparently will keep chipping it down. Oh, okay. Smugglers, your job is to fight the army now. because most smuggler units won't be able to reach above 22 power unless they've got some snipers in the force. Okay, Harkonnen attack with a little bit of help from the Carino, trying to clean up the smuggler force here, and they do have Yakin back on the field. There's a lot of smugglers here, though. Meanwhile, this continues to go down. Oh, I'm surprised. I did not think they'd be able to, but the railguns punching straight through the 22 armor and the 5% health regen per day. The power of the endgame Vernius force. You love to see it. We love to see Vernius succeed. For so long, they were a bit of a meme army, unable to really contend with any other late game factions. Smugglers win their battle of the armies in the north. Vernius continues hammering Carthage in the south. And I'm going to call it that's a win for the west. GG. Lenin and Lazic were not able to hold off against the smuggler Vernius onslaught. So that is Misa Like Pie and Wyvern 8-3-1 with the victory in the what are these, quarterfinals? Something like that? Carthage is down. The Harkonnens are out. There is an Imperial base here, but not much else to say here. GG's. The Western force just moving over to the next Imperial base. They ought to drop out of it. Is Smug OP in a 2v2? Smug's good in 2v2 for sure. There's a lot of OP stuff in 2v2s though. The first game we saw of the Fremen Harkonnen just like base rush in month 2 seemed incredibly powerful. I think Smugs are definitely very strong just by the nature of very powerful early military, being able to give buffs to their friends with their underworld headquarters. Likewise, Vernius, being able to give their entire tech tree over to their ally, it's pretty strong. It's pretty strong. I mean, it gives the smugglers access to all of the end game red tech, all of the green tech they don't have, all of the orange tech they don't have. So I mean, smugglers basically have all the tech in the game because Vernius has given them everything they don't already have. I mean, that's pretty powerful in and of itself, even though you take a very weak Vernius early game, but that if you're able to ramp up that tech piece, and Vernius also very powerful defensively, right? Able to get the neural nodes as extra turrets, the automated militia, plus you hand automated defenses over to your ally right away for border defenses, so your ally can have some quick early defenses. I mean, that's very strong. Very strong. I think there's a lot of OP stuff in 2v2s, which is why we don't see 2v2s played too much, because I think they can be very feast and famine kind of thing. Obfuscation, also a good point out. Froy Obfuscation super strong. I think Obfuscation was very strong this game, picking off the parallel training once they got ahead of the enemy, and really made Carino and Harkonnen struggle to get back to a critical mass. You know, we've talked about it many times, but the importance of, if you're facing a 65 command point army, you only fight that with your own 65 command point army. You cannot trickle in and have any sort of success here. You cannot, you know, send in a smaller force against a larger force and expect it to really accomplish anything. Lenin dragging this out, but it is a foregone conclusion. I'm gonna go take a look over in the Discord, see how it's cooking. Cream calling him out. Please concede if the game is unwinnable. We have 2 more rounds to play. I didn't see yet if the other games were done, or if they were, at least they didn't report in the chat that I can see. But I think this was probably our longest match. This went seven months of gameplay. We're not gonna pay too close attention to Lennon as he drags it out. We're gonna give him the L here no matter what. Where's our bracket? So I would love to get an updated bracket here. We'll wait to see if Cream fills it out. So we are here. So this was our number 14 beating number 11. And then against the winner of Shiv and B-Frog versus Hellhole and Sasala, I think? Or did Falky win that first one? I wasn't sure. Interested in the Fremen? Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of good combos. A lot of really cool stuff. 7-month aged Sardaukar cheddar couldn't get the job done. It's true. There was some intense Sardaukar cheddar there. Carino incredibly strong, but needs a little more time to come online. Also a notoriously weak early game. Military, you love to see the graph, but the very strong early force of smugglers really was sort of dominant. They never really lost too much. Meanwhile, we had a full wipe of Harkonnen and Carino here, another full wipe here, another one here, while smugglers managed to keep. And then in the end, right around this point here was probably when I think our parallel training got obfuscated, and we had a big force of Vernius and a big force of smugglers versus nothing for Carino and Harkonnens, and they just never were able to rebuild up to their max command point army, and thus you're not able to contest there. Super cool play. I mean, Vernius smugglers doesn't pop off at the top of my head when oh, we do have an upgraded bracket. Perfect. Vernius smugglers are not in the top of mind to me for a 2v2 team. That would be dynamite, but here we go. Updated bracket. Can we see this properly? I think so. You ought to be able to see the updated bracket. So Ziz and Fizz, the French vodka, up at the top of the bracket here, against Antonelle and El Slayer on Ruined, a deadly team. Wyvern and Mesa, who we just watched take their win, versus Hellhole Rat and Kasala, beat Shiv and B-Frog. Interesting. I think a number of upsets here that I wouldn't have expected. I think the Cream and Gray team looked absolutely deadly, but they gave him that rush, the base rush on the Harkonnen Fremen worked out against him apparently. And then Shiv and B-Frog got the bye round because they were considered one of the top teams, and they got beaten out by Hellhole Rat and Kasala. Very nice, with the biggest dickus. Okay, what are we doing? They're gonna call Antonelle. Sounds good. I'll take Okay, so Cream's stream with himself and some of the community. They're gonna do the French vodka versus Ruined, and then we will come back with Wyvern and Mesa and do is that Richie like pie? I can't quite tell. It's very hard and smushed together. And we'll do the Hellhole Rat and Kasala match. All right, we've made it. Semifinals. Looking good. And unfortunately, everyone's ready, so we get to just jump right into the next game. Get that fast gameplay. I am going to run and refresh my water and use the restroom real quick because we're going to be here for a while. I'll just let this sort of cook on through. Okay, looks like they did flips and stuff already, so they should be good. I'm going to AFK for a second. I'll be right back, folks, and then we will jump right into wherever we're at. Let me get the blocker off the screen so that you could sort of see what they're doing. Here we go. Be back in a sec. Okay, I'm back. Here's some questions about rules clarifications. About who they're swapping. So like they picked one faction, and then they picked two factions, and then they picked another faction, and they want to swap the players on it, I think. Okay, so the ruling is that the team are locking in factions, and that player picks are not locked to the faction. So they're allowed to pick factions and then swap which players are playing them. So grumble, grumble, grumble. That's all right. We are on the third round. The semifinals of our 2v2. There is $150 on the line, so we do have a prize pool for today's tournament. So it's not for nothing. So the salt is a little bit justified, making sure people are things are being done fairly. How come I'm not playing in this? I did not anticipate having the time to play in this, and then sort of when they were organizing it. And then I sort of became free sort of at a later point in time and said I'd just cast it. And I don't have a ton of experience playing 2v2, so I'm happy just to talk about it. 2v2 is a very different gameplay, as we're seeing. As we predicted early on that it would be all about the fighting, and indeed it certainly seems to be so. Everybody's ready. All right, we're good. I think we got a game start. Ka-chunk, ka-chunk, ka-chunk. So they're complaining that they know one of the players' play styles very well, so they were like picking factions against him, and then they swapped, and that player was playing on a different faction, so they felt like that sort of invalidated some of their picks, which I mean, I think it's a minor thing. I'm not too concerned about it myself, but you know how those lads get when they get that syrup up in them, all antsy in the pantsy. We'll see how it goes. Game round number 3. We have okay, some interesting layout here. We've got Kassala on the House Carino in the bottom left corner. Kassala's ally is Hellhole Rat in the far top left corner. That is quite a distance between them. It is a hell of a walking distance. The benefit being Carino can just fly up at any time to go help out to any of the smuggler airfields. Smugglers gotta walk if Carino needs help. I guess the saving grace being that Carino's got a desolation between them and Harkonnens, at least on the southern border, so they've got some natural geography to defend themselves. To the east, we've got Misa Like Pie over on House Vernius, and Baron Vladimir Harkonnen, Wyvern 831 over on House Harkonnens in the southeast. Game we just watched was Vernius and Smugglers. We have the same Vernius player, however our Smuggler player has swapped over to Harkonnens since Smugglers got picked up first for Hellhole Rat this time around. A very interesting map. Players are very far flung. So we might not see as much early aggression, or if we do, it'll be a little more difficult for allies to get there and help each other. There's a great big desert between Vernius and Smugs. Smugs, we know, can kind of go anywhere. Ooh, Vernius has a relatively safe worm nest behind them. That will be very nice. Vernius also has access to a space wreck in the back that could be potentially big, although I'm not entirely sure if we're going to get to the point in time where people are buying spaceships, but you know, a space wreck goes a long way to helping get there. We've got an Imperial basin right in front of the smugglers. That's a big pickup for them. Very easy for them to grab that and then to profit bigly off of the extra recruitment office income there. We've also got a Mount Idaho down there. If the smugs want to go that way, Mount Idaho, always a nice economic boost, 200% more from your plascrete factory. Far to the west, we got a Sandfall, if you want to go that a ways. There's a Well of Riches. You start headed down towards the Carino lands. You got Well of Riches, Observatory Mountain, and then we talked about the Desolation in between Harkonnens and Carino. So the only way in really to those each other is sort of around the northern part of this desert. Carino very safely ensconced way back in the corner here. I think, to me, hard to say. I think the most salient point of conflict here is very likely whatever westward expansion that Misa does with his Vernius is going to come under attack from the smugglers. Vernius and the smugglers is certainly smuggler favored for quite some time. Vernius can come back a little bit and do all right on it, but smugglers generally do quite well versus Vernius. To the east, okay, we talked about Space Wreck, Worm Nest. We've got a White Rift under them in case anyone wants to go for that hegemony play. In the back of the Harkonnens, they've got a great volcano. Harkonnens don't really lean too much onto the fuel cells, but, you know, it's nice to know it's there. And that's about it for relevant special regions. We won't dwell too much on things. Excuse me. We'll see how, you know, when you're playing the free-for-alls, people tend to expand and take up all the space around them. But in the 2v2s, due to the reduced income of your authority, because everybody is allying up with their partners, which reduces your authority, we tend to see a lot less expansion. So games have been finishing out with a lot of territory around folks unabsorbed, unannexed. So, yeah, I think maybe it's more impactful the terrain of and the placement of villages in between rivals, rather than how impactful it is to be able to grab stuff in your backfield, because we're not seeing a lot of back caps going through. Vernius going deep in the blue, straight to holistic thinking. Allows them to give harmless gadgets to their friends. There we go. Harkonnens have accepted a harmless gadget from Vernius. Very nice. Allows them to profit off of it. A lot of analytical machines, I imagine, getting set up for Vernius here. Some Misa Like Pie, one of the newer players in the community. Not new anymore, but previously new. Misa's been around for a while these days, but has really mained Vernius, I believe, and has his Vernius strategy down quite a bit. So we saw that last game. He had some very solid play. Lazik's a very good Harkonnen player, and he managed to get the better of him with the help of his smuggler allies there. So we'll see how it goes this time around. Any interesting traits that we could see sort of popping off here for our Carino friend? Bonus intel per statecraft building, but that's otherwise kind of a junk terrain. Here we go. You got abandoned Imperial Station with plus 20% resource production, and plus another 20% if you have a building of each type. So there's a lot of potential knowledge on hand for Carino. Might go some way towards keeping them at chasing the Vernius technological strides. We've seen fairly conservative expansion from the smugglers. They're grabbing a spice field to the back, rather than marching straight east toward Vernius. And we see the smuggler army actually just chilling out. Very strange. It's very unusual for the smugglers to ever be standing still. You typically want that smuggler army, you know, marching their boots thin, march until their boots fall off, because there are so many places to be. You want to be pillaging every single thing you can get your hands on. You want to be marching all around the map constantly. First Landsrat is coming up, though. Diplomatic committees, no big deal. Neither is research investments. Water subsidies is sort of interesting. We have Zoomgaran and Gaius Helen again. Apparently that appears to be the 2v2 meta. Zoomgaran and Gaius. But we don't have Urulon. No Urulon. Usually you got to pick Zoomgaran or Gaius Helen, because of course you're taking Urulon, aren't you? No Urulon pick. That's interesting. All right. So that prevents Carino from being able to build 2 of each of their buildings, which is generally considered a very powerful Carino perk. But opting for Zoom, which is the built-in plus power, you'll have a truce the whole game, so all of your units are 15% more powerful. And the free Imperial mandates for that stinky Sardaukar cheese. And then Gaius Helen for the manipulation of the Landsrat. Interesting. Okay. Lingar Boot and Lashan Hara. This is what we saw last game as well for the smugglers. This is allowing you to sort of feed a lot of extra water to your ally and get paid for it. And then Lashan gives you just some extra free income of Solarian influence by maxing out information levels with your ally and getting paid a little bit for having information on your enemies as well. Bronzo for the cheaper annexation and Bolig for the better district building. And then Uman Kudu for the faster recruitment. And we've got Pitter this time. Each sacrificed agent permanently reduces that mission's cost by 15%. So this was the old cheese, was using agents and a heavy use of operations. Anything go through here? So that failed. Carino alone gets research investments. Okay, no, not a big deal. Nothing interesting in the Landsrat. The old cheese was Harkonnens leaning very heavily on their missions and sacrificing agents to do stuff like make your toxic vapors super cheap, and then just spam toxic vapors on the map constantly all day long, because you sacrifice one agent and it's 15% cheaper, and you sacrifice another agent and it's 15% cheaper. So you do that a couple times and suddenly it's very cheap to do these super powerful abilities. And you can really be oppressive. Toxic vapors was a very common one. Also, we saw this super common with administrative burden. You'd be fighting someone and you just put administrative burden on him over and over again, and he has like just a permanent 60% less training speed for units. Ooh, it's pretty oppressive. We'll see if we get to that point. But Harkonnens beelining north and grabbing the White Rift very quickly. I'm guessing this is not so much that they want the White Rift as much as they want access to helping their ally in the early game. And we see the airfield up almost immediately. Savvy play, I like this. They're cognizant that the Vernius is a very weak early game faction. You've only got the Suboids really to defend yourselves, and while they do swarm nicely, they die nicely as well. They can barely beat through the default militia, the neutral militias on the map. So we see the Harkonnens coming up, securing a fast airfield so that they could quickly move from their base up at least close to the Vernius base in a short amount of time, in case they get in trouble. We don't see anything else going on. We see again the smugglers just chilling out. It's maybe a little less experienced on the smuggler for Hellhole Rat, or there's some master plan at work here that I am not aware of. But that's pillage, that's pillage. You can go pillage that. You can pillage that, and that, and that, and that, and that. There's stuff to pillage. Get out there. Get busy. And he's on the march now. He's moving. Yeah. House Vernius wants to trade with the smugglers. The smugglers have declined the trade from Vernius. Was he trying to give out devices, maybe? I don't know. Trade agreements going up between factions. And we do see Mount Idaho now getting taken down by smugs. Are they going to go for another annex here? Now, the smugglers do not have, famously in a free-for-all game, smugs do the Stakhanov play, the counselor that makes your regions that are unconnected to your other regions much more profitable and harder to siege down. And the smugglers do not have that, so there's not any reason necessarily to be grabbing far-flung regions other than they're more lucrative or valuable than other stuff you could grab. Maybe they pick the smugglers just to deny the enemy the smugglers pick, perhaps? Perhaps. I mean, smugglers are reasonably strong even in untested hands just by the strength of their units, but it's a faction that really, really thrives with some deep game knowledge and some deep experience on it. I think smugglers are one of the more complicated ones to play and one of the ones more rewarding for some really intense micro and careful macro decision making. So we'll see how it goes. He does go for the annex to pick up Mount Idaho, so he's playing smugglers much more like a traditional faction rather than the smugglers faction. Not as much pillaging as I would have otherwise expected. Meanwhile, exactly what I would expect from the Harkonnens, doing what the smugglers should be doing, ranging far and wide, burning down every village they could get their greedy red hands on. And I would expect we'll see that. And he's running a deep deficit. What's he doing with all his money? I guess he's spending a lot on army right now, as we see 30 out of 45 for the Harkonnens. 30 out of 40, so we got a large force of conscripts up for Corino. 22 out of 45 for the smugglers, and a very lean 8 Suboids for 16 command points for Vernius at the moment. Vernius looking good, though. They did grab the worm nest right off the bat. Ought to be pulling in a fair chunk of spice now. 115 daily spice, more than the rest of the lobby combined. And at a 2.3 rate, very lucrative for Vernius. He's got an idle 4th harvester. Does that have a place to go? Not yet. 1 spice, 2 spice, 3 spice. There's one to the west, maybe. There's one to the east, maybe. Yeah, there'll be plenty of spice. The spice is going to flow for Vernius, which is really, really good. Gives him a very comfortable, safe way to make a lot of income. And income is the lifeblood of the Vernius military machine. Gotta pay those premiums for that cutting-edge drone technology. Hark's just pillaging. Corino just pillaging. Smugs pillaging, and Vernius expanding? Question mark? Nope. Pillaging is the call. But I think it's looking good. I think the window for Smugs to go over and get their early game punishment on Vernius is rapidly shrinking. So I think we're going to move into more of a mid-game, late-game kind of play here. We'll see how it goes. And in that case, I guess Corino is so settled back here. I don't see the Harkonnens pushing in on them. You know, maybe eventually, but if they just sit with this little circle here and bide their time, they're at least able to fly up and assist the smugglers whenever they need to. Second Landsrad comes up. Private Mandate would be great for anybody. Trial of the Great Houses would be, you know, particularly bad for Vernius, who's already in the pits at 166 and wouldn't love to lose an extra 30. And Imperial Missionaries for some extra money. I bet we see Gaius Helen do a administrative thing on the Trial of the Great Houses, and then Corino and Smugglers will work together to stick that on Vernius, probably. And that would be not ideal, but they don't have the additional Harkonnen taint that we were seeing in the previous game, which really was what made it so onerous, so penalizing, which really was able to push them down into the deep pariah tiers. But without the extra taint, they're not going to be able to permanently shadow realm him quite like that. Thanks for joining us, everybody. We are 2 months into round 3 semifinals, $150 2v2 tournament hosted by the Dune Circuit. some of the best players in the world, the finest minds of Dune Spice Wars. And we've already seen a number of very high-profile folks get knocked out. And I have not been quite as keyed in to the competitive meta lately, but I would peg Wyvern and Mesa that we've been watching here as underdogs in a lot of some of the matchups that we've seen. So we're pleased to see them playing so well. They're looking really great. I think both of the teams playing on the upper part of the bracket. Where's my bracket? Both the teams in the upper part of the bracket here are super powerful. Ziz and Fizz have played a combined 5 months of game time in their first 2 matches because they just killed their opponents so quickly. Antonell and L-Slayer, both legendarily aggressive, powerful players, very, very strong. That is gonna be a hell of a bout. That is being casted over on Cream's stream and probably some others as well. If anybody else is casting today, Cream is on Twitch, does a lot of Spice Wars stuff, and then we are down here with Wyvern and Mesa and Hellhole Rat and Kasala, and we will we'll meet in the grand finals for whoever wins those things. Imperial Missionaries pays out some money to House Vernius, always like it. They also get some stink on them from the Landsrad, putting them down to 136. And Harkonnens managed, Vernius and Harkonnens worked together to give the Harkonnens the benefit of bonus pillaging. Oh wow, Vernius and Harkonnens won everything. Well, I guess this isn't really a win. This is a loss. But this is a win by nature of 30 votes and 39 for the minor houses. So that's a good pickup, a nice pickup for them, the Imperial Missionaries, for some extra money. Once again, can't emphasize how important the money is on Vernius. It's really, really key. And it's going great for them because the spice is flowing yet again. They got 6 more days on that very lucrative 2.3 rate. So looking very promising for the Eastern Alliance this time of Vernius and Harkonnen. All of our games are east to be west here. Or at least they have been so far. Not a lot of spiciness left in this yet in this one though. Carino has been very tucked in here, and they haven't grabbed a new region in some time. They're sitting on 137 authority. I'm quite surprised they didn't opt to grab Red Chasm. They went with a pillage on it instead, which is a thought. Which is a thing you could do, I guess. It's not a thing I would have done, but it's a thing you could do. It does look like maybe he's going up to grab the spice field here, which is good. He needs some more money. We've also got the Well of Riches there. Maybe they're aiming. He's aiming to save up for the base drop. He needs 5K for it. He's only at 3.1, so he needs to pay another spice tax. And he needs to take 2 more regions, really, or or a special region. He's pillaging the spice field. Okay. Super conservative on the Carino expansion, but that's all right. Whoop, I'm sorry. Thank you. Sorry about that. Blocker. My bad. I'm new to this whole streaming thing. Never done this before. Sorry. I was looking at Carino. Carino had marched up and pillaged this spice field here, and they had also previously pillaged the Red Chasm here, so they can't even take this. So not a lot of space for Carino to go out and grab new territory. And given the nature of this game as a relatively slower starter, a slower burn, I think you do want to be expanding as quickly as possible while the going's good. Carino is not famously an expansionistic house to play as. But he's only sitting on 3 regions. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 for Harkonnens right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for Vernius. 1, 2, 3, 4 for the Smugglers, for God's sakes. The Smugglers never take any regions. But a sizable army. So we do see Kasala appreciating the need for early... Holy lag. A pause while players complain about lag. I think we're on a North American server, and these are mostly North American players. I could be wrong, but at least nobody complained about server location this time around. But we got a big army for Carino, 38 command points, 35 on the smugglers, 48 for Vernius, 56 for Harkonnens. And we're starting to see smugs pushing into the middle, but they're going to be in trouble. Do they have a close airfield? No, they need an airfield up here ASAP so that they can call in help from Carino. If Vernius and Harkonnens just head west and try to punish. Okay, so they weren't annexing; they're just pillaging. So there's still enough space, I think, that even just water alone, especially 2 water for Vernius, 28 water for the Harkonnens. Water alone means it's going to be real difficult to walk across 2 empty regions to attack the other team. And just I think just the layout so far and people's unwillingness to expand towards each other has made this a relatively slow game. We're seeing an Emperor's Monument come up, 2 yellow buildings, Mason Guild and Admin Hall on Carino. What are you up to, Carino? I think he wants to annex this. Unfortunately, he pillaged it once, so he's paying an extra 66 premium if he wants to annex it. Nope, he's leaving it be. I'm a little confused by this game. I feel like there's been some decision making that I'm not exactly able to suss out what or why. Harkonnen's burning down a siege here. That's some advanced play. You got a big army, you might as well go pillage the siege with it, right? Siege pillages are extraordinarily lucrative for the Harkonnens. I don't think we have the Savage Cleansing yet. Otherwise, it would be even better, because Savage Cleansing gives you authority and reveals other sieges. But just burning down a siege by itself pays out a lot of bonus money and resources and things. Smugglers sitting relatively static in the west now. Vernius happy to take this time to tech up and expand his empire. He's about to grab a very nice abandoned Imperial station. That'll come with bonuses to pillaging and agent recruitment speed. They just saw more raiders come out, and I saw them ping it on the map, so he identified where another siege is. I like that. This siege is getting liberated. How liberated are you, siege? About halfway. Takes a time to liberate sieges these days. Liberate is an interesting word for it. Pillage, more like it. I'm getting concerned for our western team here, though. I feel like our guys on the east are a little bit more on the ball and are starting to pull ahead, but definitely by all economic factors, and currently by military ones as well. Lands Red coming out, not too significant. Scientific Congress is always nice because everyone's going to want red tech. Blue's already gotten most of it. So has Vernius gotten most of it. Just about everybody is currently working on red tech, though. So they wouldn't hate having a Scientific Congress passed. Landsrat Examination, it lets you put a little bit of stink on people, but it's not that big a deal because the plus 100% really kind of pays it back pretty quickly the next round. Infrastructure Control, I don't know, is anybody really hurting on Plascrete at the moment? Not too badly. I mean, I guess probably Carino likes that more than anybody else, but not that big a deal. We're seeing Carino continue to do a lot of pillaging on their western side. Meanwhile, we're seeing maybe not enough pillaging from the smugglers up top, although they are starting to march towards the middle now. Army is 65 capped on both Vernius and the Harkonnens. If they knew how much stronger they were than their opponents, they would be working towards attacking right now. They are significantly more powerful than 38 out of 45 Carino and a 43 of 55 smugglers. 2 maxed out 65 armies. Ooh, I mean, they're ready to rumble. I don't think there's any, I mean, the nature of supplies and distances and needing to have your ally help you out and thing, I think mostly necessitates combat to be relatively central. Like I wouldn't expect to see Vernius sort of pushing in along the north because it's just too hard for the Harkonnens to come up and help them. So I imagine the trouble we see will probably be trouble that is central on the map. And there's just not that much stuff to fight over. We're going to need to see Vernius and or the Harkonnens just, you know, start expanding westward before they can even establish the supply bases that they need in order to bring to bear their military might on their enemies. So, as usual, the war is being dictated by logistics currently. And logistics says that you've only got 0 water, Vernius, so you can't go anywhere. I guess you could send the drones, you just can't bring any of the fight engineers or any of the Suboids with you. And we do have a pretty decent drone force now. 3 fight engineers, 2 resonance drones, 3+2 railgun drones, 3 fighting mechs. I mean, it's a proper endgame organized force. Meanwhile, Harks are 5 troopers, 7 gunners, and 8 Cerberus. Sort of more of a small-scaled swarming force from the Harkonnens. Oh no. What happened to Carino? Oh, he's got an army somewhere. Oh, it's way up here, way up here. I saw his like 1 guy back at his base. I'm like, what happened? But no, he's just taken a very long walk up north, pillaging along the way, I assume. Yep, a little bit. He's made his way all the way up to Smuggler Lands. I wonder what he's doing up here. There's not really a need for Carino to control territory near smugglers, and not only is there not a need, but it's prohibitively expensive. Oh, and here we go. Vernius and the Harks are moving in. Smuggler army is out of position down south. Fortunately, the Carino army is exactly where it needs to be, all the way up in smuggler territory. But this is such a large force. The Western Alliance can't do anything to this right now. They need to ramp up their military production about a week ago. I got a thing. This is just getting liberated on Mount Idaho. Nothing they can do to stop that liberation for sure. Smugs are like caught far from home. They can't even go home without getting murdered. So they're kind of walking south. Are they? I don't think they're able to use their allies' airfield. They're gonna have to just like pillage stuff and hope that the Eastern forces don't push any deeper. Looking very dominant currently for the Eastern force. I guess the good news is there's not really a good village to set up as a siege base on Siege Tuic. You've got mountains here. This village is weirdly placed way to the west. It's also devastated at the moment, so it's not in a good position. It's kind of hard to even get to. So there's not a good way to attack Siege Tuic. Yeah, they'll have to take nearby things, and look, maybe the Harkonnens are going to try. Are they going to pillage us or try to annex it? I don't know if they've got the resources saved. Nope, they had a lot. They are going for the annex, so this is going to be the Harkonnen forward base, and they're going to make war on smugglers from there. Okay, so smugglers are the target, for sure, of the Eastern Alliance. Will they be able to defend themselves? Now, that is good for Carino, because Carino can utilize the smuggler airfields, just fly right up to help out, but I worry that Carino hasn't been able to set up enough of their, home infrastructure to be able to properly have an economy to support, armies and rebuilding armies and things like that. They're doing okay, actually, on manpower. 21 manpower for Carino. It looks like 16 for smugglers. Only 8 manpower. Oh, Vernius manpower doesn't matter. 29 manpower for Harkonnens. Vernius cares more about their money. And they're actually in the red. So even though they're making a ton of spice with 5 spice harvesters online, they're stockpiling quite a bit of it at the moment. 2.1 is not a bad rate. It's going to get better, though. It's going to go up to 2.3 rate in 0 days. And I'd love to see them sell pretty hard into that and make some boku bucks. Vernius and Hark just pillaging now. We do have the forward airfield being set up, so they are working on some siege works. The mountains make this very awkward, and it's sort of unclear of, can you even get up to the smuggler base from there, or do you need to walk all the way around to this shelf here to climb up? Maybe so. It's going to be a very awkward base to attack, especially with some artillery drones already on the field from Carino. And we did have a Carino base drop. Okay, good. And it's a very conservative base drop. We did the Smugs grab a region down here. That is wise. Smugs do need a forward airfield at Carino to help out in case Carino's in trouble. So we've got a conservative base drop for Carino that allows them easy access to Sandfall and the Well of Riches. Very nice. Sandfall and Well of Riches both would have been much more lucrative if you had a Princess Urulon, but you know, you make do with what you got. But I like this. It's going to allow them to have get a little more economic power working. I was very concerned that there just wasn't enough coming in for Carino to really contend late game. We've already seen quite a bit of expansion, a ton of economic power for Vernius as they have a lot of spice. Harkonnens, not a ton of territory, but what they've got has been quite good. They've got a couple of spice fields. They've got a couple of plascrete fields. Like, they're looking good. Labor rights is interesting, actually. They're trying to make it a specific faction due to the Imperium's edict. Imperium edicts. Edicts all around, Garçon. Imperial audit, so everybody will get some Landsred standing. I don't know if I would have edicted that one. Force Vernius to pay extra for it, not just give it to him for free. Controlled markets, that makes sense to put on everybody. What's the political power look like? Vernius has, well, no, Carino's got by far the most. 330 votes for Carino, and then another 190 from Smugs. And then between Vernius and the Harkonnens together, they can put together about 330-ish. So Carino ought to be able to dictate whatever they want here. They have a lot of votes, and all their votes will count for double on these. Putting labor rights on a specific faction, putting it on Vernius is probably the ideal way to go about it. Hurt that Vernius bank as much as possible. Imperial audit would be nice for Vernius to have, but they're probably fine even without it. It's not going to be enough to pull them all the way out of the pits, and they're not necessarily struggling too much with the likes of a pariah this game. Controlled markets also gets a smuggler bounty on House of Vernius. So another thing is, you know, the smuggler bounty can pay out good money to your ally. So if Carino wants to dump all of his votes onto Vernius here, easily the smugglers just made a whole bunch of free money for him. And this did get nerfed. It used to be 20 Solari per vote. Now it's only 10 Solari per vote, which I think is much better. 20 was way too much. Still pretty interesting though, and useful way to sort of create money out of thin air for your ally. We'll see what we get here. They got another 4.5 minutes to think it over, but it ought to be a good one. It's been an interesting game so far. Much different than the previous two we casted, which were very much balls to the wall kind of aggression. This one's been a bit more of a hang back and think about it kind of thing. And I think Harkonnen and Vernius were faster on their adjustment to expanding and grabbing resources off the map, while Smugglers and Carino seemed a little more hesitant toward about the early expansion, or maybe just didn't quite have enough lucrative regions around them early on to push them into that kind of mindset. I feel like they kind of built up bigger armies early on and then didn't use them as much as I would have liked to see them do, even for pillaging or for expanding kind of thing. But we'll see. We've got big armies right now. Smugglers almost capping out now, and Carino starting to catch up, 52 of 55. So Do we have a Carino military academy going up? The command post is up, so Carino is probably just lacking Imperial protocols, which they will have in 4 days. Okay, so they are very close to maxing out. The only thing they really lost by being super behind was Mount Idaho here. But there is some very favorable map position being taken by the Eastern Alliance. Harkonnen's grabbing up the Imperial Basin here. Very nice. Not only a forward outpost to the enemy, but also a special region that can pay out extra recruitment office bonuses. Vernius able to come through here. Looks like they're going to aim to grabbing the Polar Sink, which is huge for Vernius because they need the water. The water will go a long way to opening up their economy or even their military, because they need the water in order to have supplies for their fight engineers. Alright, we've got House Vernius catches the full stink of labor rights. Lands are outstanding does not pass, opposed by the minor houses who voted down everybody else. And we've got House Vernius controlled market stink as well. Funny enough, the Harkonnens and Vernius voted for Vernius themselves, so they all took the lucrative money off the smuggler bounty to put the bad exchange rate on Vernius. That is a bit of a shame because it was going to be a very nice 2.3. So Vernius will have to stockpile. I would max out your stockpiling, basically run a very lean economy for 1 month, and then you can just hard sell into the slightly worse 2.0 rate next month. Vernius is making a lot of spice, but at a -1, it does hit them a little harder than most people. Okay, Vernius getting the annex on the Polar Sink here. Smugglers were flying south, I'm guessing to do some pillaging down there. We've got the special regions grabbed by Carino over in the west. Smugglers or Harkonnens headed back home, probably to do their own pillaging. And everyone's sort of taking their foot off of the aggressive gas. Where I don't anticipate any combat in the near term. Everyone's just sort of ecoing up here still. But definitely advantage to our Eastern team, Vernius and Harkonnen, looking in a very prime spot. Faction summary-wise, 8% of Chome on Carino, but they start with 5%, so not much in the way of Chome purchasing. A 10k hedge on Vernius, so they could obfuscate something. Excuse me. Not a whole lot of progress on any other win factors. I think we're still going to see a it's still going to be a military game whenever they get around to it. Can't Vernius just give his spice to the Harks and then they hard sell to circumvent the the Vernius could give his spice away if the Harks wanted to hard kinda. I mean, it's the hard selling is so we do see the Harks hard selling actually. Yeah, it could kind of work. I mean, he can never sell more than the 54 a day he's making, but he could then make sure that Vernius gives him enough to cover the stockpile. Yeah, but Vernius is making 341 a day, which is an outrageous amount. It's not only more than, you know, the other team's making 90 spice a day. He's making 3 times that. It's an incredible amount of spice in terms of, you know, economic power that he's pulling out. So he would really be feasting at a 2.3 rate. So and he's not even stockpiling hard. He's still selling a majority into this terrible rate. I guess even at this level, he's expected to reach basically maxed out stock, so it doesn't particularly matter. That's as good as maxed out. He would sell it sooner or later, so not that big of a deal. But you are right. We could have Vernius could max out at 3,000 and then like give it all to Harkonnens and then max out at 3,000 again, and he's just made all the spice for both teammates for at least the next couple of taxes. That would be sort of an interesting way to look at it. Vernius expanding gradually westward. You know, fortunately he does have Bronzo Vernius here, so villages neighboring a single Vernius region cost 20% less to annex. So as you know, he's able to push that purple line long into the west. It would be interesting if they maybe, seeing the difficulty of terrain around the smuggler side, if they instead turned southward and started pushing in more towards Carino. Mostly just pillaging from the Harkonnens. Harkonnens sitting on a full 600 manpower bank and not really anything to do with it. Carino's banking a little bit of authority. The Vernius authority looks amazing. Plus 11. They're making a lot of authority. Administrative hall plus agents. Yeah. Just getting the double off the analytical machines. Analytical machines are really good. Prepping infiltration cells. That's strange. He's just trying to get more more information level on people, I guess, because maybe he's gonna do physical wiring. Maybe we do have assassination turned off, so you can't murder people. Misa says, "You could come, throw your armies away, please." And then Casala says, "You can come, it's allowed." Although they spelled it the other way. Gross, guys. House Carino and the smugglers are trading. Very soft, cagey play from everybody. There is about a dozen riflemen. No, a dozen was way too low. There are 17 conscript riflemen, 2 swordsmen, 2 artillery drones, and 3 Sardaukar. It's an interesting force composition. Going for the full ranged army. Pillaging there. I mean, I think we're gonna just have some very slow gameplay until Vernius manages to slowly annex their way all the way up to another guy's base, and then we'll start fighting. We'll see how that goes. Vernius and Harkonnens both have triple blues, though. Ooh, very interesting. Okay. So now a huge political advantage for the Eastern forces as well. 250 base votes for Vernius and for Harkonnens. Easily going to overpower whatever extra weight Helen over here, Gaius Helen Mohiam, is able to give to their imperial edicts. Diplomatic Congress, we saw that being really interesting. When you put it on someone and then you attack their ally, it sort of forces them into a betrayal state, otherwise they're not able to help. Water Sellers Union, I don't know that anyone's sitting in too much positive water. Oh, I guess there's a lot, actually. Plus 59 water for Carino and 40 for smugglers, because they are doing the Lingar Boot water trade, water network, and water seller extensions. If we take a look at Carino lands, host villages get extra water. Host villages produce extra resources, all that good stuff. So Water Sellers Union could be economically relevant, at least. And then economic investigations doesn't mean anything. Who cares? This has a smuggler bounty on it. Other factions will gain money for voting on the Harkonnens. So I think that's just a way to feed cash into House Carino, probably. Although, again, if Vernius and Harkonnens want to lean on it, they just give themselves a lot of cash. And they might even, unless they really feel strongly about water sellers, but they're the side that has the less water to deal with, to work with. What's it gonna be, folks? What's it gonna be? Thanks for joining, chat. Thanks for hanging out with us. What are you guys thinking of the 2v2 so far? Are the 2v2 situations interesting? I know this game's been a bit slower than the other ones are. Is it an interesting switch up to the free-for-all formula? The free-for-all is always a dynamic gameplay. Never Never two of the same kind here. But 2v2's not a lot of options other than going to kill the other guy. All right. People are thinking Vernius and the Harks running down the clock as they're trying to figure out how they divide up their votes. Any Dune is welcome. All Dune is good Dune. Haven't seen a tournament of this before. Why the assassins turned off? So assassins are turned off. Assassins are prevalent in free-for-all games, but in 2v2 games, assassination is turned off because I think there's ways to basically make it sort of too cheesy or too easy to accomplish, or it really kind of undermines the game when two players can sort of pile in on one player and force an assassination through. And then once one player is assassinated, it basically kills both players, right? You can't fight a 2v1. So it's just seen in a 2v2 setting to be too powerful and too easy to achieve. So assassinations are turned off via community rules in the 2v2 games. Vernius and Harkonnen looking very strong, continuing to do so. I mean, nobody's fought anybody. I don't know that we have any military casualties. Honestly, Kasala might be AFK. His army has just been sitting in his base for some time now. He hasn't even pillaged anything in a while. He could if he wanted to. Smugs also might be AFK. Maybe they're seeing how much they could sit in their base and then still try to win, but I don't know. Like the smuggler army is just sitting here. Korea, okay, they're moving around. Signs of life. We did get the annex on Mount Idaho from Vernius, so again, Vernius slowly pushing forward. There's a thumper went down. Maybe it was a defensive one. Someone was about to get eaten, so they popped their own thumper so they wouldn't get eaten, something like that. That's conceivable. Do we have operations prepped from anybody? Sorry. Click the wrong button. Espionage. So Vernius just has a supply drop ready. Harkonnens are prepping toxic vapors, and they've got sleepers and supply drop ready. Smugglers have poison reserve, supply drop, probe setup ready. Orbital strike is locked and loaded for House Carino. Resource wise, we do have plus 20 intel for Vernius, plus 16 for Carino. So those are pretty decent intel levels for being able to put out good use of operations in a militaristic standpoint, because you burn through those 500 ones pretty quickly. Yeah, no problems. It's a whole different beast here. So some of these players are very experienced in 2v2 and have some very concrete plans. I think our red and purple players over here, Vernius and Harkonnen, have been practicing a fair bit for this and are ready to go. And other players are just kind of winging it. 2v2 is not a particularly common game mode in the community. I mentioned earlier, most of the more experienced players are probably the older vets that have been around for many years when the population was higher. It was easier to get 2v2 games up. So anyone who plays Dune Spice Wars, the default way to play is, this medium-sized map with the polar sink in the center in a free-for-all with 4 players. And very different beast, the free-for-all from the 2v2. Signs of life from the smugglers, they get a toxic vapors dropped on them. Watch them drift away. I don't know if they're paying attention. Harkonnens just randomly toss out toxic vapors. So the toxic vapors is the Harkonnen ability, which is minus 30% of your health per day. Manages to drain down maybe a third of the entire smuggler army, but they'll just leave. How's the Harkonnen intel looking? Only plus 6 for the Harkonnens. That's a tad on the light side, especially with Pitter, who you want to be spamming more of those options with. I'm guessing he is prepping more vapors. We can't Okay, so we can see twice he's sacrificed agents in order to make his vapors cheaper. So a toxic vapor now costs 253 intel instead of the formerly 500. So the more he burns through it, the more he sacrifices agents to keep using that with Pitter, the cheaper it'll be. And it could put him, you can eventually get to a point where it's very oppressive. And these are both super organic forces, as it were. Another thing you can do is also you could drop toxic vapors on top of your ally. You'll kill his fight engineers, but his drones are immune to it. The drones can ignore the toxic vapors and blast away at the enemy's fragile meat units. Thumper goes down, which chases off the smugglers who were walking through the middle a bit. There's some pillaging from Corino, and we have the armies combined in the middle from Vernius and the Harkonnens. Who's gonna make the move? Hard to do deals and backstabbing if the teams are fixed. Yes, correct. We got some smugglers flying south. I don't know why though. Maybe just to pillage things. Yeah, we lose a lot of the backstabbing and the deals from the 2v2 games, but we get to see more of the combat, or at least I don't know. You would if people were fighting, but this is the most risk-averse lobby we've seen so far by a long shot. Harks and Vernius marching southward. I think maybe they were eyeballing up here, and we talked about earlier the terrain just being really difficult to attack into. Not necessarily true, somewhat more open down south if they wanted to push towards Corino bases, but that's just getting pillaged. That's already devastated. So a lot of this territory is devastated from the constant pillaging of the defending forces, and when it's devastated, it means it can't be attacked for, it's 20 days after devastation. So just being devastated prevents the enemy from being able to come down here and set up footholds. we do have the Spacing Guild branch up. We're about to the point where we're gonna start seeing flagships real soon here. Yet another lands rad, 5 months in. Tax negotiations, a little bit of money, no big deal. Water Sellers Union back on the docket. Agenda contracts as well. That doesn't mean anything. Nobody cares about that. House Corino opting for the triple blue now for 400 base votes, and also quite the bank of influence on them. However, smugglers have nothing, although they have a lot of influence income, but they don't have any current influence in their bank. I think that, I bet the smugglers probably traded it all to Corino, and then Corino can use all their influence double time with Gaius Helen here in order to impact things. But just no particularly impactful resolutions up for vote here. So even if you can put 2,000 votes on something, you're gonna put 2,000 votes on tax negotiations. Like, who cares? I'm gonna mute myself for a second here and go back to my banana nut bread, because these guys are not making it easy to comment on this relatively stagnant game, but I'm sure it'll pop off any second now. All right,
And we're back and absolutely nothing has changed. Misa complaining that they have such defensible spawns. That's very annoying. Misa Like Pie actually messaged me in Discord and said, we honestly don't even know what they're doing. I feel like this game might end up being more of a slow strangulation rather than a knockout blow. We'll see if Vernius and the Harkonnens are able to project their power far enough south. I don't know what the win condition for Carino and Smugglers are. Even if they wipe out Vernius and Harkonnen armies, they're not anywhere near being able to, like, actually put meaningful hurt back on them. Are we going to go to a hegemony victory? We're going to go the full distance here? Start cooking hedge, boys. Oh my god, he is! Misa's making plus 40! The Valuable Trinkets is online. Misa's got special regions and craft workshops up. That's very funny. He's just gone into the hedge cooking. Plus 11 a day for House Carino. That is entirely just from their Imperial Monument. This sucker here who makes 10 a day plus a little extra bonus. Plus 10 a day from the Smugglers for just having their underworld headquarters set up. Plus 40 from Misa, who is pushing for the victory here. And Harkonnens don't really need to. They're just gonna let Vernius push for hegemony. It's not you don't combine your team's hedge or anything. It's like a true war, losing a little by little and all at once. Yeah, we are seeing some signs of life though. Carino got bored and is marching through the mountain passes, skirmishing with some Vernius mercenaries. Vernius not here, but Harkonnens have responded. Carino fallen back. They killed 2 Vernius mercenaries and are now happy to fall back. Harkonnens here. We do have the folder relay on the field, the Vernius flagship, allowing them to sort of teleport anywhere that they've got a anywhere a place that's within the nodal network. Harkonnen force hugely just Cerberus and gunners and troopers. I'm sure he would have been happy to replace them with executioners, but none of them have died for the entire game. Both armies of the West sitting up in the mountains of Siege-Tuic, basically unassailable for now. If you guys make us sit here for House Vernius to cook 40 hedge a day for the next 3 months, I'm gonna be quite disappointed in you. Quite disappointed. Are there any other specials that Vernius can get their hands on? What we need the Harkonnens to abandon the White Rift and give it to Vernius so that they can cook hedge there. If you're listening to the stream, guys, Harkonnens, give the White Rift to Vernius so that Vernius can make extra hedge from it. Also, turn off the stream. You're not supposed to be listening to it. Okay, so Harkonnen and Vernius army in a big old death ball here, having themselves a little dance. Oh, Harkonnen dropping the toxic vapors on top of Siege-Tuic to chase away the other armies, forces the smugglers out of town. I mean, we might just see toxic vapor spam as well. Why not? It now costs only 215 intel to do. He's done 4 sacrifices for decoy thumpers. Decoy thumpers are down to only 73 cost. I mean, I guess this is the sort of the sort of scenario where Peter de Vries here shines when you have literally all the time in the world to do whatever you want and sacrifice agents and train new agents and sacrifice agents. Still a very cold war going on here. Harkonnens have got bored. They're leaving to go do more pillaging. What are we looking at? People have got authority. Harkonnens are sitting at 330 authority. You might as well start annexing stuff down south. Only a $1.62 on Vernius. I imagine their authority costs are starting to get quite expensive. If Vernius wanted this one, for example, that's 219, and it's about to get pillaged, so you're not going to be able to take it. The Western team continuing just to pillage the regions that might be turned to forward bases. All right, here's a little bit of forward expansion from the Harkonnens as they pick up the rare elements here and push westward toward the Carino lands. Otherwise, there's not a lot going on. Otherwise, we're pretty chill. We're hanging out here. Nobody wants to make the wrong move with $150 on the line. It would be nice to see some sort of moves, wrong or otherwise. Credit to the Harkonnens and the Vernius, at least. They seem to want to fight, but just being hesitant to push into the teeth of the enemy defenses or territorial advantage. And I can't say that smugglers or Carinos seem like they even want to fight. They seem like they're willing to just kind of see what happens. This got annexed, actually. I was thinking that would get I don't even have words anymore. I was thinking it would be pillaged. Annexing that is probably actually bad for them because it gives the enemy a target to work off of. I think it would be totally viable for Harkonnens and Vernius to start pushing westward, try to like annex here, here, and here, and then from there you could lay siege into Siege Tuic. I mean, assuming you could beat their armies, we haven't seen who's got a more dominant army performance yet. Everyone's sitting capped out, 65 of 65. Traditionally, the late game Carino armies are extremely powerful, but that's usually tied to Chome market. Okay, we got 19% on Carino Chome, 18% on Harkonnen Chome, so some alternative win conditions being gently pursued. Judge of the Council is up for vote. Military investigation doesn't matter. All the red tech's already done. Imperial propaganda would be nice for us if the Eastern factions got it, so that they could help speed things along and maybe annex more territory towards their enemies, so maybe we could fight over something. Whole lot of votes being thrown around. Carino's still sitting on a massive influence bank, and they've got even more. So yeah, we do see the smugglers generating basically 300 influence every time, and then just handing it over to Carino to spend, because Carino can double dip into every Carino vote placed on a resolution affected by an imperial edict counts double. So if they can edict stuff, they get extra value from it. What is even happening? I know, Ash. I know. What is even happening? I mean, I can appreciate careful, considered, conservative, defensive play. I can understand that, but I don't know what your win condition is for the Western factions here, right? Our smugglers and Carino, how do they win the game? We do see these are some pings on the map. This is Harkonnen and Vernius pinging each other about where to go, what to do. So they're pinging that this village here just came up. Vernius did manage to get... Did they have this all the time, or did they just get this? I don't know. They might have had that for a while, but Vernius does have the Observatory Mountain here that they could sort of push west and start grabbing some more stuff. So we've got to be closing into some conflict here, right? It's got to happen. Otherwise, these guys are killing me. You're killing me, Smalls. Plus 64 daily hedge for Vernius is honestly quite a lot. It's quite a lot. I do still think it would be very funny if the House Harkonnens just gave up the White Rift to Vernius. Just give Vernius that extra 16 daily hedge. Just let them hedge boom. Force the enemy to attack you. I mean, that's the only other lever we've got in this game to relieve this pressure cooker that we're all stuck in together. This is also feels to me like not a particularly impactful Landsrad, and it's taken forever. I feel like this is getting to be a throw for Vernius and Hark. They've been ahead but have not leveraged it. Well, I feel like they got way ahead, and then they didn't know what to do with it because the other team wouldn't engage. And by not engaging with them, I mean, the other team hasn't gotten anything out on the map. Like, I mean, resource-wise, you know, they're making $600 on that team. This team's making 1,200 Solari daily. You know, this team's making double the amount of Plascrete they're making. This team is making, you know, is maxed out on manpower, and you know, you either win by killing someone or you win on hegemony. I pretty much doubt that there's going to be any sort of governor win play going in. I suppose. No, I don't think so. Maybe you could win on governor. I don't know. You've got a lot of votes, but you'd have to lean into it really heavily. House Carino has a lot of political power, but the smugglers do not. I mean, they got a lot of influence, but their cap is still very low. So we would need smugglers to go, I don't know, maybe into like heavy insider trading play, and they could try to make House Carino into the governor, because they do have charters. They did claim judge of the council. I mean, I guess they claimed it because Harkonnen and Vernius voted for them in order to take money off of the smuggler's bounty. So that's really the only avenue to victory that the Carino and smugglers have, is trying to brute force voting into governor play. But even that's a long way off still. It's a long way off. You do. Speaker of the Council is upvoted, so that'll come up next time. So that appears to be what they're going for. It appears to be, but at the same time, starting to see some forward movement. I don't think you want to attack here yet, Vernius. Getting a little antsy. Harkonnen's doing the right thing and securing the forward base. Carino army down south. Where's our smuggler force? It's flying. Smuggler force is flying down south. Finally some meat. Vernius pressing in on the Carino territory. I don't think they're liberating. Yeah, they're not able to actually occupy it. Tank and missile shots with the folder relay. Carino flying up north. We've multiple thumpers dropping all over the place. Harkonnens grab their foothold here. Smugglers moving in behind. Vernius pressing in on the Carino army. Carino on the defensive behind their base. Smugglers moving up from behind. We do have poisoned reserves drop here in the middle. Orbital strike comes down on the Carino base to punish anyone moving in. Ooh, it's sort of an all-in attack from Vernius and the Harkonnens, and it's going very badly. They're going to get wiped here. I believe they have delved far too greedily and far too deep. They would have traded quite well, but as actually the AoE of the orbital strike and the Imperial base proved just too much DPS coming out, and a big win for the West here, as it's a complete wipe of Vernius and Harks. The folder relay went down. Ideally, you know, when things are looking bad, you teleport out with that. A bit of a throw. That was certainly frustration on the part of Vernius and Harkonnens for not being able to get their hands on any, not being able to bring the enemy to grips. So they went way, way, way too deep. We lost about 20 command points. Yeah, we lost about 40 command points of the Carino army, and maybe 1 or 2 smuggler units. We do have a 20k hedge on Vernius now, so the hedge is popping up. We're seeing the rapid recruitment from the Harkonnens, but smugglers are hitting them hard now. Decoy Thumper, supply drop is down here. Will the Harkonnen and Vernius reinforcements be able to stop this push in from the smugs? What's Carino up to? Carino pushing in up top. All right, they think they've got the advantage where they can split their forces and get things done. I like that theory if it works. Harkonnen's still trickling in straight into the front line. Finally, we finally saw the toxic vapors come down, but it immediately gets comm jammed by the smugglers. Carino all in up here. Now, this is not a particularly beefy force. This is just conscript riflemen plus 1 Sissia. And she's getting zapped by the defenses here. I mean, any sort of real resistance wipes that easily. In fact, the turrets are even trading quite well into the army. Down south, smugglers are getting worn down, actually. Vernius and Harkonnen reinforcements here have managed to sort of attrition their way through the smuggler army. And the Carino army is lost the fight with the in-place defenses of Vernius and forced to retreat. I feel like Carino and Harks ought to be able to hold this off, actually. We're seeing more conscript riflemen in, but the conscript rifleman force, if it is a thing, it's only a thing in a combined arms sense, where maybe you're fighting with the smuggler army in front of you. You cannot just run in 20 conscripts riflemen plus 1 Sissia and hope for the best against any actual military force. They are forced back. We do get toxic vapors here in the mountains to sort of keep people from getting extra reinforcements or moving through that way. Our toxic vapors got to be getting mightily cheap here. Where they at? Toxic vapors now only 222. And we're getting space for rebuilding for Harkonnen and Vernius. I mean, the good news for them is they've got the space and time and resources to make lots of mistakes like that. Whereas Carino and the smugglers would have a very difficult time recovering from a full wipe, I think. Vernius pushing in down south, even with a smaller sort of token force. They're going to see what they could do about the Red Chasm here. If they're able to clean up the Red Chasm, or even just the airfield in it, they do prevent the smugglers from being able to move south to protect. However, we do see the full Air Force flying over. The air taxis flying right over the Vernius force. Speaker of the Council is up. We move ever closer to the governor play. And there we go. There's 1,000 available votes for Carino. Vernius and Harkonnen sitting on 500, 600, 700, 800-ish. They're going to want to start banking influence and or leaning into influence, because the governor is the Dune governor charter is coming up sooner than they think now, actually. I think we see governorship in play before hegemony is going to be able to tick through, because they're just not close enough on that. I will. I don't even know what I'll do. I'm gonna bite my hand off. I'm gonna gnaw it. If Carino and smugglers win by turtling in the corner of the map the entire game, I'm gonna be very frustrated. It's gonna make me feel not good feelings. This is definitely Harkonnen and Vernius's map game to lose. They've been expanding their economy and their military might and like actually doing things on the map, but I've got to concede that the political play is looking more and more reasonable. as smugglers juice up their influence numbers, and then they give it all to Carino to do what they want with it. I mean, there's going to be a potential for a lot of votes when governorship comes through. And while we do have the triple blues here, there's relatively meager influence numbers on Vernius and Harkonnens. You know, both of them together are making 18. Carino and smugglers together are making 36 influence. So a lot of voting power there. I gotta think... Okay, so Vernius now is headed towards insider trading and Landsraad support. A little late to that maybe now, but Vernius is Vernius. They'll have the tech. They'll be able to move through, you know, 14 days to pick up Landsraad support, another 21 days to pick up insider trading as a way to juice your extra votes. What's our Chome market look like? 25% on House Carino, 21% on the Harkonnens. Carino does have insider trading, right? Selling a Chome share grants 1 influence per share. Carino sitting on 320 shares, so potentially 320 emergency votes they can pull out of their back pocket. And, I don't know, it's getting a little more interesting. We'll see what goes through here. Speaker of the Council's a pretty big one, and there's Vernius and Harkonnens can't deny it. I would like to see here now the proper play is probably let whatever's going to happen here. Save your influence, and then dump your influence on Vernius and Harkonnens. Dump your influence on Speaker of the Council again immediately, so that you're getting the most value out of it. Run up that charter priority to keep stuff that is not Dune governorship coming up next. Water regs on House Carino. House Carino does get Speaker of the Council. House Carino also gets foreign recruitment. Very curiously, Vernius and Harkonnens do exactly what I recommended them to do. Guys, turn the stream off. It's bad sportsmanship to listen to the stream while you're playing. All right, we've got Vernius and the Harkonnens here. Looks like they're pushing into Carino lands. We're gonna see some more combat. We got a pause from the smugglers. Excuse me, what? Sorry, lag. A lot of pauses right before combat breaks out too. I'm not accusing anyone of anything, just saying it's interesting coincidences at play. Alright, Vernius still cooking 64 daily. 64 a day is what? Every month you'll get an extra 1,800, then you get another 1,200 from paying your tax, so 3,000 a month for Vernius. So in about 3 months' time, and we're 6 months in 3 months' time, Vernius should be able to just coast to victory on hegemony, if nothing else. 3 months' time is 90 days, and you get a Landsraad every 20 days. So in 3 months, you could have at least 4 more Landsraad sessions. Can you hold off governorship for that long? We've got an annex going down. However, it is very close to the Imperial base, which is now dropping bombs on them. We do see the toxic vapors nicely dropped by the Harkonnens. Harkonnens run straight into it, forcing Carino to stand and fight or run. Where are our smugglers? There's some smugglers here. Is the smuggler army missing? I don't know where the smugglers are. Okay, they're coming down from the north. Another extremely deep dive. They does get comm jammed to clear that out. An extremely deep dive from Vernius and Harkonnens. And Orbital Strike comes down, all but guaranteeing the victory for the defensive forces here, at least. It's another full wipe. Carino and smugglers blow up another flagship. destroy another Harkonnen and Vernius army with relatively minimal losses of their own. Vernius does not manage to lock down the forward cap either, so no ground gained for the Eastern Alliance. A successful defense for the West. And a pause. With an all caps, sorry. He is still in the battle. So is he? Someone's lagging far behind? Okay. Well, that's a shame. But at this point, we just want it to be over with. Please, God. Hellhole Rat says I can't move my units. Oh, no. I'm sorry to hear that. This is not good. I haven't seen this sort of thing pop up before. You know, typically things are fairly stable. Question if we can save and rehost. We shall see. The other match has finished up. GG Well Playeds came out. I didn't see who won that. I think El Slayer and Antonell took the top of the bracket. So, good for them. And they're suggesting we might save and rehost a match. That's annoying. They're gonna try. Okay, they're gonna try to play it out, I guess. See how it goes. Carino pushing in. Toxic vapors, defensive toxic vapors go down by Harkonnens. We're gonna see a whole lot of toxic vapors all day, every day. Carino and the smugglers trading. We got 12 more days in the Landsrad, during which we will see a Speaker of the Council come back up. Smugglers have accepted the trade from House Carino. I think that's probably an Imperial mandate. Hand out a couple of extra Sardaukar. It does explain some of the smuggler plays if he's like a minute behind in lag. It does clarify some of what we've been seeing for sure. Alright, well, we're seeing not much in the way of aggression from the victorious defenders. And we're just seeing a rebuilding of the Eastern folks' armies. Our Harkonnens out of manpower, they're quite low. We're down to only 100. That's what happens when you lose 30 units in the space of a month. Alright, we got another annex going down from the smugglers down south. Maybe solidifying their ability to get defenses down here. I think it certainly was a weak point in this defensive strategy if they were able to knock out like an airfield or something here. And time just keeps on slipping into the future as Vernius continues to cook hedge. No real changes in that space. Still making 64 a day. Are there any other special... There is a great volcano down here, uncaptured. Vernius annexing a little bit to the east. They might be... They're starting to annex their way down towards the great volcano. Vernius a pretty good hedge booming faction these days, especially with the likes of not Bolig, Bronzo. With the likes of Bronzo, Vernius generally has a pretty good income of authority. Yeah, looking quite decent there. They've popped up to 22.6 on the old hedge tracker, only a bare 7k away. Spice tags due in 0.0 days. Vernius making 431 spice a day. Outrageous amounts of spice income. Carino and smugglers trading, because I imagine we're about to have council. Yeah. So smugglers fill up their bank. Their bank's getting higher. They can hold 520 now, and then they give it over to Carino, who can hold up to 850. So there's going to be a whole lot of political power as well. But we are back to just the Speaker of the Council, not the governorship. The governorship did not receive any charter priority, which I think was a mistake for the Western team. But gotta get on that. You need that vote coming up ASAP, because there's a timer. 24K hegemony on Vernius now, and we've got Annex on a special here. So Team East going all in on the hedge boom, and I think they're gonna get it too. Up to 26K for Vernius at the moment. I don't know that Smugs and Carino have the offensive power to be able to push in to take stuff away from Vernius. Now, I mean, you've got two special regions on the front line that are vulnerable, that buy you a little bit of time, but the Vernius Empire is wide-reaching. There's no way you can really hurt him enough to stop him from hedging all the way there eventually. Here we go. It's a Landsrad. Speaker of the Council will choose our new agenda. So we're going to have another Speaker of the Council vote, which Carino and Smugglers ought to be able to lock down again as they like. Then I don't know, no matter what the other two options are, I don't think they'll be that impactful. What would be kind of interesting at this point is the agenda that allows you to spend money instead of influence to affect the charter priority. That would make things kind of spicy. That would probably be a win for Harkonnens and Vernius, who I think are doing quite well money-wise. Yeah, we got a nice bank on the Smugs as well, but I think the spice income from Vernius is like oppressively high. Speaker is choosing and choosy. How are our armies looking? Mostly rebuilt, except for our smugglers are not rebuilt. He must really be smuggling. He must really be struggling. He's a smuggle struggle. He's having the old smuggle struggle over there. He's only got 3 manpower. Something happened to the smuggler manpower where it's gone. In terms of smuggler manpower, we have no smuggler manpower. Landsrad is in session. We do have architectural surveys. Controlled markets, that's okay. Interesting. Architectural surveys is up to make a base vulnerable. Speaker of the Council, very politically important. Already held by Carino though, so no good for Carino that it came up again. What do I think of an Atreides and Fremen combo? Or Carino plus Atreides to be unstoppable? I mean, I personally don't have a ton of experience playing 2v2s, so I haven't seen the depths of that really, really dark 2v2 cheese, so I don't know myself. I'm sure there's some really powerful stuff out there. I think the Atreides are a little frowned upon because they're so slow to start. I mean, that's not necessarily true. I guess they just don't bring anything particularly egregious and cheesy to the deal. I mean, Vernius being able to just give you all the tech in the game for yourself and your allies, pretty big. Harkonnens are mostly picked just as a really powerful military force, able to scale and replace military super quickly. Smugglers are kind of good at everything here. Carino, weak early, strong late kind of thing, but also has the super flexible, being able to use your allies' airfields and supplies and things. So just gives you stuff to work with. Fremen don't bring anything to the team as much as they're just a really strong force and beat stick that can get anywhere on the map when they need to, which, you know, you can't discount. What do Atreides bring to the team? Free deals, so everybody will have more authority, which would be very nice. The ability to... the ability to force peace on people could be really funny and memey. Like, you get into a big battle and you make sure the Atreides are on the front line, and then you force peace one of the enemy teams so they can't attack your front line anymore, something like that. Like, I don't know. There's definitely some weird shit you could get up to, some shenanigans for sure. Remains to be seen. But these seem by far the most popular factions, though. Smugglers we've seen picked every game. I think we've seen Harkonnens in every game. Vernius, we've seen these couple of games. I think only Misa Legpai has been playing Vernius. Speaker of the Council once again for Carino. Harkonnens get some spicy stink on him, and architectural surveys on Carino, making their bases a bit more vulnerable. And then maybe they will have an opportunity for some aggression here if the smugglers are not able to rebuild their force and or are suffering from some crippling lag. We do, however, see some fairly significant adjustments in the charter priority, as Dune governorship is now at 1.4 thousand charter priority, and Eye of the Council is at 1.1 thousand. Do you continue dumping into the priorities to try to adjust that, or do you do your best to try to build up your bank to fight off the enemy's play? Regardless, it's looking pretty positive for the Western team to secure a governorship next round. 20 days away to get governorship, and then you have to hold governorship for 30 days. But 50 days is enough time for Vernius to win on hegemony, is my guess. There's a very suspicious amount of Vernius soldiers sitting in some critical Harkonnen lands. We've seen some jockeying for position on the front lines. We've got Carino and Smuggler Army down south, Harkonnen and Vernius Army nearby. Lots of trading going on back and forth. Oh, also, I forgot that Gaius Helen's support increases charter priority counts for double. So that's usually something that you don't think of or doesn't come into play too much, but in this case is actually hugely beneficial. Once again, the smugglers can hand all of their influence over to Carino. Carino can get double value from it, upvoting stuff. Very interesting. Okay. 11 more days and we're going to have a governor vote. 26.6k on the hedge for Vernius. Vernius sitting on 270 authority, though. No military movement in particular going down. No other obvious available special regions. And even the non-special regions have a pretty steep cost. They're all 200 plus for Vernius right now. If Vernius wanted to grab another neutral region, that would juice them up by another 600 some hegemony, but would cost them pretty much all of their resources. And by resources, I mean authority. But their authority is cooking quite well. Okay, they did just spend some there, and they're gonna get some more back, so we could see an annex or two go down. We're gonna see spice tax in 8 days, which is gonna line up with the next Landsrat as well. So I don't see anything else being annexed. So, oh, there it is. I didn't want to say it out loud, but that's what I've been waiting to happen the whole time. The Harkonnens abandoned the White Rift, and they handed over to Vernius, bumping Vernius up to 2.8. We're going to get another 1.2 at the spice tax in a couple days here, which will put you at 29.6. All he's got to do is do one more annex at home, or just sit for another 10 days, and your passive will take it over. All right, we have gone all the way to a hedge victory into 2v2. Don't say it can't be done. Yeah, that was what they can do. The Harks can abandon their special regions, just give them to Vernius. I felt bad about saying it out loud because I'm concerned we could have some stream snipers here listening in. You villains. But regardless, that's what we're going to see. And Vernius even does get the annex up here. So it's a victory at the Spice Tax here, which is coming up in 4 days. So I think Carino and Smugglers are marching out to do something about it. They are too late. What a fun game. Well, you chose this. I mean, they wanted to fight, and they didn't really get an option to. And the other team wanted to try political options. We're gonna have one last Royal Rumble where everybody runs in to die, and just have a great time with it. In comes the red into the whites, and then the blues into the reds, and then the purples are into the whites, and then there's poison went down, but then the poison got cleared off by the comm jamming, and then the red guys jump on all the blue guys, and the white guys and the purple guys are shooting each other. But it is all for naught. All utterly futile, just like all war. Let that be a lesson to you, ladies and gentlemen. I don't even know. I think the Harkonnens will probably end up clean. I mean, the smugglers were doing well, but they're going to run out of water and all die. 1.5 days, and I think they're going to make us sit through probably an excruciatingly long Landsred before we get on to our final here. But it is looking like a very solid victory for Misa Like Pie and Wyvern 831 yet again, continuing their run from through the lower bracket. It's not, I mean, there's just one bracket, but involuntary season. Oh, yeah. In we go into our final Landsrad. Please, oh, please move quickly through this. Let's just get on with the show. Love Dune, but that game stunk. I am inclined to agree that was not the most entertaining Dune game we've ever casted on the channel here. But it is what it is, and we're going to be moving on to a proper finals here. And I can tell you 100% that Antonel and El Slayer are not going to sit idly by and let their opponents hedge their way to victory. That ain't going to happen. So we want to see a fair bit more fireworks in the finals. I think our boys Wyvern and Misa here are very likely the underdogs coming into this next one. I don't know that I would put my money on them, but I think that I might be rooting for them. Portfolio scrutiny. You can use selling Chom shares grants hegemony. Well, that's interesting. Dune governorship as well. Gear regs as well. Lots of interesting stuff coming up, but it's too little too late. I mean, that's the way it works when you just cede most of the map to the other team and then just wait and see what happens. They got around to a pretty solid strategy there of smugglers, boost and influence, feeding it to Gaius Helen to spend at double value. I like that. That was clever and very cool. It just took way too long to come online, right? I feel like it needs to be, that really needs to pop off in like month 4 or something like that. You need to be pushing harder, where you've caught the enemy off guard. They don't even realize the danger they're in until you're already like too far ahead with that. And it was just too slow to come around, right? We're nearly at the end of month 7, and they're gonna lock down Dune governorship. But again, you gotta wait. Even when you win your governorship vote, you gotta wait 30 days for it to be properly enacted. 30 days is a long time. Long time in endgame Dune. A lot can happen in 30 days, including people getting enough votes to kick you out of governorship. Oh my god, guys, please just click through the game so that we can get through. If you guys want to go ahead and take a quick break, grab yourself a drink, drain the lizard, get ready for our grand finals, which will be coming up very shortly here. We are going to go through the motions of this one and Dune governorship for Carino and victory for House Harkonnens. We will be moving rapidly on to the finals. We've already got a lobby up for it, and we'll see if the players need any breaks or anything, but should be good. Vernius, 31,000 hegemony, did it comfortably. Economy, Chom share. We had a lot of Chom shares on Carino, 32%, but again, they were just it was just slow still. Influence, intel. Yeah, it was an interesting plan. If it was the plan all along, or if it was just one that they transitioned into, I don't know. But it needed to pop off a lot faster, the political plan. I think it could have worked if they had leaned much harder into it. But no such luck there. GG to players involved. It's the way she goes sometimes. All right. I myself am going to go refresh my water and get ready for a grand finals game. Ladies and gentlemen, 2v2 grand finals, $150 on the line. We're going to see some violence this game, I guarantee it. I'm going to step away for a moment. I will be right back. Ariel, I'm not insulted if you want to go to bed and catch up tomorrow. That's all right. It makes sense. Get your beauty sleep, get some rest in you. We'll see you later, brother. All right, we're back. We're getting ready to go with the finals. We could show an updated bracket if anyone is curious. Give me a second here. Let's do something like this. There we go. All right, bottom of the bracket. Wyvern and Misa Like Pie have climbed their way through. And at the top of the bracket, we've got Antonell and El Slayer fighting for $150 out of the 2v2 prize pool for these 2v2 Grand International World Championships of Dune Spice Wars. Thanks for joining in, everybody. We're having a good time. Even the slower games have things that we can learn from and things that we can enjoy and appreciate. So sometimes it'd be like that. Sometimes they just need to run their course. It's a natural way of things in the Dune Spice Wars world. There's always something, a pressure valve back there to take it off eventually. Nothing will go forever. This one, I think, will be a bit more fighty. I will say from the... we've managed to see a lot of gameplay so far from Misa and Wyvern, and I think that their strategies have been very good, quite sound. They seem prepared and aware of some strong combinations and things. I think maybe some of their combat and offensive decisions, their micro has been maybe a little lacking. They certainly didn't need to throw away 2 or 3 armies straight into Carino and smugglers like that. I think there were probably smarter tactical options to work with there. But, they got the win. They were able to defend themselves successfully even after those losses where they threw their armies away. But we'll see. Antonell and El Slayer, known for their very sweaty micro. They're going to be a tough opponent to fight on the micro unit battling in those small scale engagements. So we shall see. Though I'm rooting for Misa and Wyvern. I think I'd like them to win. My back hurts. This could be a quick game. We've seen some that ended very rapidly. We'll see what the faction picks look like, but I wouldn't be surprised if we ended up with some very aggressive factions. And then it's down to the vagaries of fate. It's down to the map generation to determine, just how close are these players going to spawn to one another? How much of a knife fight is this going to be? Or will it look more like the previous game where we've got a lot of space and a lot of mountains and deserts to buoy everyone in a healthier early game where you're not counting on every single individual unit to pull his weight? Maybe you've got a little bit more time to expand and think about economic prospects for a brief moment in time before you get back to killing. All right. I think Misa won the coin flip. Is that true? Misa won the coin flip, and they opted for picks 2 and 3. So they give faction picks 1 and 4 over to Antonell and El Slayer. Antonell, I believe, is a smuggler enthusiast above all. El Slayer, known for his Fremen. So we'll see what that looks like. First pick, Fremen. Okay. I would expect the smugglers to then get picked up. Who are we going to see? Smuggler Vernius gameplay again, maybe. That worked very well for them in game 2. And then who will be our last pick would be my guess. But we could see them different. They're still thinking 2 and 3. I won't rush them. I won't rush them. I'll let them do their thing. Maybe they'll surprise us. We'll get Ekaz and Atreides, and we'll see how it goes. Our poor Ekaz lad in that first game. I really felt for him. He was not prepared for the onslaught. I've had games with Ekaz that felt like that. I'm just doing my best to make sanctuaries and build some art over here, and in come the Fremen and ruin everything. You broke his brain, he's debating. Okay. They're thinking a lot. There's really not that many factions, guys, so let's see what we go to. Let's try and move things along, folks. That last game really tested our patience over here. Cream's taking a music break on his stream. That's valid. It's valid. Starting to lose my voice. Very rarely do I cast 4 games in a row, though a couple of them were over pretty quickly. Is 5.5 hours too long for one event? It's not too long. I could do, yeah, I could do 6 hours for sure, no problem. I think it depends on the starting point. There's not a lot of opportunities you have in life where you just talk. At least for me, I don't know, maybe other people are weirdos and they talk to people, but there's not a lot of opportunities where you just sort of speak uninterrupted for 6 hours, for 8 hours. It's a very unique situation to find yourself in, so the voice definitely begins to fray after all that. Just as expected, Vernius and Smugglers. I could have told him that and saved us all a couple of minutes there. Check, check, check. All right. Is Antonell going to be not a smuggler? Is he going to be a Carino, or is that going to slow down the Fremen too much? Is he going to be a Harkonnen to pick up that early aggression and run with the Fremen as well for that early game freight train combat style? Or is it going to be a Carino where you let the Fremen pressure the enemy and you maybe sort of boom up a bit on the back of that with Carino? We shall see. And we shall see what the spawns look like. It would be real nice if Vernius didn't get thrown directly into the fire again, but you never know. House Carino it is. All right, we'll see. Casting has been good. Thank you. Thank you. We're doing our best here to make it work. This ought to be a good game, though. I'm excited for this. God, I don't get your combo, says Misa. Well, don't know what to expect. I mean, Fremen, the premier early game aggro faction, and Carino, really the premier end game boom faction, right? So much of Carino's strength is tied up in their more expensive, their later units, their ability to build into a super strong economy, have a lot of extra boosts off of the backs of their chome buying, a lot of really powerful play with their strong operations, which require investment in order to get a lot of intel. Fremen just don't even need anything. They just make warriors and attack you, and you're just on the back foot. It's so hard to fight that off. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand finals of our 2v2. And we've got pretty close spawns between Vernius and Fremen. It's gonna be a little tight. And the Carino seems fairly nicely buffered from the smugglers. Ooh, okay. It's gonna be a spicy one. It's gonna be it always is out on Arrakis. They're always spicy out here. But will Vernius be able to hold off the onslaught of an extremely aggressive Fremen player long enough to, I don't know, to push them back, to get their own things online? Vernius not a fast early game faction. Will this aggression allow for Carino to expand and do their thing unpunished? Carino does have access to a white rift in the back here as well. So we don't see any Gaius Helen in this. We've got the standard Princess Urulon and Zoom Garan. Hold on one second. I just heard my air conditioning kick on. It was got the hum in the background. I'm gonna go turn that off so you guys don't have to listen to that the whole game. BRB. There we go. That's better. I will suffer the uncomfortable heat in order to make your audio experience a little better. A little bit better. We don't need anyone suffering needlessly here, just the needful suffering. What? Oh my god. Vernius has lost his first 2 Suboids, so it's not a great start. It's a rough start. Double melee militia is actually a very tough opening to deal with. Poor Suboids struggle mightily. The trouble being, melee militia have 4 armor, and when they drop under 30% health, they get +2 armor. Well, Suboids only have 8 power. So if the other guys have 6 armor, suddenly you only do 2 damage to them every hit. And it's really, really hard to bring them down. We might lose another Suboid here already. Nope, okay, he properly micros it back. And he does get it there, all right. Slow start for our Vernius lads, not ideal. The pressure's getting to him. Fremen already have 2 territories finished, annexed, and they are out and about doing stuff. Oh Lord! So my prediction is mass liberation and pillaging and suffering for Vernius as the Fremen army comes in. We'll see if the smugglers are kind of far away. We'll see if they're able to assist with that. Smugglers plus Vernius will hold off the Fremen. But then what's Carino doing during all that time? We'll see. I mean, it's basically an open field between Vernius and the Fremen. And there are a lot of close-in regions that Fremen could take that would then easily lead to a siege on the Vernius base. So it doesn't strike me as particularly defensible territory. I guess these close-in villages on the Vernius base, so if we're going straight to worst-case scenario, these close-in villages here allow you to have missile turrets right next to your main base, which help to defend your main base if you're already in like a base dive kind of territory. We'll see. Also a relatively simple deep desert surround here for the Fremen. That's always nice for them. Access to the Imperial Basin, which we've talked about, is quite powerful in 2v2s because manpower is king for so much of this attritional warfare. Let's see. Imperial Base, H2ic. Is there anything of note back here? We got a great volcano in the back. That's pretty helpful, especially if he lets Vernius grab that. Vernius does have some decent territory he can sort of expand to behind him. So he's got that going for him. You know, ideally you don't want to go any closer to the Fremen than you have to in this early game. So if you're able to sort of expand backwards and still sort of be building up your economy and your manpower and having, you know, more capabilities and opportunities that way, it buys you more time before you're thrust into this blood feud here. What does Carino have to work with? They've got easy access to a space wreck. That's pretty nice. They've got themselves, oh lord, +2 intel if a building is one of each type, and that will be certainly easy to do on an abandoned Imperial station right adjacent to the base. So that is a big boost of intel and agent recruitment speed on top of a lucrative abandoned Imperial station pickup there. So that's a nice one. You also have very close by energy sources paying out money and bonus for Plascrete. Over there, that's not much excitement. Oh, that's pretty good. 20% extra production on your spice field, and it's also 40% cheaper. That's a very nice early game boost. 40% cheaper on your refinery right off the start of the game, which costs 400, so it saves you a lot of Plascrete. Lets you build up early game buildings quite a bit quicker. Up here, bonus to research hubs and research hubs production, but it's not paying them back though. That one's not the abandoned Imperial station, but it will be some extra knowledge. So some decent stuff to work with. And we do have the White Rift down south. Normally an absolute game breaker, practically, if it's in Carino's hands. But I would not expect this one to go to a hedge victory again. Fremen grab a quick well of riches here, and again we're seeing them pretty aggressively expand eastward. They do have a Moondew Vale down there, that's no big deal. We talked about the Imperial Basin. In their backfield, there's a Desolation and an Observatory Mountain. A lot of specials regions around the Fremen here. 1 spice, 2 spice, 3 spice, easy. Probably 4 spice, easy. And they start pushing up towards Carino. They could just sit on that 5th spice. I mean, I guess the Fremen probably have a lot of room to sit on a lot of spice here as well. Pretty solid territory for them to work with to build out a wide economy base. First lands right up. No votes for the Fremen, no votes for the smugglers. And we don't have Gaius Helen. So we do expect there to be a bit more political power on the east side, Vernius and smugglers this game. We'll see if they're able to turn that into anything useful. Fremen typically don't even get that big into the influence game, while at least the smugglers compensate their low vote power with a high influence income, so they always have a lot of influence to spend. Imperial missionaries set to Imperial Edict to everybody. All of these are all factions, so it's a benefit to everyone. So that is one thing you can do, at least with House Carino, is even if you're on, and everything passes, interesting, even if you don't have political power, the strength of House Carino being able to make bad things affect everyone or good things affect everyone keeps a more politically powerful enemy from using their power to focus bad stuff on you or make good things happen for themselves. It really helps to kind of neutralize some of that political power that the other team might have over you. So that's another big strength of Carino, that Imperial Edict is so strong. We've got Sandfall in the back. I sort of didn't even realize. Sandfall right behind the S-Vault. Sandfall, very nice, very lucrative. You put your big expensive buildings in it, and then the upkeep of those buildings pays out as extra knowledge. And there is nothing that House of Vernius loves quite like extra knowledge. And look at this. We see a very quick pickup. This kind of territory here that is not valuable at all to Vernius. So smugglers come down right away, annex it, and put up an airfield. I like this play. I like these guys seem well practiced in the 2v2 environment. They know how weak Vernius is early on. They recognize the need to make sure that the smugglers can get here to help out. And, you know, this is early in the game. We're still in the very first month, day 25, and we already have the region adjacent to the S-Vault in smuggler hands and an airfield going up there. So very nice. That ought to go a long way toward being able to help them deal with this with what I would assume is early Fremen aggression. Hasn't come yet, but we know the Fremen can pop off rather suddenly. So far looking pretty good. We'll see how it goes. We do have quite a Fremen army, although already up. 39 out of 55 command points. We do have 31 for the smugglers, 10 for Vernius, 18 for Carino. For now, just a lot of pillaging going down. Okay, looks like they are giving Great Volcano to Vernius. Vernius is going to be able to sort of bounce the nodal network through the deep desert straight up into the Great Volcano. That allows him to take advantage of the fuel cell factories, which are very useful for Vernius. They use a lot of fuel cells to power all the drones and all that good stuff. So any extra fuel cells are always useful. Research Center up first for Vernius. I was going to say that's weird, but I guess the 20% knowledge makes sense for Vernius. I wouldn't be surprised if anybody else opened Research Center. Indeed, we see Recruitment Center over here. Research Center up on Carino. and command post first for Fremen straight into barracks. I mean, so the Fremen have gone red, 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 and then a green, and now a blue. Vernius have opened with blue and a little bit of yellow, straight up into automated defenses. They're expecting some aggro for sure. Smugglers, a little bit of everything, finally getting around to organized looting. They went quick spying logistics for the agent recruitment speed. Interesting. Carino mostly grabbing early economic tech and early research. Okay, so we're not... I don't think we're seeing the extreme aggression. Desert Trekkers, okay, Fremen are picking up more stuff, and Fremen are gonna look to cause whatever trouble they can, but I think some very savvy play from Vernius in not giving them any good targets. We got a thumper going down. They're riding the worm. In come the Fremen. They're looking for trouble. We have a storm coming over the top as well. Where's the worm going? Are they headed up north? Nope, they're right here. Right in the midst of the Vernius Empire, and now they're marching north. They gotta be careful. They're gonna be running out of supplies. Vernius heads back home. Shai Hulud's not happy with the Fremen here. He's forced to try to hide amongst the rocks here, but supply is very immediately going to become an issue. Is El Slayer's aggression gonna cause him some pain? The supply drop goes down. Some of the guys were out of the region and got hit. Automated defenses is up though. Is he grouping up to worm ride out of here? Maybe he's realized that he's delved too greedily. Carino in no position to help. And indeed, we're seeing a second worm ride even further north. Oh my god, he's popping. He's got the Siege up next to the smugglers allied, and he's calling in reinforcements there. And he is popping out up in smuggler lands. Smuggler lands, incidentally, much less defended than the automated defenses throughout of all the Vernius lands. Vernius was expecting all the trouble there. If the Fremen are able to concentrate all of their hate and all of their anger on the smugglers, they might be able to get some things done, but there's not a lot vulnerable. This is an incredibly defended village right next to Siege Tuic. Even this one, too, is kind of hard to get to. It's likely within range of this. So, the Fremen, extremely aggressive, but are kind of denied any easy pickings here. They're gonna see what they could do over at the Great Volcano. They're getting sandwiched between the Suboids, who are going to be the slightest of speed bumps and a much more serious smuggler force. But the Fremen, with their heavy infiltrator group, ought to tear apart these smuggler snipers and things. We'll see. We're gonna really see how well Wyvern's micro is here. He's gonna get taxed by El Slayer. And indeed, it looks like the Fremen are easily getting the best of this. Shai Hulud on his way over. We'll see what he has to say about things. My theory craft for this tournament was Fremen Month 5 Governor Rush. Only weakness was siege placement. That's interesting. I've seen it before, the Fremen Governor Rush. Probably, yeah. I mean, it's shut down by just a lobby able to identify it and lean into a little bit more influence gain. But if only half of the lobby is against you, then suddenly it becomes a lot more viable. Yeah, that's an interesting thought. I like that, Frey. I don't think we're seeing that this time around. We're seeing aggression. Chum subsidies, try the great houses, scientific congress. I don't think any of this matters that much. Scientific congress probably even best for the Eastern team, who would then be able to just blaze through the rest of the red tree. They're already researching it, but you know, we're seeing yellow tech picked up by Carino, and it does appear to be like the play of the game is Fremen running wild, keeping the enemy busy, and Carino doing their best to sort of boom on the back of that. We'll see how that goes. And will Shai Hulud punish this aggressive Fremen army? They are far from home, but remember they can also refuel at this local siege here. So powerful to be able to project like that. And I don't know. I think that we're seeing some trouble here. 30 command points for smugglers, but they're gonna have a hard time rebuilding because they are a tad light. Not too bad. It's what, 15, 19 on manpower? That's not too bad. Fremen are only like 11 or 12 on manpower, actually. So if you could break through this Fremen blob, you might be able to punish them. They're going to go down and they're going to get on the Great Volcano, and I don't think there's anything you could do about that because all of the Vernius army is wiped, and the smugglers marched north because they need to pillage to get a little more money in the banks, otherwise they're about to go negative. Our spice rate is quite low at 1.7, so everybody's broke. In come the Fremen force here. Getting zapped by the local neural node. They're actually struggling a little bit with the militia. They are falling back. The automated defenses were enough because the smugglers are coming back in from the west. And do you have anything, Vernius? No. I guess it's smugglers alone. And we are seeing some Free Company come out, who are super strong here. Free Company will do big work into the Fremen army here. They can tear apart these infiltrators super fast. And the turrets, the mobile turrets as well, which are strong range DPS but have no armor at all. So the Free Company excel, highest DPS in the game basically against unarmored targets. And we're seeing, okay, in come the fighting mechs to help out here. The Fremen army does get cleaned up here. It looks like they're fighting some of these neutrals here. What they need to do is they need to figure out how to pillage this siege as soon as possible. Now a siege has got 4 Fedaykin and 4 other units in it, and you never know what else the Fremen might pop out of it. So you do have to be very cautious with trying to take that siege out. Boom, another Fremen unit just pops out right there. Unfortunately, poorly timed as he pops out in front of an angry force of smugglers. Okay. Not no particular territory lost in the east, and we did have a wipe of the Fremen army. It is getting slowly rebuilt, but yep, I would guess he's manpower constrained. His manpower income, I know we noticed earlier, was a tad on the light side. Are we seeing anything in the Chom market? No movement in the Chom market. Nothing else of note. We did have the space cruiser picked up by Carino here. It's gone into Research Center and Emperor's Monument, so he's gone with the double bonus intel and influence. So there's going to be a lot of intel for Carino. That is very beneficial. Carino loves their intel. And we'll see. Are things gonna... Whoa, there's a random warrior running through the desert being chased by... I bet you're wondering how I got here. Being chased by a horde of scavengers and wreckers and Free Company. Give him the old record scratch here. He, however, needs to be cautious because he's going to run out of water. He's a long way from home. What is Vernius up to? Vernius making decent spice, but Carino making decent spice too, off of even just a single harvester, because I think they've just indexed pretty well into. Oh no, I thought they were going down the tech tree into more spicy works, but they didn't. They just picked up integrated costs, which makes sense. That's a core thing, and then they're catching up on the red tree, so that they can bring some military power to bear. Carino currently pillaging in the middle. Fremen currently, I'm guessing that's a pillage, not an annex over there. Fremen working on their own backfield territory. And this warrior is finally running out of water here as he gets chased down by some Free Company. Vernius has like 2 drones and a fight engineer. running lean over here, but doing all right. Starting to expand southward. That gives them access to that spice field and maybe to the Crescent Ridge, which is a boost in water production at least. Or you might just pillage it. You never know. I think wiping the Fremen out there is appearing to give them quite a bit more breathing room. Have you all seen the Sci-Fi Channel miniseries of Dune? The Sci-Fi Channel... I don't think I have. No, I haven't. I'm familiar with the old... what was it? Was it the David Lynch version? The one with Sting? I'm familiar with that one for sure, and I'm quite fond of the new ones with Denis Villeneuve. Those are wonderful. I love those a lot. But I've heard of people talk about the sci-fi series one, but I'm trying to rack my brain. Like, maybe I saw it and don't remember, but no, I don't think I've actually seen it. I have to put it on the to-do list. There's a lot on the list, unfortunately. Okay, we are seeing further southern expansion from Vernius. Vernius feeling quite bold now that the initial Fremen army was pushed back. And indeed, we do have smugglers starting to push west and grab some, and at least pillage some of the regions near the Fremen. Fremen haven't had an opportunity to rebuild enough army yet to even contest this. 32 command points for the Fremen, 40 for the smugglers. So the smugglers are going to get a little bit of pillaging in territories that the Fremen probably consider their own. Alright, we've got Private Mandate, always attractive for just about everybody in this early game. Imperial Propaganda, better than nothing. Infrastructure Control, often quite useful. Infrastructure Control is really actually a very big one for Vernius. Vernius loves some infrastructure control. Why is that? It's because of this fellow right here, Bola Gavanti. You can build multiple buildings at the same time in your S-Vault. So when suddenly your districts, which are very expensive, cost a lot of money, a lot of plascrete to build, when suddenly they're all half cost, you can queue up two or three to build at the same time and really get maximum value out of that infrastructure control. So that could be a big one for Vernius. We'll see. We'll see. You're so late, Monogoose. The good news is that you could go back in time and you'll be able to watch a whole ton of Dune. There's a ton of Dune content here today for you. Not our normal Dune content. We're on the 2v2 boat today, not the standard politicking, backstabbing, free-for-alls that we normally do. Today, it's knife fights to the death, like the way of Arrakis was meant to be. Alright, infrastructure control gets nabbed by Corino, just barely keeping it out of Vernius's hands. 24 minor house votes, and they won by 24. I guess 10 minor houses voted for them, but very, very close. Just randomly, Vernius gets 30% more authority, and pretty randomly also with some minor house votes, everybody gets a benefit from pillaging. Okay, so Corino, who also actually likes that quite a bit, because they can burn through quite a bit of the old plascrete, so 50% cheaper costs makes life a bit easier for them for sure. The Korean army's way down here. They're doing the full loop of the desert, pillaging everything on their way. Resource-wise, everyone's in the red. No one's making enough money to sustain themselves. 23 spice daily on the Fremen, 27 spice for the smugglers, 51 for Corino, and 162 on Vernius. Vernius can really get that spice economy cooking. So they've got access to 1, 2, 3 spice fields, but that's probably it for the foreseeable future. There's not a lot of other spice available. I think the Fremen have been manpower constrained. Otherwise, you know, they could just be sending teams out over here as a 1 spice and a 2 spice and a 3 spice and maybe a 4 spice. You know, there's just 4 spice fields, and the Fremen, of course, can just make a harvesting team and walk out there. But the harvesting teams do take manpower, And so do your mans. And all the Fremen mans, they got killed. And they needed to make new mans, and there's only so much manpower to go around. So the economy has suffered so that the military can thrive. Ugh, it's a tale as old as time. Although we're starting to see the economy really suffer as the Fremen are sitting at 120 Solari and dropping. They're going to have to find some more pillaging as soon as possible. Not the end of the world if you go negative. If you're just slightly negative, just your knowledge, your tech income stops accruing, which is a bad thing, but not the end of the world. If you go deeply negative, your actual buildings in your various regions start getting automatically sold off to pay the bills, which is actually a very, very, very bad thing. And here is the negative right now. Into the red, to the economic pits with you, Fremen. He has managed to rebuild quite a lovely army. The downside being that Fedaykin are rather expensive on their daily upkeep. I don't think it shows me on the unit card, but each Fedaykin is like 20 Solari a day or something. Well, I think a warrior is like 8 or 12. So we've got a very nice Fremen force here that is bankrupting the Fremen. All right, they got a bunch of money. I'm assuming it got given to them, probably by Carino. The Fremen have accepted a trade from House Carino. There it is. So they're relying on the economic patronage from House Carino, the Fremen, in this alternative universe that we're in, where House Vernius are the good guys on Arrakis, being aided by the local smugglers, but being opposed in the shadows by the local Fremen, fortified by House Carino in the shadows. Have you considered just buying their spice? Yeah, it's a great strategy. Send a trade deal to the enemy, just I get all your spice, you lose the game. That's my trade deal. Works out more than you'd think. All right, army-wise, there continues to be more Fremen units coming out. We are at 54 of 55 for the Fremen army command point-wise, 52 of 65 for Vernius. Vernius managed to actually build up quite a force here, and it's a drone-heavy force as well. We got railguns, we got resonance drones, we got fight engineers and fighting mechs, all kinds of good stuff. We're at a 65 of 65 for both smugglers and Carino as well, so we're starting to max out. What's our water looking like? Water's okay. 12 on Vernius, but 20 on Carino, 28 Fremen, 51 smugglers. You know, that's really your ability to project your power outside of your own territory. Question, does 2v2 differ from FFA in terms of rules? The only alternative rules we're playing with is we have turned off assassinations, which are a bit too easy to conclude in a 2v2 and too powerful in that, you know, you don't just kill one person, you basically take out an entire team if you assassinate one of their people on it. So we have turned off assassinations for the 2v2. Otherwise, there are no particularly different rules. There are a lot of different interactions and things that make the game play quite differently in a 2v2. Just with regards to, you know, if you're Vernius's partner, Vernius's special ability of sharing tech is basically giving your partner the entirety of the Vernius tech tree the whole game, which is quite a boost. We saw some Zoom-Garon cheese earlier, where they would propose the Imperial Mandate to give Sardaukar to their ally over and over and over again to just give them sort of nonstop free armies of Sardaukar. We're seeing some jockeying for position. It looks like the Fremen would really like to fight, but like literally cannot get there because of these mountains in the way. I think maybe there's no mountainous pass straight through here into the Vernius army, which is awkward, or he just changed his mind at the last second and started heading northward instead, but it might be that this is properly impassable in some of this mountainous terrain. Fremen army marching northward, getting mirrored in the east by Vernius. Holy moly, we got a base drop. Aggro to the extreme, Carino base drop, and things are popping off. Adjacent to Siege Tuic, that is where the Fremen are going. The Fremen are headed to a worm to head up north. We've got the smuggler army here, but the Imperial base is going to allow him to try to annex this adjacent region, which will help set up a siege camp to work on the smuggler base. And oh lord, if you were sleeping, wake up, because it's all happening now. It's gonna be fast and furious. Either if Carino and Fremen are able to knock out the Vernius smuggler armies, they're going to easily be able to siege down the smuggler main base here. If the smugglers and Vernius are not able to they're going to die eventually, because Carino can continually just pile in reinforcements here and kill down this smuggler base. But the good news is, if you are somehow able to overpower that force and destroy the Carino base, it's a knife, it's a dagger in the heart of Carino, losing their base. So this is a very much all or nothing play. Woo! When you get infrastructure controls Vernius and have Bole, can you sell HQ buildings for full price and build for 50%, or does the sale price also go down? That's an excellent question. I think you can sell at full price, but I could be wrong about that. It's possible that the sell price goes down. Someone else will need to correct us on that. Hey chat, if infrastructure control is active, when you sell buildings, do you get the full amount back, or do you sell at 50% as well? That's the question. Very interesting. Foreign recruitment is big, but it's going to go to everybody, courtesy of the Imperium. War of Assassins is moderately useful. Kills, 2 things. But almost none of that matters. Everything that matters is the combat here. And I think this particular strategic position is favored for Carino and Fremen here. We see the Vernius army coming up. They're going to land about here. This was just pinged by the Fremen. So is he rebuilding this one yet? No, I don't think so. I think this siege was destroyed by the smugglers. Very, very good. But the Fremen are going to worm up right on top of Vernius, aren't they? No, they're right here. Okay, and they're not invisible, so I think they see them. So Vernius will be able to get in here. Vernius, okay, I was gonna say supplies is a big problem here, but supply drop comes down. Vernius choosing to engage straight into the Fremen army. Smugs shifting their free company in to help. It looks like a pretty good engagement for Vernius. Fremen jumping right on the fight engineers, of course, right off the bat. Nuwa here as well, getting picked on. But the free company come in, and they ought to shift this pretty heavily. 6 free companies, a lot of DPS to put out here. Nuwa's gonna escape. This fight engineer goes down, but she should be fine against the one Fedaykin over here. The Fremen are scattered, but it buys time for the annex to go through up here on this forward base. Maybe. Be careful smugglers. Okay, I like that. Very good play. Very, very good for Vernius and the smugglers to be able to pick off the Fremen army separate from Carino. Carino did get their 2 free assassins. We did get a bit of spice stink on Vernius, and nobody gets any foreign recruitment. Vernius going right in, and it is a heavy conscript force. This looks pretty favored actually now for smugglers plus Vernius. Ought to go very well, even into an Imperial base guarded force here. What you want to do is you want to send 1 unit to go fight the base. That way the base targets that unit, and it's not dropping in AoE bombs on top of your units. You don't want to take that additional area of effect damage. Going pretty decently for Carino. I thought that they would get rolled a lot worse. They did still get rolled, and there's quite a force still left for here. Oh boy, it's looking really good for the Eastern team now. They managed to clean up the Carino base, and they still have a large enough force to contest this Imperial base. Oh my god, that might be the entire game right there. Wow. If you built it for full price, then you'll sell it for full price. But if you built it for half price, you'll only sell it for half price. All right. Thank you, Frey. But, we're seeing, this is big. This is huge. I think this is the whole game, practically. We're seeing Sardaukar and Incinerators come up, and there's just not enough resources in Elslayer's bank, actually. No, his manpower is good. Was there an obfuscate? That's the question. Yes, the parallel training obfuscation. We see it yet again. Parallel training gets obfuscated once Vernius and the smugglers have the upper hands. They obfuscate parallel training. It cuts out the +2 training slots. It blocks the military academy, which would normally be 2 more training slots. And all of a sudden, everybody can only train 2 units at a time in a world where Vernius and smugglers already have full standing armies. And there is just no opportunity for Carino and Fremen to rebuild their forces in time to contest this. Oh, it's such good play. Really, really well done. This is basically the whole game right here. Being down a base as Carino is devastating because you lose access to these 6 district slots here, right? 6, and districts are hugely important. Having 6 fewer districts than you're supposed to is an incredible handicap to come back from. In addition to that, the Carino relies on the Imperial base as an anchor point to take new territory from. And if you don't have that, you can really only take territory around your original base, leaving you very sort of localized, unable to expand out on the map more. Wow, that was so good. So good. So I mean, I think let's rewind. Let's analyze that a little more. I think Elslayer was too aggressive in the worm nest, or the worm riding rather. He worm rode down just below Siege Tuic, which made it so that Antonel wasn't able to combine his forces. They weren't able to fight together. Credit to Mesa for being in a good position. He had his army right here ready to engage it. That allowed Wyvern in order to move down. They were able to 2v1 the Fremen force. Then they were able to move up and 2v1 the Carino force. Very solid strategic playmaking, on the back of an overextension from the Fremen. They delved once again too greedily and too deep, and they awoke something purple in those depths. And now it is absolutely Vernius and Smuggler's game to lose. I think the Fremen have missed their early game power spike window. We've seen what happened to the Carino power spike. It just its ruin was smote upon the mountaintop, just like Balrog or Gandalf did to the Balrog. We're getting more sieges identified and pillaged here by the smugglers. Yeah. Woo. I mean, they're gonna fight it off. They're gonna stick around, but that feels to me like the beginnings of the end of the good game, the GGs. New to the channel, loving the content. Oh, thanks, Shadow Phoenix. I appreciate it. Thanks for joining us. What would you say are the 2 best factions for a 2v2? We've seen a number of different plays today. So we saw our very first game. And I'm not an expert on 2v2. I'm an expert on free-for-all games, but 2v2s I have relatively little experience with. The very first game we saw, Fremen and Harkonnens, and we didn't see it, but the second game that team played, they also did a Fremen Harkonnen rush as well, and they just killed the enemy base in like the second month. Harkonnens and Fremen are able to get such large amounts of manpower early on and build such effective early game units. They just ran right at the other guys and just killed the base before the other team could really even build up to a critical mass that could fight it off. So that sort of early game aggression, super powerful in a 2v2. The other thing to remember in a 2v2 is like we just saw here. This is sort of like an Exhibit A, was the positioning and the coordination of your two armies together of players is so critical. Often one of the things we talk about a lot is how much more powerful a 65 command point army is than like a 45 command point army. You know, a numerical superiority over the enemy gives you much more than it's not an additive increase in strength. It's a multiplicative difference in strength between the two armies, right? If you have a larger army, you're going to win by much more and have much fewer losses than if you have a parity-sized army. And you scale that up to two players, right, where you're not fighting 65 versus 65. Maybe you're fighting 65 versus 130 command points on the other side, which is suddenly even so much worse of a disparity. So the importance of coordinating with your ally and taking advantage of 2v1 kind of engagements, even if it's just for like a couple seconds. Even if one army is trailing behind and you can engage and you can fight this one guy for an extra 10 seconds before his ally gets there, you've got 10 seconds where you were fighting 2v1 and you're getting huge value from that. We didn't talk about this lands red because these are all really shitty agendas. Nobody cares. Literally none of them pass because nobody cares. But aggression, very powerful. But we've seen a lot of success in this game as well with Vernius. Vernius, not an aggressive faction by any means, an extraordinarily weak early game faction. I mean, had the smugglers not been able to fight off that early game expeditionary force from the Fremen would have just killed Vernius by themselves here. They could have liberated every single Vernius territory. There's relatively little Vernius can do about it. Even with the likes of fast automated defenses, Vernius can't really stop a concentrated Fremen push. But we saw the strong early army of the smugglers very powerful early on in the game because on the backs of snipers being really great units. Smugglers were able to fight the Fremen off, give Vernius time to get on their feet. Once the Vernius war machine is online and you have drones that can be healed by engineers and things, suddenly a Vernius, the death ball here, the Vernius force is very powerful and can go fisticuffs with a lot of those other really tough armies. We're seeing Vernius very aggressively just marching straight on Carino lands. They can smell the blood in the water. I think it's all over but the crying. We've got 38 command points for Carino, 65 for Vernius and Smugs, 50 for the Fremen, but the Fremen are a long way from home. They can't even get there to help Carino, not without a lot of walking and a lot of worm riding. We did see, I think, Shai Hulud popped up there and maybe had a little nibble of some of the Vernius forces, or something died there. Vernius continuing to advance. They're actually giving this capture to the smugglers. Smugglers need the supplies in order to keep moving. Vernius needs supplies for Nuwa and the fight engineers, but other than that, they don't really need anything. And we've got 48 water on Vernius, which is quite a bit. So, and that's a consequence of the smugglers being able to build their water networks through all of the Vernius lands, easing the problems that Vernius might struggle with water. And it is just full-on aggression. We've got that's a pillage there. We've got an annexation here by the smugglers, and they're going deep on Carino. We do have Fremen coming up, and it is a respectable Fremen army, but it's gonna be really tough. Now, I will say that Antonell on Carino is one of the very best players in the world, a reigning world champion, but he is at such a disadvantage here. I can't imagine how he could possibly pull this out. He's gonna have a horrible time. Because the other team is doing it right. They got the lead, and they leaned into everything that gives them the lead. That parallel training play is beautiful. Mwah, chef's kiss, where you get yourself to the point where you have the large army, and then you immediately turn off the ability for the enemy to rebuild that large army. Now they've had enough time here. They're starting to get back to it. We're back up to 50 command points and 62 for the Fremen. And the parallel training turnoff is a bit of a double-edged sword. I mean, it works against Fremen and smugglers as well. If they need to rebuild their armies, they will have to do so at a very slow speed, 2 men at a time. But they already got everything they wanted out of it. So, they're on equal footing with the enemies now, but the enemy is now down an Imperial base, which is, hoo boy, can't overstate it enough how much that will affect things. Indeed, the military academy is still built in the middle of the Carino base, and it's not doing anything. It's disabled. He needs to replace that with something else useful. Smugs and Vernius slow pushing their way forward. Devastated debuff is about to fall off this village. They'll grab this too. Probably give this one to Vernius, I'm guessing. And then they've got the old 1-2 punch of forward territories here that they can use to resupply and lay siege to the final Imperial base. Not a ton the Fremen and the Carino can do. It looks like maybe they're thinking of marching out. I don't know. I guess these are, I don't know, the Carino army is still light by 15 command points, and he's got the manpower for it. He's sleeping on the recruitment, unless he's saving it to try to make it into like siege drones or something. They might need those 15 command points sooner rather than later here. But I really like the Smuggler Vernius play. It's been very clean, very crisp, very aware of what could and it is going to happen, right? They know that Vernius is going to catch aggro early on from the Fremen. So what do? He goes down very early, and he we're seeing some aggression up top. They're going in. They're on the village. There's no defenses in place yet. There's a missile turret going up, but it is not up yet. So this is relatively equal force. It's quite a scrum here. A lot of ranged firepower for the east, a lot of melee firepower for the west. But in those two fights, the range is generally better because it allows you to focus fire targets down a much better. It seems like it's going pretty well. The railguns go way too deep, but they're not being punished with it badly enough. It's a resounding victory for Vernius and the smugglers. The West was not able to stop the healing from Nua and the fight engineers, so there was a lot of healing. And I think GG's called. GG boys, calls Antonel. Yes, too many mistakes from El Slayer. Yeah, I mean the Fremen were looking for blood early on and couldn't find it. And then and indeed, he says you capitalized perfectly. They were able to they were able to prevent the Fremen from finding good targets, and then starve them out in the desert and pick them off, and then capitalize on it. Really excellent play all around. A lot of fun to watch. I think that was a very cerebral game, and they played it quite well. Wyvern 831, Misa like pie on House Vernius are gonna take home the victory. It's a GG for them against Powerhouse Combo, playing some of their most comfortable factions, I think, on a Carino and Fremen. Really well done. A lot of fun to watch. Straight to the action with this one. They didn't beat around the bush and who's gonna go governor, who's gonna get hegemony here. No, we got a lot of really good play, a lot of really solid decision making. I love to see it. That was a fun one. And from a spectator standpoint, maybe it was a little less clear, but I can tell you from an expert point of view, there was some very fine decision making going on there in terms of when to take engagements, when to sort of pull back, when to commit, and our blue and purple champions here did a great job there. The attempted base drop was, I think, inspired. I think it was a really good idea. And I was even saying at that point in time, I thought it was Fremen and Carino favored until Fremen got caught out in the 2v1 and then basically then condemning the Carino aggression into also a 2v1.
I think Carino maybe could have been a little more cagey, trying to hide way in the back of their Imperial base, trying to make maybe the enemy walk through a little bit more fire, but I think their days were numbered for that 2v1 fight. So good. And then once the base is down, like I said, it's such a crippling loss. Really hard to come back from. The going for the throat by obfuscating parallel training was really, really great. Normally the Fremen are able to throw bodies at you just endlessly by reinforcing at foreign sieges on the front lines and things. And by the parallel training being turned off, it really stops any of that kind of way. Like, it doesn't matter how much manpower you have or how much you make, because you just can't spend manpower training 2 guys at a time now. Super fun to watch. Really, really, really good game. Enjoyed that a lot. Credit to our champions. $150 richer for Misa Like Pie and Wyvern 831. Really, really good. And I don't think we've seen them as tournament champions before. Misa played in the beginners tournament. I don't think he won it unless I'm wrong. I know him from it. But excellent job. Well played. Can we expect any more Dune content anytime soon? I'm not playing Dune games myself. I believe there is a beginners tournament coming up. I'd have to check the date of that to see if it's something I can make. Dune content, let's say, will be very intermittent at best. There'll probably be some other content, because personally I'm playing and excited about some different games and things. But if we get more tournaments of this style, and if the community is still popping off, I will come back and we will cast more games and have a good time with them. But it's all over now, folks. That's it. We haven't quite moved to an endgame screen yet. I know they haven't conceded yet. I think they're just yapping in the background, but it's over. We're calling it here, and that's gonna be the end of our tournament here. We had a great run. Let's pop open our bracket one last time. We saw our champions here where are they at? 14th seed out of what? Out of 14. So the seeds were determined by tournament organizers, just people that have been around the community a lot, and they rated teams from 1 to 14 based on perceived strength of that team. Cream and Gray considered a top seed. Shiv and Beefrog second seed. Both of them dropped in the very. They got a bye in the first round, and both of them lost in the second round. And 14th seed Wyvern and Mesa climbed all the way up, beating a 3rd seed and an 11th seed and a 7th seed, and eventually 4th seeded Antonell and Al Slayer, who I also would have rated extremely high on my list. Very impressive gameplay, very well done, and that's gonna be it. Oh, we could just jump into the game summary, even if the game doesn't end. That's funny. Quick look through the game summary, and then we'll call it here. Units killed, 126 by the smugglers. Done a fine job with that sniping. Developments, of course, Vernius gets to run away with developments. That's sort of Vernius's thing. They capped out around 40-something knowledge, even though they went into a Solari deficit as well at one point. Money was tight when you got to spend it all on war drones. Solari production rather low. Eventually, the Fremen got some money production up. That's probably when all of their military is dead. They don't have to pay the bills anymore for them. Yeah, I feel like the end game screen doesn't tell us a lot of tales when it comes to 2v2 games, but here it is for whatever it's worth. Big influence production for smugglers, of course. That's just sort of the smuggler thing. They do that naturally. Intel production pretty decent for smugglers, kind of flat for most other folks. We didn't really have an opportunity for any operations to really come in big there. There's the victory. Doot doot doot. And we see militarily, very contested. We had the big smuggler Fremen force early on, but eventually wiped out the Fremen, or not the Fremen. The Fremen force managed to wipe out the Vernius force and put good casualties on the smugglers, but then manages to get caught out later and drops way down, while relatively little losses from the smugglers and Vernius there. From there, gradually, everyone built up to full stacks, more or less, and we didn't even quite have the full stack. We only had 55
from the Fremen for that big climactic battle. And this was the Fremen caught out of position, almost fully wiped when maybe we lose just a couple units from Vernius. And then the second climactic battle when the 2v1 here and then the 2v1 here versus Carino. Again, only 1 or 2 units from Vernius die. Nobody dies for the smugglers and complete wipe out of Carino. Then there was the obfuscation, and then it was just no one was ever able quite to remake an army until the very end when it almost didn't matter anymore. GG, well played. That one was super fun. Super fun to watch, super fun to cast. Thanks for joining me, everybody. I appreciate it. Oh, I'm so sorry. I left that bracket up. Rookie move. I got excited by having the window up. Can't see the end. I described it to you. You don't need to see anything. Trust me when I tell you about what happened. Sorry about that. But anyways, that's the end of it. There's not a ton to look at. I think the tale is mostly in these dips in the military graph here. Politics and influence and stuff don't have anything to say to us. That's it, folks. Sorry about leaving the screen blockers up. It's been a long stream. We're 6 hours into it. I'm tired. I need a little more banana bread and a cup of tea, I think. And we're gonna call it there. Happy Saturday. Good game to all of our players, all of our mighty champions. Thanks to everybody who participated. Thanks to our organizers at the Dune Circuit, Cream, and the rest of the team for hosting this and putting this together and organizing things. A lot of fun. And thank you for chilling out in chat and keeping me company and watching this and helping to keep the game alive by watching it. GG's, everybody. We'll call it there. Good fight. Good night.